안녕하세요.พอตเตอร์บอก EDG ชนะมันเป็นปีของ EDG ครับ ครั้งสวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับ
beach and apparently find a crab.
They did catch a crab. It was maybe the smallest crab anyone's ever seen, but they did catch one. And I mean, Kong Kong looks so pensive. He's looking out into the water and he can just see the trophy reflecting back at him, it feels like.
ขอแอบเล่นเกมหน่อยนะ
Everyone else is just
แข่งเสร็จซ้อมแข่งเสร็จจับปู
looking for crabs. As
โห
they should.
ถ้าแข่งจบแล้วพอยังซ้อมอีกนี่ซ้อมไม่เจอใคร
Maybe we don't have videos because we should.
แข่งเสร็จก็ต้องพักดิ
I'm gonna try not to fangirl here, but Natty and
พักก่อน
Drew, I think is with
ฉลอง
Mercy and Victoria.
Yeah, that's right. With me, we have Kiss of Life, and we're inching closer and closer to the opening ceremony, so we're gonna have to let them go soon. But ladies, how's it been? How's your Champions
ห้องเมื่อกี้คุณ
experience been so far?
I mean, it's crazy to be a part of this whole thing. We're just honored to be able to be on stage and, you know, show everyone our first to do it, and also being able to work with Mark Sambanim is also a super big honor. So we're super excited.
All right, well, you got to dance with Boaster and Cruz. How would you rate their dancing?
They really good. Really good. So cute. So cute. Yeah.
Would you take them into your group?
Oh, come on. Come on.
Have you ever done anything with a video game before? Is this your first time making music for something like
อีก
this?
ครั้ง
This is our very first time.
ตกใจนึกว่า
It's our
คำค้าง
first time, you know, everything has been a first, and we're super, super honored.
It's amazing. We are so excited to see your opening performance. One more question before you go, because I know you have some prep work to do. Have you gotten a chance to play Valorant? And if so, who's your favorite agent in the game?
We have actually, during our busy schedule, we took like time together to like play the game, and it was our first time playing, or for me, playing a shooting game, and it was so fun. I did it. I like lost track of time, and they're like, "Julie, you're next. You have to go."
That's amazing. Well, we don't want to lose track of time with you today. We know you have a lot to do today. Make sure you're all tuning in for the opening ceremony because it's not far away now. We're going to toss to a quick break. See you guys in a bit.
ใส่เฟอร์แคม นี่มันแก๊งรอคอนเสิร์ตเฮ้ยโหแล้วเพลงแบบแน่นๆเลยตึบตับเลยนี้กูไม่ต้องห่วงครับติดแน่นอน วันนี้ใครชนะก็ยินดีด้วยทั้งหมดย่าสูกแล้วจ้าพี่สาวจูลี่วันนี้เชียร์ใครกันบ้างแชทหลังจากนี้ผมมีโปรเจกต์ว่า เดี๋ยวผมจะพยายามตัดคลิป VALORANT ที่เล่นทุกวันอะลง แต่ว่าจะเป็นคลิปที่แบบดูระยะสั้นเอาไว้เผื่อคนที่ขี้เกียจดูย้อนหลังวาโลต้องมานั่งดูเต็มแมตช์อะไรเงี้ยก็ห้องอะไรจะตัดพวกเดทไทม์ออก ดีปะเชียร์ไทยแลนด์ ทีมไทยอ่ะ ทีม Heretics ดีครับพี่เอฟดีนี่คือหมายถึงสวัสดีใช่ไหมผมดูตลอดได้เดี๋ยวจัดให้คิดว่าสกอร์จบเท่าไหร่ คิดว่าน่าจะประมาณ5 เกมไป3-2
With me here, I've got Star Wraith. You know, I met you in Shanghai when we were rooting for Pacific DRX, but now we've got Heretics in the grand finals. And this is a little weird because you used to be part of Heretics. You're from Spain. What are all your feelings right now?
My feelings are where they have to be, and that's in Spain right now. DRX didn't make it, and it's Heretics who actually got them out. But I have to say, like, the better team won. We'll make it better next year. But today, I'm with Heretics, 100%.
What do you think? What's your prediction for the final map score of today?
Okay, my official prediction is actually EDG 3-1. But that's because we have a...
เฮ้ย EDG 3-1 เลยเหรอ
What we say doesn't happen. So it's 3-1 Heretics.
I believe that. I need to start doing that more often because everyone that I root for loses.
Yeah.
So that is 100%.
That's what's happened to us.
สโมก
That's an
กี้
interesting take. How did you guys feel watching Heretics over the last 2 days? Like, I'm sure you were gripping the edge of your seats because it's been pretty close.
I mean, the last 2 days have been rough because one of the days was DRX. Actually, no, it was Sentinels and Leviathan. No, it's fine.
Yeah.
And yesterday, honestly,
ผมเชียร์ทีมที่หนึ่งในดวงใจ
3-0 out of them.
Yeah, that's true. I actually expected that. I said 3-0 Heretics. And, you know, because I said what I said earlier, where it doesn't happen, I said 3-1. No, sorry, I said 3-0, and so it had to be 3-1. But
ตอนนี้เราเดี๋ยวหลังจากจบ
they're playing really well. And I'm
มัน
starting
จะ
to
มี
I want to say, Rians, you're the
เรียกว่าอะไร
best,
นะ
I must say.
เดี๋ยวมันจะมีช่วงเปลี่ยนลูสเตอร์ทีมที่น่าจับตามองจะมีบรีดมีทีวันมี DFM ที่เขาโละทีมเลยนะ แล้วก็ใครวะ
of good feelings, of good vibes is going to win
ดูก่อน
over.
หลายทีมเอาง่าย
EDG's got good vibes, but you know what? That's a good take. That's a base take too, and
EMEA take as well.
it is also an EMEA take. Well, we're going to be sitting right next to us up in the streamer area, so I'll see you up there, sir. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Go enjoy the opening ceremony.
Thank
Get
you.
some snacks.
All right. Well, Chrissy, there's
DRG.
another man. It's no introduction, and
No
it is
introduction.
Boaster
We heard
himself.
some very, very big things about your dancing.
Oh yeah, I'm not sure what that is.
Natty and Julie, they were saying you could join.
Yeah.
Oh really?
We got the clearance for
Oh, that's
that.
really nice of them. I appreciate that from them.
How
Yeah.
hard was it to learn the choreography? Because I heard you didn't have a lot of time to do that.
Yeah, we didn't have a lot of time, but I think Aiki was very surprised. So we did it like one block, and she was like, more? And I was like, yeah, let's do more. And then we did another block, and they're like, more? I was like, yeah, let's do more, because we had time. So I think they were surprised, we were surprised. But yeah, it was a lot of fun.
What was that experience like for you, though? Because, you know, obviously you're fantastic. You are the IGL fanatic. But going and being able to do your other passions with them and meeting them, was that a, really exciting experience?
นึกว่าองค์ราชาหายแล้วลืมเติมเงินไว้หักสมาชิกไม่เป็นไรไม่หาย
Stress of the tournament and like gaming.
นี่มีเจนจีบาวนี่ด้วยปะ
When I get to do like dancing, and so when I'm at home or in
Ooh,
Berlin,
yeah,
I
so.
normally go to like a dance class or something
Ooh.
because it kind of relieves stress a bit for me.
What style do you do?
Ballet normally, but sometimes I do go to some K-pop classes just to learn some new dances. But yeah, it was just really nice. But it was a lot of fun, very different. You know, you're not expected to do that at a gaming event.
Yeah.
And yeah, I just really enjoyed it.
Is there a dance that you dream of doing that you would love to learn, either a specific dance or a ballet or a K-pop group's dance?
I think my ballet is no
ใครมันจะมาจับตาดูคนอย่างผมวะ
to do any of that. So I'd just say K-pop dance. There's quite a few. I mean, I'd love the 80s. You know, I'd love to do work because it's such a kind of a funky dance.
เมื่อวานเห็นน้องเรียนไปกอดพี่คอม ก่อนมาถ่ายรูปกับทีม
There's so much power behind it. So yeah, I'd say for that. Or just throw in a twice. You know, I love twice. So yeah, one of
แต่
those.
ก็ยังดีใจนะที่แบบว่า
Well, a lot of the EMEA,
เราไม่ได้เห็นทีม
you know,
แชมป์
fan
ใหม่
supporters have been predicting
ไอ้แชมป์เก่าอะ
Heretics
ที่แบบว่า
will
ไม่ได้มาทวง
take
บัลลังก์แชมป์
grand finals.
So right now, I'm very close with.
หนูดูนี่ไงบอกแล้วคิดแล้วว่าต้องมีช่องแชทนี่แหละ
Kind of close to Benji Fishy as well.
สุดยอดมาก
The way I see it is 2-1.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go for EDG today.
All right.
Oh, and what's the map score?
Oh, I think it'll be I think it could be a 3-2. Yeah, with the way the maps go, I think Heretics are a super strong team, and I think they can win. And I do think EDG can win too. I'm just going.
ก็นั่นแหละอย่างที่บอกเดี๋ยวจะลองทำดู
Well, we're gonna let you go so you can dance along with the opening
พี่โบ
ceremony.
สปอยมา
Not that
Fnatic
long here
CGI
now. So thank you, Boaster. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you in a
Thank
bit.
you.
And we have two very special big names in the Riot family, John and Wheeler. Thank you so much for joining us, guys.
Hi, Chrissy. Good to see you. Happy Finals Day. Let's go.
Happy Champs Day.
How does it feel being here in Korea?
Incredible. I mean, we love Korea.
When'd you get in?
I got in Tuesday, so I've been here a while.
I got in Thursday.
Thursday. Okay, so have we adjusted the time
Oh, yeah.
in some good things?
Oh, yeah.
Schedule since night one. It's been awesome.
Well, there's going to be a lot of time zone differences leading into next year. You guys did announce the 3 cities. There's Bangkok, Toronto, ending at Champions Paris. How are you guys feeling about going into this year and brand new cities?
Great. I mean, I have not been personally to Bangkok or
เกือบ
Toronto,
ขีด
so
ไปปะ
I'm
เกือบ
very
เพิ่งท่า
excited to go. Yeah. But I know that Paris crowd brings it every time, so I am most excited.
ได้เลยจริง
Bangkok for me. My wife is Thai.
เจนจีลองมาดริดเอาแชมป์เซี่ยงไฮ้เฮติกลองเซี่ยงไฮ้มาเอาแชมป์โลกหรือเปล่าเอ้ย
All right. Well, I do want to ask, going into the next year, what are some things that
Boaster.
you're bringing into the Riot ecosystem? Like some of the any changes, or you can't say that yet.
Can't really say much. I mean, you know, what we're excited about for VCT next year, we're extending out the season. We've got all these new cities that we're hitting. And, you know, we just keep growing viewership for the sport. So it's been super exciting seeing how our fans are coming out and really supporting the sport. So thank you. Tremendous gratitude to everybody watching.
Thank you. Tremendous gratitude to you guys, of course, and also for giving us your time today. We're going to throw it back over to Brennan's Sideshow. What else could they possibly be getting up to over in that fan fest? Who knows?
Let's go.
What's up, folks? It's Brendan Sideshow here with Ryan Kusar, Valorant Agent Game Design Lead, to talk about Vice, the newest agent in Valorant. And there are people all around here in the Fan Fest getting to experience the brand new agent here in person at Champions Seoul. How does that feel?
Feels pretty good. I know the team's super excited. We've been working on an agent that kind of punishes hard reads and lets you be creative on site. So we're seeing a bunch of stuff on here, a bunch of different setups that I have never seen. So pretty stoked to see like how I can take some of this back.
All right, let's go for some of the abilities then as well, because she is a very, very unique agent in terms of the way that she's designed. Let's start with the signature ability, Arc Rose, and it's like a placeable flash, so you can fight on your own terms as a Sentinel. What was the thought process with that?
So for Arc Rose, it's the same I was kind of mentioning is you want to be able to punish a lot of the reads. You want to have some tool that helps you capitalize and really take the kill for yourself. So she's going to be very active, very high combat. Arc Rose we thought was a beautiful, little piece to just really get the advantage in those one-on-one fights.
One of the most meta-defining things about this agent appears to be the next ability that I want to touch on, Sheer. Because you can attach a wall to a wall, springs out, cuts the duelist off from the rest of the team. What's going on with that ability?
Yeah, Sheer is going to be one of the more unique pieces on the kit where you place it kind of similar to a Cypher Trip. But what you want to do is look for a lot of the people that want to make those reckless plays, the dash to switch, and then isolate the duelist, take the fight, combining with the other pieces of utility. And so you're really looking to isolate fights, and you're looking to kind of capitalize on some of these plays.
Okay. Well, okay. The next ability that's on the list that we're going to talk about here is Razorvine, and it's another unique one for a Sentinel because it's not kind of like. It's kind of reactive in a way that Deadlock has been designed, but you can also kind of place these traps down and trigger them and use them on your own kind of terms, right? As an agent.
Right. Yeah. So Razorvine also is about isolating.
Yeah.
So you have the shear, but if you don't have the shear, you have Razorvine to really say like, I want to fight here. You choose where you take the fights. So if you can catch someone in your Razorvine, it's up to them to really say, okay, do I want to peek out of this to help my duelist? Or am I just staying in here until the fight's over? So
Yeah, a little bit of baiting.
Yeah, a little bit of baiting. And so it's just about choosing the fights. Like, Razorvine's another piece of utility that will really help you do that.
All right, if you're going to talk about choosing fights, we're going to talk about some uneven fighting that's going to be happening with Vice's ultimate. Steel Garden, you're taking away guns, primary weapons disabled for people caught in it. Now, explain to me how that isn't utterly OP.
Well, it's Sheriff still in the game, There's a lot of Sheriff demons out there. So a lot of it is kind of also like getting that advantage. If you have the guns, if you have an eco, it's pretty flexible. I mean, there's only a couple rounds you can't use it if they only have pistols, But it should be meant to kind of like even the playing field, either when you're behind or when you're ahead, to just like really get that like the fights that you want, right? So you have your Arc Rose, you have your Razorvine. You choose where people are, and with the ultimate, you get to really choose how you fight.
Yeah, I really love the design of this Sentinel as well because you take it into the direction where you have to think ahead in terms of your setups, of course, but it is very much like you can take the fights yourself. You're not trying to play for information in mid. You're not a Cypher trying to spread your setup across the map because your teammates are shouting at you. You're very much taking fights on your own terms. What was the kind of, I don't know, that's picking up. They're getting crazy over there. Listen, I don't know, what was the kind of identity and kind of niche that you were trying to fill when you were designing Vice as an agent?
Yeah, so for Vice, the team was really interested in trying to have an agent that can punish a read. If you have a good, strong read, you know what their play is going to be. You want to really shift it so that they have to change how they're playing and how they're attacking. So like you were mentioning, it's not going to be about spreading your utility.
ซื้อชลิปในราวที่ไวส์มีอันติ
To stall. So you can imagine like
อีโคแม่งเลยฮะ
as strong as like some of our other agents, but the ability to fight, choose the fights, and stall on site is going to be a lot stronger than the others.
Well, I'm excited to see it played. I mean, it's going to be sick when it releases into the game. And there's like 30 people around here all playing ranked against each other using Vice as well. So we're going to be checking that out too. Thank you very much for joining us, Ryan. Appreciate it very much. And we'll see you guys later.
Hey, well, that's pretty cool. FanFest is awesome, and like Chrissy, you were saying, they always get the fun stuff. They're over inside the FanFest there. But I am with none other than Sen City here at the Gold Carpet. We got Zelsis, John QT, and Coach Kaplan. Guys, you faced off both of these teams today. What are your thoughts on these two?
They're both pretty good if they could beat us. I think it'll
John.
be a good game. They're both very scrappy when they need to be. I think it's going to be
ไวส์ตำแหน่ง
What's the difference
Sentinel
maker
ครับ
between the two teams?
สกิลกำแพงถ้าคอมโบคิวจอยไซส์บีด่านเซนน่าจะโกงพัดมาโดนระเบิดแล้วกลับมาซึ่งต้องรอดูแต่มันจะคอมโบกันได้จริงเหรอเพราะว่ามันเป็นเซนติเนลทั้งคู่เลยไหมอ่ะ
We're going today, and who's going to take it?
I think at least 4 or 5 maps, to be honest, and I think I'll give the edge to Heretics.
EDG.
I think
I'm going EDG, 5 maps. EDG, Jayo. Yeah, they'll win in 5.
EDG
I'll give it to Heretics because I think they played yesterday, and I think it's a bit of an advantage. So yeah.
I was wondering about that. Is it better to have a day off before the grand finals? Obviously, you still get the advantage on map bans, but having that day off, is that a good thing or is that a bad thing from a player and a coaching perspective?
Personally, I'd say it's a bad thing, but I guess if you have double bans, it's more of an advantage. So I think EDG definitely has an advantage, though. Yeah.
Do you?
I'd say for us, our team at least, because we have so much resilience. Playing back-to-back was like good for us, I think, like so much. I know like some people do get burnt out, but I think like John said, having like Heretics played yesterday, they're coming into today. I think they'll have like a slight advantage even with the double ban.
Now, a little peek into the future. We got Vice coming in, and we got 2 Sentinel role players here. Who's going to be playing it on your team?
ถ้าโดนตีไว้น่าจะต้องหนีรีเทคเหมือนตีคิวจอยมาพี่คิดว่าตีมันถ้าใช้ปุ๊บแล้ว activate เลยมันก็น่าจะโหดอยู่แล้วแต่ถ้าเกิดมันใช้ปุ๊บแล้วยังแบบว่ามีนับเวลาถอยหลังเหมือนคิวจอยอะไรเงี้ย
I'm gonna abuse the flashbang.
มันก็ดูง่อยๆหน่อย
Solo anchoring.
Yeah, a flashing Sentinel is actually pretty crazy, but thank you guys so much. We're gonna go on a quick break, and when we come back, there's gonna be way more Valorant Champions action.
ไปหมดแล้วเพลงการันตีโดนเลยเนี่ยไม่เป็นไรฟังเถอะวันนี้เราชิลครับฟรีไทม์อันตีมันโดนเพื่อนไม่เหมือนบีทไม่รู้เลยเดี๋ยวรอมันมา
This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer
ส
discretion.
ตรีมนี้มีความเร็วในการแบบว่าใช้แสงเขาเตือนแหละวันนี้มาไวมารอพิธีเปิดครับพิธีเปิดไม่มีใครมาเลยตอนนี้ CGS
We have been having an absolute blast on this grand finals day here on the gold carpet here outside of Seoul, South Korea. It's just been, we've seen everyone today.
Yeah, it's been super cool. I feel like everyone is flown in. Doesn't matter how far. We got people coming from LATAM, Europe. They're jet lagged and they're all having fun here, Chrissy.
I'm jet lagged and I'm having fun.
Yeah, but it's been absolutely phenomenal. And inside the stadium, I know a lot of the guests are starting to go into there, getting ready for that opening ceremony.
โรเตอร์ครูจะไม่เต้นไหมในคลิปเต้นเก่งมาก
We're so excited right now. We've met
เดี๋ยวลุ้นเลยที่ผมมาขึ้นตีนนี่คือมาลุ้นเลย
that the environment inside is probably unbelievable. Yinsu, what is it like?
Honestly, we're just having so much fun here. Thank you very much, Chrissy and Victoria. We've been vibing. We've been having a great time. The guests
วันนี้ดีจีมาครับ
amazing as well. We've gotten, but
รอบสุดท้ายแล้วต้องทุ่มเทหนัก
the most important thing this year, which is to
ใช่เหรอแล้วไม่แตกเดี๋ยวลดเกณฑ์มาฮัลโหลดีขึ้นแล้วบอกนะประมาณนี้แหละน่ากำลังดีโอเค
But now new hands will rest on the
okay.
trophy at the end of the day.
Yeah, of course, as you said, neither of these teams have ever won a global
เอเจนต์โชว์ไปแล้วปะ
before, but for Team Heretics, this entire year, there's only been one theme, Kakuka, and what is that?
ปกติเขาจะมีโชว์แมตช์ปะวะไม่น่ามีปะเบสออฟ5
the one that matters the most. And yeah, in China, we saw them getting that far and being heartbroken at the end of it. But it has been a journey with a lot of work, getting those new faces, getting those rookies that were already stellar in Tier 2, getting them together with a great staff in Wera and Nilzinho, and just pushing through the limits, through the boundaries. And everything has been hurdled. Rian's not being on in EMEA because he didn't have a visa. Woods wasn't even old enough to play. Patatek all the way through. Like, it's always difficult for Heretics, but somehow they always make it.
And what we've also seen is a team willing to change up how they play, to integrate new players, to change who's on different roles and still find success. That level of consistency is incredible. They haven't lifted a trophy this year, but they've been in now 2 international finals, 2 domestic finals. They've gone deep at pretty much every event they have been to and have managed to always come out on top when patches change, when they have to try a new composition. That resilience is so impressive for a team this young and this fresh to this level of play.
No, it absolutely is, but I mean, this is the culmination of that year of always kind of falling shy of the mark, and for Heretics to not walk away with the trophy today, as the saying goes, forever the bridesmaid, never the bride. They want to be the ones lifting that trophy because getting so very close time and time again is not going to cut it for these players because clearly they have that tenacity, they have that drive, they have that thirst for victory.
And doing it again from the lower, right? Like having to go across that win against Leviathan yesterday, being a very tired match. We were here in Yonkati. He prefers actually playing back-to-back, having that warm-up, that previous, and actually getting into a very long date with such strength.
But this is the thing, though. Every single team that has ever been in a global grand final has ended up winning a tournament, except for Team Heretics and Paper Rex. And you've heard it from them in many, many interviews. They don't want to come second anymore.
And this would be the ultimate heartbreak if the record they made wasn't as the champions of 2024, but instead as the first ever team to lose back-to-back
ไซมอนวันมาวันนี้
grand
ไซมอน
finals. It feels like their year, it feels like it's all culminated in this, but it is still going to be so difficult. Coming from that lower bracket means they're up against a 2-ban advantage for EDG. They've had to play basically every day the deeper we've got into this tournament, but somehow they've persevered through all of this and now have this last hurdle.
They're young, they're hungry, but also Heretics has been a Spanish org for a very, very long time. It was very exciting to see them get it into the franchise in EMEA, but last year it wasn't good at all. And with them just celebrating 8 years of Heretics yesterday, this is a perfect gift.
Wow, it's been 8 years?
8 years, it's been 8 years. We're old,
but let's talk about the other side of this, because what a year it has been for EDG as well. I feel like they're one of the teams that went through the most pressure from their home fans, the most scrutiny at Kilios, but they're in the grand finals.
And it's insane to see this. No one had this on their minds coming into this year, let alone this tournament. The big question was like, okay, do they make it out of groups? Hey, look, they made it EDG. Maybe they're overcoming some of the pressures and heartache that we saw from them back over in Shanghai. I don't think anybody had them going to the grand final. It's just incredible to witness the glow up from this team. And again, the willingness to take the risk to make massive pivots to be able to get to this point is so damn impressive, because not only are you changing your coaching staff that has been there from the beginning, you're also changing your IGL. You're giving it to nobody. The guy who has just been an absolute menace, for better or for worse for EDG in the past, and he's been killing it.
It's insane that with all of that, they found success here, because people thought last year would be this team's year. They broke through their barrier, made top 6 at Masters Tokyo. Kong had one of the best individual performances of any player ever at that event. And then they didn't succeed in Champions 2023. They come into this year. They go out early in Madrid. They bomb out in front of their home crowd in Shanghai. They're losing matches to other Chinese teams regionally, which had never happened before this year. But now, when it matters most, they have found their form again. They've broken through their ceiling, and they have the best chance ever to be the first Chinese team to lift a global trophy in this game.
EH 32 by พี่เอ๋ย
Back at Masters Tokyo last year was that Kong might just be the most valuable player in the world, because he is the total package. Not only does he have that firepower, does he generate highlight clips in every single game, but he has the showmanship, he has that humbleness to him, but he's also willing to talk up his team, talk up his game. If he can lift that trophy today, I think that those words that I stated over a year
ล็อกผล
ago.
มาต้องถาม
And he's the full package, he's the full show. It's a pleasure to see him on stage. But hear me out, the rest of the team, they are stepping up in this tournament. Looking at a player like Simon, for example, Chichu, it's so impressive to see that they are all becoming the whole package.
Yeah, it is, and they just have one last hurdle between them and that trophy. However, I want to know what you guys at home think. Tell us who is going to win today's grand final in our MasterCard fan poll. Scan the QR code to cast your vote, and make sure you use the hashtags Champions Seoul and VCT so we can feature you guys on the show. This is the thing, we've been kind of like going through our prediction all the way through this.
พี่ดูคนเดียวเหรอครับ
And
ใช่ครับ
I'm going to ask you guys one question. Who's
วันนี้
winning?
ไม่ก็จะเหงาๆหน่อย
I have Team Heretics. It feels like this is their moment. The whole year has led up to this, and they've proved some insane resiliency in that lower bracket.
Look, my pick'ems haven't particularly been going well, so I might not be the person to lean on, but ultimately, I do have EDG going for this one. I think that with the double ban advantage, I think that with the drive that they are putting on display in this tournament, they have what it takes to be able to get this done.
Yeah, and these two teams, they met, of course, back in Masters Shanghai, where Team Heretics pretty much became a home favorite in China because they just beat every other CN team.
Man, it was crazy. You would think that the region would hate them, being like, oh my god, you got everyone out of the tournament, but they fell in love with them once they got to meet them. It's not only what they do
แต่จริงๆแมปพูของ Heretic กับแมปพูของ EDG คล้ายๆกันอะแปลนไปไม่รู้จะมีผลเลยขนาดนั้น
And the maps are going to be, I would say, completely different. Well, first, Split is out, so that is not even a chance. And the phase that we have gotten to meet and to know about EDG, it's so different.
And these players, I think for the fans especially, it is such a special moment to have that team that was the CN fans' favorite back in Masters Shanghai, now playing against EDG. It's very wholesome there, but for EDG, I imagine in the back of their minds, now being in the coming through the upper bracket, having a chance to lift this trophy, closing that out by getting revenge on the team that eliminated every other Chinese squad from the first international event in your home country would feel so good.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is, I think people need to understand how big of a deal it is for VCT CN fans to betray EDG and to come here and support Team Heretics. I met a few fans outside the venue last night. They were like, we flew all the way from Shanghai, and I'm like, oh, you're here for EDG. No, we're here for Team Heretics. And that is absolutely crazy. And they will have a large portion of the support in this arena today.
No, they absolutely will. And I think that it is just nutty to think about. I mean, but it's kind of one of those things where it's like, okay, they knocked out the teams that I'm cheering for, therefore I will cheer for them. They've kind of adopted that, but the aura, I hate using this word, but the aura around this squad, the personalities that have been put on display from the Heretics players, it's very difficult to dislike them because they are all such lovable, humble guys. I mean, the hug from Riens yesterday, we already touched on it. It's moments like that that just lock in that fandom. So it doesn't matter what region you come from. When you see things like that, you become attracted to that squad.
And you would think also, they knocked out Gen G, DRX. Are they doing the same with this crowd? But potentially, if a team can do it, it's definitely Heretics. Bringing in Paditek, the way that they have behaved throughout the events, how they gave up this feeling of this is not just a team, this is a family. We win together, we lose together.
What's so crazy though is that despite EDG's experience coming to every international event since they came to Champions 2 years ago in Istanbul, they have never gotten it this deep. They've never played a BO5 on the international stage, and they've never played in front of a crowd this big. This has been what they've been working for so long, and their first chance at it is in the biggest match of their careers.
Yeah, it is indeed. However, though, if you take a look at their best of 5, I guess, all-time results, they've been dominating in that department domestically, but can they do it internationally?
We've seen so many teams be able to get to their first grand final, but then fall shy of the mark. That's kind of, it was a story throughout this season already. I mean, Gen G, they get to their
โชว์น่าจะมาประมาณ
they end up falling, but the second time is the charm for them. They pick it up in Shanghai. They don't make it this far, but now Heretics have that opportunity to also make the same run. EDG, though, as you say, have an immense amount of experience when it comes down to playing long series. Most of their matches, a lot of them, against FPX end up going the distance, but they're always able to come out on top. But that is regional. That is their own IL. How do they look here in this moment?
I do question how big of an advantage the double bans actually are when you think of these teams' map pools in particular. EDG is almost guaranteed to get rid of the Ascent. They've been banning that constantly. They've sometimes considered banning away the Icebox, which isn't even a map that Heretics loves as well. And if they wanted to get rid of Team Heretics' best map, Sunset, that's also one of EDG's best maps.
Yeah.
There's a lot of crossover here, so I don't think there's a clean 2 bans that can actually give them a massive leg up, especially because it's a BO5.
I also think that if we look at what happened during the year, Sentinels made it to Madrid finals through the lower bracket. They still won, they still got that victory. Even in Shanghai with Heretics getting to the final and not winning it, they still got to that 5th map. Getting this deep into the tournament means that your map pool has to be strong enough. EDG has been doing wonders with the time that they have been given. They have been taking such good advantage of those breaks. But I think that for today, those two bans are the big cosmetic.
Neil would be so happy to see that Ascent banned. Like, they don't want it either, so it's going to be equal grounds. But let's talk about nobody here, because we talk about how EDG have never played a best of 5 on the global stage. Nobody is also never IGL'd in those situations either on the global stage. This is his first time, and I just love the way he speaks about being an IGL. One of the things he said was the reason that he enjoys this so much, he loves his role so much, is because he loves getting the mind games right. He says it gives him kind of an exhilaration when he realizes that he has the read, and that is so exciting to think about from his perspective.
I mean, it's almost like playing a game of poker, you know? You feel like you have your opponent nailed down, you know exactly what's in their hand, and then the cards get flipped, and you're like, yep, I was absolutely on the nail. So I can't blame him at all, and he's been doing a fantastic job.
And not only that, we're seeing here the replays from their matchup against Leviathan. And of course, that first map was very, very close. This could have perfectly been a clean 2-0 for them, another OT on Icebox. But we see it play after play. The fundamentals that these guys have been working on, when you see them play, it's so separate from the idea that was ingrained in so many people's brains 2 years ago of China is never going to compete with the rest of the world.
When EDG earned their spot as a household name in Valorant, going on their run at Masters Tokyo, they were defined by that man on your screen, the superstar Kung having an incredible performance with an AWP. This is not the case at Champions this year. This team has been so much more defined by their strategy, by how they can read into what their opponents are doing, and that's so insane. Because like you were mentioning, Sue, Smoggy's first event IGLing for this team. When they bombed out of Shanghai and put Haodong onto the bench, switched him over to the assistant coach role, no one knew what to expect, but they stepped up with a rookie player, a new IGL, and they have somehow looked the most strategically deep EDG has ever looked through any international appearance.
Yeah, maybe Haodong best assistant coach in the world if they win today. Who knows? Who knows? But this is the thing. When EDG were still attending those global events, some of these players on Team Heretics, well, most of them were definitely not old enough, not even eligible.
Some of them were in high school.
Yeah, to play in VCT full stop. And Kakuka, look at this journey.
I mean, I know all of this. My eyes go to a couple of places. I remember so vividly seeing Boo in OG. I remember the first time that Pansy casted him, saying, Boo, that's such a fun name. I hope I see him again. Well, here he is. But I also think of Miniboo, his brother. He was on Arctic. Right after that, he joined Kase. He learned so much. Like, that's when his full journey started. You know who was on that Kase? The Bulgarian player of the freaking year, girl. They've been in such a big journey, but they have always been grinding their way up. Yes, they are rookies, but they have also dedicated their youth to be here today.
Also, shout out to the Fireflux team. The scouting on
the ultimate Turkish talent on that roster. But another guy who's had an incredible story is Benji Fishy, because 2 years ago, the last time he was at a Champions, he was invited as an influencer, out there walking that gold carpet, talking about such a big fan of watching Fnatic, of watching Boaster play. And now 2 years on, he's here beating that team and going on this run at Champions. This guy's story is remarkable. He's one of the winningest players when he was competing back in Fortnite. He steps down from that, retires, switches over to Valorant, but he doesn't leverage his clout, his experience to go straight onto a Tier 1 team. He takes the risk, goes down to Tier 2, proves himself, and then this year on his first ever Tier 1 roster in Valorant, he is a Champions finalist. It's just absurd what he's achieved.
No, it absolutely is, and I mean, to be able to make that run and potentially cap off your first year with the biggest trophy there is in VCT, I can't even imagine the feeling that would be to be able to lift that alongside your teammates. And Benji Fishy is 3 map wins away from being able to make that happen. It's an insane story to think about. But again, I have to just give credit to the tenacity and the willpower for all of these young players, because so many others
โพลในทวิตไม่เจอว่ะไม่ได้ใช้นาน
to be able to make it to these moments
Thailand number
big
1
series would crumble under that pressure.
And I think we also need to give credit to Neil and Weber. They put this roster together. They had very good ideas, and the work that they've been putting up individually, also with Boo that we're seeing right now on the screen, is on a different level. They're literally like teachers to these kids, right?
Yeah.
They're teaching them so much, and also thinking about Boo, thinking about Miniboo, about his little brother. Guys, do you have siblings? Do you have siblings? Because I would not be with my brother in a team, that I know.
Oh, yeah. No,
I mean, this is the thing though. Remember how much criticism people had when they found out that Heretics were going to keep Boo. They rebuild, they got rid of him, they kept Boo, they bring in Miniboo. Bamboo, and what a great decision that was.
Imagine what's that like to be playing on the biggest stage the game has to offer with your brother alongside you in your first year competing in this game.
Never been seen before.
No, we've never had this happen. At least
บูรพา
not in
บูมอ่ะ
Champions.
บูมบูรพา
We did
ทีนี้ไม่มีดรอปเหรอไม่น่ามีนะ
steep at Champions.
Liquid's Champions qualifier. We also had it.
Yeah. On the someone had to derail at some point. Seth, I'm just glad you did it now before the game started. But let's talk about Chichu on the other side of this, because whenever we talk about EDG, it's very easy to look to Kang Kang, very easy to look towards Smoggy. But you're at this point Chichu's #1 fan.
Totally.
Yeah.
I think that it's not only the that what he brings to the team on the defense.
แต่จริงๆผมชอบโพวาโลนะเชียร์กันแบบว่าไม่เอกฉันท์ดียกเว้นที่แม่งมีเปเปอร์เล็กวันไหนมีเปเปอร์เล็กคือ GG เอกฉันท์อันนั้นไม่นับ สวัสดีครับ
The perfect contender for this final.
Now that Kung Kung is opting so much less, EDG's attack sides, they play a ton of 4-1s with set plays to get space from him early on. And Chichu is the guy who is that one, alone on the other side of the map with so much pressure on him. And he's been so successful in those moments and so strong under pressure as well.
Yeah, and we
เสียง
talk
พี่พล
about, we talk about a lot how players outside of the server try and better their game, try and improve. And we have a tweet here which shows just how hard Chichu's been working off the server as well, Achilles, to get to this point.
And clearly it is impacting the consistency that he's able to have in the lobby. I mean, it's just been damn near perfect from Chichu in every moment, the decision-making moment to moment to be able to maximize his value, even if he's going to be taken down. He's always taking 2-3 players down with him when he's anchoring a site. It's just some of the best, clearest, cleanest Valorant that I've seen from an individual in quite some time. And I think that if EDG end up lifting this trophy here today, Chichu very well is going to be a front runner for that MVP win.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Because the way that he's been so impactful for this team. Again, like you said, we talk about Kong Kong all the time. We talk about Smoggy because he's been fragging out of control. But Chichu has been doing so much for the squad.
And we also need to think about the pressure that they've been put under, right? For such a long time, EDG was the Chinese team. The entire region is putting all of their hopes and dreams in how you can perform. And finally, they're here.
Yeah, that they are. I mean, it's so cool for Chichu. And for both these teams, honestly, when you're talking about the MVP conversation, Seth, I think on the other side, Rien's as well. Another player who's not the primary duelist, who's the initiator player for that squad, has debatably been the most impactful there. Both these teams, outside of just one star, are teams that are defined by having so many players that can step up and have those moments that change rounds on an individual level. And that's what you need to be a champion.
Yeah, I mean, since you spoke very highly of Chichu, we have a treat for you, Kukuka, because earlier we spoke to him about EDG's historical run in this Omen player moment.
YouTube
Hello， 大家好，我是 EDG 的七种。我觉得很不容易吧，因为我们变了阵，然后现在能打成这样，我觉得很不错吧。然后也是我们换阵过后的一些效果，我们也看到了。然后我们希望我们后续能做去突破吧。其实怎么说呢，我们现在其实在心态上面应该是没有负担的，因为毕竟我们也经历过5杠26这种东西过。我们的整体来说是每来多1分，其实对我们来说都是好的一个过程吧。所以说我们现在就是更加放得开了，因为毕竟已经更烂的已经出现了，不可能我们还会打得比之前那个还烂。对，所以我们现在会放得更开。
Smoggy มาแน่วันนี้
EDG got to put a stop to this. Uncertainty here still. Kang Kang rattling the bars.
也很感谢观众对我们的喜爱吧，跟支持，我们也会去更加完善我们自我的一些技战术吧，然后去打出更好的比赛。因为我们经历了低谷，然后还能喜欢我们，我觉得大家都很不容易吧。我也希望我们整个 EDG 不会
ลำโพงไปหมดละ
希望，然后也能不辜负整个 CN 瓦去打。
เรียกว่าเปิดแต่ไมค์เสียงไม่เปิด。
我们的加油会让我们的手感更加火热。
This is the thing, you heard it from Chichu. They carry this pressure of an entire region with them ever since they stepped into the scene. They don't want to fail their region, they don't want to fail their fans. And sometimes I feel like that pressure maybe got to them a little bit, especially when it was in front of the home crowd. But Achilles, it feels like they've gotten over that hump now and they can actually do this.
I think they have, but I don't want Chichu to be thinking about it and be using that F word, fail, because
จริงๆพีดิกไปก็กินกันเองอยู่แล้วไอ้แต้มเนี่ยชิว
They cannot fail. The run that they have been on has been incredible. Every single step past that 5th, 6th finish has been just rewriting history over and over again, taking them higher and higher than they have ever gone before. You cannot look at that and think failure. I get it. He wants that trophy. I think that he's going to be able to get that trophy. But I hope that he can look back on this year. If they do not have that win, it's
นัดมันไปไหนวะ
When players are on a stage like this, I think they oftentimes have to think about how you're
Come on,
framing
bro.
this match in your head.
Come on, bro.
What does it mean to you to win? But also, what would it mean to lose? And if you do lose, if you start to feel a game slipping, does that crush you and you can't come back? Or do you have that actual mental resilience to come back into a match and realize, hey,
Come on, bro.
even if we lose, it's okay. Just a round at a time, start building up that comeback. And I think that Team Heretics have really proved that through the pressure they've been under this year. A lower bracket run in 2 tournaments in a row. And I think EDG have had moments of showing that as well. But this is
Hello,
the
man.
moment when there is a crowd that is going to be, I think, very much behind them today to step up to that moment.
But I think that this
เราต้องเตือนทั้งผลป่ะเพราะว่าเวลาพูดอะไมค์เปิด พอหยุดพูดลำโพงปิด
kind of used to playing in front of the crowd, actually having them support you, and that is when you're afraid to fail the most.
ฝาก
Of
บอก
course, it's easy
ชัด
to
เช็ค
say
ไปบอก
you
น้องพล
have
ไง
to take your
ว่า
entire year.
เอ้ย
You should be so proud, honestly, so
ไม่
proud
เทียน
of
นะเหมือน
everything
จะ
that
มี
you
ปัญหา
have
ป่ะ
achieved. But if being realistic, nobody wants to be
เออ
the
โปรไปง่าย
runner-up,
กว่า
right? You don't want to be that second place. You want to be the champion.
ฝากจัดนะ
Speaking of that, like, as you said, Heretics, they might be used to this after the year they've had, but certainly is not. We have a quote here from him saying, "My biggest regret is not making to the biggest stage. I wanted to experience an audience surrounding me, all cheering for me like a concert. I need to play on that stage once." And that is because every time they came to these global tournaments, they were always eliminated before they could play on a stage like this. And what a moment it's
เก็บดาวสกอร์ 3-2 ครับ ดูยาวๆอันนี้
cheering him on.
Yeah, I mean, not being able to make the Mercedes-Benz Arena back in Shanghai, the Kia Forum
วันนี้คังระเบิดฟอร์มได้เหรอ
that definitely was a pain point here for Kong Kong, but now he has gotten his wish, at least one of his wishes, to be here on this stage. And you better be damn sure that a lot of this crowd is going to be cheering for him. I think it is going to be split. There's going to be plenty of fans
สวัสดี
here
ครับ
for Heretics.
รับสายอะ
Kong Kong, you can't not love this guy.
He is the player when you think of Chinese Valorant. He has defined the region. He is the first superstar that people were ready to watch come to an international stage. I mean, you have Team Heretics on one side with 2 brothers on the same stage. His name, CMJJ Kong Kong, is coming from his brother's ID that he's carried with him to try and make this dream happen. And finally, he's in a position where he is so close to achieving it. And if EDG is going to win today, you know that he will have to have a stellar individual performance like he did in the upper final and like he's had in every match this season played at Champions.
You know what? I think I would be even more excited to see a Kong Kong that at the beginning is feeling the
มัน
pressure.
มันเป็นประมาณว่าเวลาพูดอะไมค์เปิด แต่พอหยุดพูดอะลำโพงมันปิด
Carry through. Imagine the first map. I want him to feel that kind of worth, that kind of feeling of a team, because that is how they got here. And then
2 เครื่องใช่ไหม
final form of Kong Kong, because we have
โอ้
5
production
rounds, hopefully.
Yeah, I need him to stand up and do anything. Just any pose, any
I want a
stare
new one
downs.
though, because there's not that much up, so I want a new one.
He's rifling now, so what? We might see. But on the other side of this, though, we do have a
40
player that
90 เลย
we've
จ
all
บ
spoken about in the last month here, an MVP contender. If
อ๋อ
Heretics
มันต้องไปให้สุดใช่ไหม
that is of course Rians.
Throughout the entire year, but especially the tournament that he's having today. At the beginning of kickoff, even EMEA,
อ้าวลืมขอโทษ
he wasn't even in EMEA. We would see him going out
เมื่อ
with
กี้
the
พี่ปิด
with the
เสียง
iPad,
เพื่อเล่น
and he would
TFT อยู่ แล้วก็ลืมเปิดเสียง
พี่สรุปอะไรคือบวก1บวก2พี่
อ๋อวันนี้พี่เชียร์ EDG อะดิแต่ว่าแชทแบบเชียร์เฮเลติกเยอะพี่ก็เลยบอกว่าเดี๋ยวเชียร์ EDG บวก2ไปด้วยก็คือบวก2คนบวกไอเบนจี้กันเหรียญไปด้วยเดี๋ยวเชียร์2คน
EDG อ๋อโอเคมีอย่างนี้แล้วกูงั้นขอด้วยแล้วกัน
รัสเชียร์อะไร
EDG บวก2ครับ
EDG บวก 2 พี่เป็น EDG พี่บวก 2 พี่บวกงี้ได้ด้วยเหรอเดี๋ยวยืมไปใช้บ้าง
คือถ้าเหรียญกับเบนจี้ผมก็เฮเหมือนกัน
เหรียญเบนจี้จริงเดี๋ยวเฮให้
แค่นั้นแหละบวก2ครับ
That denial on that spike diffuse on Sunset was just
เทคนิคนี้น่ายืมไปใช้
from him to be able to secure the
พี่เอฟเชียร์ใครวันนี้
It's moments like that
เชียร์ EDG บวก 5
EDG บวก5เลยเหรอ พี่ที่เปิดมันยังไม่มีใช่ป่ะพี่มันยังไม่เริ่มอ่ะ
น่าจะอีก 10
จะ
นา
เริ่
ที
มบ่าย2เลยปะเพราะว่าเขาไม่น่าเปลี่ยนเวลามาเร็วขึ้นอ่ะเพราะเดี๋ยวคนไม่รู้
เ
แล้วมันจะมีโชว์แมตช์เดียวป่าววะ
พี่ว่าไม่มีนะชิงแชมป์โลก
แค่แบบว่าเปิดเวทีโอลี่ใช่ไหม
เมื่อกี้น้องพลพูดแต่ว่าเสียงมันไปออกช่องน้องพลเองไอ้ออก
เปิดสนามอะไรอย่างเงี้ย
ต้องบอกว่าไงคือ TS อะเวลาพูดแล้วเสียงมันเปิดแต่ว่าพอพูดเสร็จลำโพงมันปิด
วันนี้5 แมตช์ไหม
5 ไปเลย
5 ไปเลยไหนๆก็สุดท้ายละ
5 เลยเหรอ
เล่นในคุ้ม
พี่
เล
ดิ
ย
กไว้ว่า4 แมตช์เหมือนเมื่อวานเลย
ดูให้คุ้มตาแตกเลยวันนี้
ล็อกผล
วันนี้ที่ตั้งใจดูก็คือเพลงนะ
อ๋อโชว์
มาดูอันนั้นโดยเฉพาะดิ
Kiss of Life
We were separated
Natty
by
up.
like
Go, go, go.
0.1% yesterday. This time, a little bit more trending towards the side of Heretics, but EDG right there, nipping at their heels. I love to see how close this is, and we
สั
can
กพัก
only
เขา
hope
เปลี่ยน
that
จาก
this
Kiss
series
of Life ขึ้น
is
เว
as
ที
close
เป็น
as
Cigarette
the
ขึ้นไป
fans
เต้นแทน
predict.
Yeah, and I'm so glad. How is it that we're
เต้นแบบคนเดียวนะโซ
the
โล่
only person predicting EDG in anything to now having the majority? I've done it. I'm so happy.
I'm just going to say, I said that I would predict against Heretics until the final, and I just did it again. I want them to win, but really, I don't think any of us is going to lose because any of those teams, I'll be super happy to see them win.
Yeah, it'll be incredible either way. I think Team Heretics, it's going to be really tough going up against a double ban advantage, having to play so many matches in a row. But this is the situations where this rookie team have proved their ability to thrive.
It's just been an insane series here on the side of Heretics, but this is that culminating moment. This is where you need to be able to conquer rather than crumble. And if they cannot rise to that occasion, this could just completely swallow them here in this best of 5. They need to come out strong. We need to see them hard hitting from the very beginning. I want to see Mini Boo just going absolutely crazy on the neon, crazy on the rays, peeking corners, taking heads off. That's the kind of energy that Heretics need.
Yeah, but I also want to talk about his brother, Boo. He's been an incredible IGL, but this is the ultimate test. Can you take these 4 rookies and make them world champions?
Well, this is the moment you've all been waiting for, the deciding best of 5 for the biggest trophy in Valorant. EDG taking the stage against Team Heretics. It is time for the grand finals of Champions
เดี๋ยว
Seoul.
ก็ไปพี่ย้ายไปดูบ้านแดงดีกว่าผิดอันครับเฮ้ยดูอะไรอยู่เนี่ย VALORANT เปิดมาไม่มีได้อีกเกม
当场馆响起，人山人海的欢呼声时，
我
无法形容我内心的想法。
ไอ้เขาโคตรเท่อะพี่
เท่จริง
不害怕，但看到人山人海的粉丝，我还是会紧张。来不及紧张。
You wonder about moments like this your whole life. But when they
แต่
actually
ครั้งถอด
come,
แว่นแล้วมันดูแปลกไปเลยอะ
you just ask yourself, are you ready? Or are you not?
现在我感觉到很冷静，我已经完全准备就绪。
ลอยตัวได้ด้วย
但是我不知道踏上舞台的那一刻会是什么样的
เชี่ย
感
พระเอกซีรีส์
受。未来可能都没有这样的机会
เอกซี
再
รีส์
登
อ่ะ
上决赛的舞台，这次我一定会抓住它。
When I first started playing Valorant, I could never imagine waking up here.
He เขาไปทำอะไรกันมาเขาถึงลอยอะ
Everybody
Ngon
else
nhỉ?
is being the worst team in the league. With everything
นึ
we've
กว่าไปทำ
done,
อะไรมายังอยู่เลยลอยงง
everything
เล
we've
ย
accomplished, the thought of this whole year just
Lòi
being
đeo
a dream that I could wake up from is terrifying.
我是个单亲家庭， 我一直以来就跟我的爷爷奶奶还有我妈妈生活，所以说，我需要向他们证明我有能力去养活他们，还有我自己。
ถ้าภาพนี้เป็นแบบทารอนเข้าชิงแล้วจะเห็นน้องลอยใช่ไหม
โอ้โหก็ถ้ารออยู่ก็ใครก็เข้าชิงได้พี่
ลอยอยู่
But now I'm here and we are not stopping.
오늘 챔피언스 그랜드 파이널이 한국 인천에서 시작됩니다. 전 세계에서 온 팬들이 이 두 팀의 승리를 지켜보기 위해
Time slows down when it can get no worse.
Hola chicos, estoy con muchísimas ganas porque ya empieza prontito la final aquí en
Can feel
Ay.
it running out on me. I don't want the
영웅은 태어나는 것이 아닙니다. 바로 이런 순간 속에서 만들어지는 것입니다.
In moments
Hello.
of immense pressure, it's human nature to want to run, but it's moments like these that define a person.
Absolute นี่ถ้าเป็นเซนติเนลนี่จะเป็น Absolute Cinema
โอ้พี่พูด
现在没时间害怕。
เฮ้ยไม่เป็นไรเป็นเรื่องที่ดีแล้ว
เพนดอนดูกะเพนดอนดู
แต่เพลงนี้มันขังจริงนะ
เพลงนี้ขังจริง
พี่รู้สึกว่าเสียใจไงแบบไม่ได้ซื้อแชมป์หนึ่งไม่ได้ซื้อสกินแชมป์ห
แข่
นึ่
ง
ง
ตื่นเต้นจัดอะ
ไม่ผมรู้ว่ามันคือเพลง
แค่มื
เม
อ
โลดี้
ขึ้น
ที่
เว
สุด
ที
เลย
ผมก็แบบว่าตื่นเต้นรอเพลงอะ
What do you see before it's over? Blinding flashes getting closer. Wish that I had something left to lose. This could be the day I die for you.
เขาถ่ายเร็วนะ หรือเขาถ่ายเตรียมไว้แล้ววะ
พี่ทำไมมันฟิวจังวะ
No matter the circumstance, I'm always going to enjoy the moment.
แต่เฮติกแม่งของจริงว่ะแม่งส่งกลับบ้านหมดเลย
这一刻我已经梦想了很久了，这一次我会让这个梦圆满的结束。
มาแล้วครับ โอ้โหถ้าขึ้นเพลงนี้ก็โดนแน่นอนครับ ไม่ต้องห่วง
Keep your eyes on me, keep your eyes on me, keep your eyes on me, me, keep your eyes on me, keep your eyes on me, me, keep your eyes on 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 me. Anytime you clock a butterfly, you flip a switch, keep a secret, let me come inside. When you run the gamut, but you could never plan it. You keep on breathing when you land it. your eyes on me.
เพลงชื่อเพลงว่า Two World มันเป็นเพลงที่ออกมาตอนเปิดตัวโค้ก
สนามสวยมากพี่
สวยมาก
มันฟุ้งฟิ้งไปหมดเลยอ่ะ
เปิดเสียงเปิดเสียง
Been looking for you a long time. Run. I love it when you hide. I've been looking for you a long time. No, you're not my homie. I ain't got no friends. I'ma do my own thing. You can follow trends. I'ma break in the back of the room with a hammer, ain't taking a loss. This ain't no follow the leader. I'm running it up and I'm taking it off. It's deserved. You wanna be up on my team, then show me that you earned it. I'm empty out this clip, it's so how to burn it. I can see right through that boy, I know when I'm observing.
โอ้เอดิเตอร์
Yeah, run. I love it when you
มันสับกล้องโคตรโหดอ่ะ
long time. Run. I love it when you hide. I've been looking for you a long time.
No distractions. It's you and me.
Yeah, I'ma maintain number one. I don't never gotta say too much. Shorty be thinking I'm green. Don't get me turned up. Watch out. Me and gang gon' be on yo. If it's a challenge, then we finna. I'm on the scene and I build my team and I
เฮ้ย
build my
โอ้
game.
โหช็อตตำนาน
They wantin' this life. I'm a winner, I'm never top out. Ain't no switching, I'm here with the guys and they never lie. It might be a challenge, but that's what united us. Ain't never too late, cause that's what ignited us. It's feel like Gina and Pam. Salt and pepper, we take out your man.
Enemies forever. We can take it all to our graves. Enemies forever. You wanna take me down and take my place. Run. I love it when you
Run.
hide. I've been looking for you a long time. Run. I love it when you hide. I've been looking for you a long time. Run. I love it when you hide. I've been looking for you a long time. Run. I love it when you hide. I've been looking for you a long time.
อาร์ติชั่นมันโคตรโหดอ่ะพี่
อุ้ยมาแล้วว่ะ
Take-two 문을 찾아오자 이건 데자부 이미 와본 걸까 내 성공은 전부 담긴 그리 시작아 I can't lose 점수 그러는 연애 숫자 내 열의 top 10 고는 식당 해골로 채운 너 잔전 부대스탁 사실주의 red dot 경고는 없어 better not 내 서방에 다 부리지 마치 red hot
숨어서 말해봐 Tough guy 휘어보여서 도망가 이제는 시시해 gunfight about a blade 이별까지 shade 주워봐 맛보게 fade 끝이 보여 네 band-aid 없는 내 rampage 이게 나니까 절대 can't change 내겐 없어 plan B 오직 plan A 바꿔 pain of a champion into champagne What's left to lose here on the edge of forever If I never live, I'll never fight with my sacrifice But until the final hour, pain is my superpower Keep my head up high The rain or shine, caress me with no desire Pain is my superpower
챔피언스 서울 그랜드 파이널에 오신 여러분 환영합니다. 이 트로피를 향한 여정의 끝, 그 정상에서 만날 두 팀을 소개하겠습니다. 중국 발로란트 자존심
ถวายถ้วย เชี่ยอย่างเท่เลยครับ ถ้าเดินนักแข่งยังตึง รู้สึกแอบคิดถึงปีก่อนๆกันนะที่แบบอยากให้นักกีฬาแม่งเปิดตัวแบบเอาฮาเยอะ
고난과 역경, 가시밭길을 헤치고 올라온 유럽의 희망, 팀 헤리틱!
เอาเป็นจี้แบบกิ้งออกมาเลยว้าวบูโคตรเท่อะนี่บู เมียมาแล้ว
What an electric opening ceremony, the perfect way to kick off the grand finals here in Seoul. I mean, you guys, what do we make of that? That was crazy.
An incredible performance from everyone who went up there, and for these players, what a moment for them to get to walk out in front of this crowd.
This thing's only happened once in your life. Well, maybe it happens a couple, but definitely this is the first, being so young, so talented, putting so much effort into something, and being seen all of these people rooting for you.
And look at this, EDG, they have the double ban. They took away Ascend and Icebox.
It's nothing too shocking. The Ascent was kind of a given given the getting that in general. But as you guys are talking about, Heretics will be perfectly fine with that. And overall, probably aren't that hindered at all by this map. Like we were talking about, there's not that many pain points to really target with these bans.
I think the biggest thing is the crossover in this pool. Team Heretics is great on Sunset. We've seen EDG's competencies on that map as well. EDG chews into a Lotus that Team Heretics have also favored here. Even beating Fnatic earlier in this tournament on that map. That double ban advantage, I don't think is actually
ไม่น่ามีสโมกกี้เจ็ตในอบิทน่าจะเป็นคอมเดิม
Yeah, but it would be amazing to finish up to
คนที่
close
แบน
up
ไอบ็อก
today
เบื่อ
in
มาก
that abyss, and that map
แม่งจะเล่นไอบ็อกกันทุกวันเลยล่ะ
But thinking of Haven, of that first map, we saw the other day what Heretics did. They brought in an entire new composition, and we just kind of
คู่นี้แมปพูลคล้ายๆกันด้วยนะ
but wonder are they going to do it again?
I will have to just wait and see. I don't think there's going to be too many pivots here as far as
ช
concept
นะมา
is
คล้ายๆกัน
concerned.
ด้วย
But
พี่
as you
ชนะแบบเบร
mentioned,
กกล้าม
that
ยิงระเบิด
Abyss,
มา
the perfect cap on this series. We may not have split, but Abyss has taken its place. And so far, it pretty much has only delivered bangers. If this one goes the distance, that Abyss is going to be absolutely insane to watch.
Listen to the fans in this arena. They are so ready for this best of 5 and hearing a lot of let's go Heretics.
จริงๆไม่มีสโมกกี้มันเปลี่ยนคอม
But
เล่น
EDG, I mean, their fans are rolling deep here as well. It's such a crazy moment to have these 10 players on that stage. For 6 of them, this is their first ever Champions. 5 players on this stage. This is their first year playing at Tier 1 in Valorant. And how they're here on the biggest stage the game has to offer.
And
everything feels different about this final. The one time that they played against each other earlier in the year, EDG
อะไรถ้วยนี่ขอที่วางถ้วยกลับไปด้วยได้ไหม
9 rounds total. Then they can exceed that in just the first map.
The difference is back then, EDG was playing for Kong Kong. They were looking to empower him to have him continue to be that superstar. But now it's Kong Kong playing for the team, playing with alongside EDG, being assisted by the likes of Simon, who comes in as the perfect pairing to set up everybody to shine.
And map 1, we're going to see that on full display. We start on Haven. That's where we've seen EDG playing this Neon Breach composition, which is all about Kung Kung and Simon's coordination, and what Kung Kung can provide in getting these opening kills, in claiming space early in the rounds for his team. Him and his opponent duelist on the other side, Miniboo, are the 2 duelist players at this event who, when you watch them, they are taking the most opportunities for opening duels. I think in a lot of ways that matchup will define this series.
Yeah, and the other side of this as well, we've seen Boo and Miniboo playing on the same side together over and over again, taking advantage of that synergy, and look at the comp changes.
Oh, there's a lot of comp changes, but there's definitely some inspiration. Mirror matchup for our first map. Another change coming in from the side of Heretics. We understood that the other composition was everything about getting that plant down. This is the best composition you can play. This is not a new comp for Team Heretics. They were playing this in EMEA and they looked great with it. Miniboo, I think his best agent is that Neon. He has been on it all year long. But the biggest thing here is that EDG's prep will have been wasted. They will have been looking out for that Sage comp, figuring out how to play against it, and Team Heretics have thrown a huge curveball here to start the finals.
I completely disagree. I think that they thought that was a one-time thing. It didn't work. We swap out.
Yeah, it's ready. It's time for map 1. Let's send it over to your casters. Show some love to 2 people who most definitely saw this finals coming. It's Brian and Sideshow.
Listen, I'm not ready to take credit for that. I don't think anybody saw this one coming as well because
แต่เรื่องแรงกดดันเฮเลติกอาจจะชนะป่ะเพราะว่าเฮเลติกมันเข้าแบบนี้มาบ่อยมากแล้วแบบแรงกดดันมันน่าจะน้อยกว่า
different goals as well. One team, EDG on the side, to try and dismiss some of the doubters that have plagued them after that Shanghai performance. And not only have they broken history, broken their own
EDG
limits,
มันก็
but also
เข้าชิงตลอดอะแต่ว่ามันเข้าชิงเฉพาะในจีนไง
for Heretics.
We're getting a really unusual map to start this one off. The desk were hinting at it, but we've seen only losses for both of these teams on Haven here at Champs. Somebody's got to walk away with the win, and EDG picking it, thinking that they were at an advantage here to start. Kang Kang, of course, is the player to watch and will be for this grand finals, I think. And on the other side, that MVP candidate for Team Heretics, at least on this A defense, Rien's looking to hold it down and back up.
เฮ้ย
It's a bad
ตัง
start.
เพื่อนอะเห็นนะเว้ย
Good though, open sight. Heretics going to be playing for that retake. So I'm going to be sticking this. So extension of the round now. Through the next, still 5 versus 5, and shot darts flying through and past. Kang, the slightest of off angle.
They've got doubled up in hell here with Aftershock and Paranoia. This should be very, very difficult for Team Heretics to retake unless they go heaven.
Done lands right at the feet as the Aftershock pulls out as well.
Still have Paranoia.
Yeah, and that U-tilt is going to be used to exchange hands once more. Paranoia in the face, Kang's body blocked.
Oh.
EDG eviscerating. Fell in
What?
the Heretics players.
Oh.
Where they
วิ่ง
stand.
มาชนกันเองเฉย
กดครับ
Will survive for a pistol round win on EDG's table.
And that's a huge pistol for EDG to take very early on.
เจ๊โย
They've been
อีดี
winning
จีเจ๊โย
60% of their pistols
อยากให้
in
เขา
this
เพิ่มเสียง
tournament.
เกม
That's
นิ
an
ดนึงนะ
enormous number. Been
น่าเสียง
consistent
มัน
with
เบา
it
ใช่
as
ไหม
well
พี่
through groups, through
มัน
playoffs.
เบาไปนิดนึง
This
นิด
round
เดียวเอง
strategies have always come through, and you can see it here again. That double up.
ทำไมเขาคลิกขวาดูทรงพลังจังเลย
พลังมาแข่งพี่ เราคนธรรมดาไม่น่าเข้าใจ
มันต้องใช้หลักการในการคลิกขวาเนี่ยคลาสสิก
More value, and that's not always kills. That's also space.
ของพวกพี่กี่วิอะ39 38
34 33อาจารย์เอาไว้
Start Steven, you only
เดี๋ยวจะกอให้เดี๋ยวจะกอแบบ
โอเคโอเคโอเค
does do the job, and his team
27
trade him out when
26
necessary.
25
This is a heavy stack though, and a kill trip as well. They might be able to reap the rewards, and yes, indeed, still the 1-for-1. EDG now
15
aware
พี่
of this, and they don't want anything to do
อ่า
with
อ่า
this.
ใช่ใช่
โอเคโอเค
The question, however, is whether they rotate, or whether they re-hit. There's nobody over towards the A side. Team Heretics are banking on the fact that it's going to be a hard rotate over towards A, trying to gamble with their pull weaponry and classics to get into position. They've read the situation wrong. Nobody with a beautiful call. He's found the correct solution so many times in this tournament. For a player that's new to IGL and who's done some secondary calling in the past, it's remarkable.
It truly is. These best of fives, they can often feel like more of a marathon than a sprint. Probably heard that line before.
Cage trigger.
EDG have a lot of experience in them. Still, nobody is new to that IGL. And
Ui.
Colin Mabu dismissed
Dung
handily
le bu.
towards the back of the site. Should be another
30 seconds
open shut
left.
case for EDG for this round against the Eco.
We're following along with Simon here. There's a supportive player if you've ever seen one. What an addition to this EDG
Oh, yeah.
squad. There's a fault line perfectly placed again. They always are when it comes to this guy.
It is astounding as
อย่าเล
well.
ยอย่าวัดเลยโนบ
A
ดี้
player like Simon as well has joined this team relatively late. First international event for him. You can say the same in terms of the finals for the rest of his team alongside him. So to navigate first 2 rounds here of Haven.
It truly is remarkable what EDG have done, though, because I feel like we've never seen a Chinese team set up like this before. When you think about Chinese teams that you expect to break through, you're thinking a super team where everybody is the absolute best in their region. Actually, what they've done is they've reduced their fragging a little bit by adding Simon into the team. He doesn't get the most kills. He's a silent, supportive player, but he's got 0.5 assists per round over the tournament, which is just a ludicrous number. Like, other top players are getting 0.3.
Yeah, supportive util, usually on point from this guy.
Shows you the identity shift that EDG have gone through, no longer trying to
UA
rely on that
โคตรเยอะ
individualism to carry them through games. This is a team now.
Shot that actually misses, doesn't actually break the initial
Oh,
trip. Kang's going to
bad
think that is free real estate, and instead just hands over his life. Open-handed there towards Benji Fishy with one plucked out of the picture. He might be looking for a few more. He's getting reinforcements, fast re-clear. It's called out now by Heretics, using a drone to pave the way. Should be spotting this out. They're aware of the fact that it's onto the C site. It's all about how the battle begins though. Towards the back
Good
of the
plan,
side.
no, he-
Team Heretics
Oh.
rifles in hand.
ดูซิ่งอยู่เหมือนกันนะ
Beautiful
EDG
one.
Trading spectacular for Heretics. You see there another very textbook example. Miniboo goes in. Does he get the kill? No. But does he set up the rest of his team to get through the choke point and collect everything? Absolutely he does. Another interesting thing to note off the start there too. Benji Fishy not using a slightly more optimal trip, but that one would have been broken by the shot dart. So he goes for the one that just goes door frame to door frame, and nobody is assuming Benji's going to use the better one. That he tries out in this round actually.
Mind games occurring.
It's all about it.
Little micro differences. They can make the difference. Scenarios like this, best of fives, every single advantage counts. This is heavy A lobby control, but EDG are just waiting. Primed and ready to pounce. 5 alive outside.
เล่นอย่างกับโลตัสเลยว่าโดนได้เองอะ
มันยืนในเปล่าเลย
Still play for his life, but they are going to have to concede this
เล่นเป็นโลด
eventually through random spray. And his Hunter's Fury acknowledgement acquired by Rians, but he just can't quite land it. Only the one shot connecting.
All of this, though, has denied EDG a lobby control. They're worried that people could be short, Miniboo could be pushed back up into position over towards long. Heretics were already reading that EDG would give up on this, and you're right. He's gone to break a similar shock, a similar trip again.
Still out in the open, barely a shoulder. It's enough for Kang to capitalize.
Bad positioning from Wu, big mistake.
Miniboo's going to see if they can shore this one up, straight through mid, up the gut, down and out, and contact is called. Chichu none the wiser. Heretics bringing this to that 4 versus 4. Nobody. He's going wandering there, looking for an opening towards the A side, but call is now made. 27 seconds left. They want to go over towards C, and guess what? Reinforcements have arrived. Benji, Fishy, and Miniboo once more. An attempt to play spoiler. Paranoia sweeps through. No connections at all still. Kang delivers them 3 in a round so far. Not enough damage done for the plant down.
When Simon
ข้างมันดูเล่นชิลจัง
Kang stuns are. And that was perfectly
ดู
positioned
แบบว่า
towards long.
เดินไปยิงเขาแบบ
Could not have been better. And now they're splitting up, trying to catch
ทุกอย่างแบบ
timings
เม
of
ดฟอร์
Rians and Boom.
จังหวะแบบมันได้สำหรับมันเลย
Going to be doubled up here, prioritizing
Yeah.
that discipline. The timing
Oh, okay.
is missed. Shifts in the night. Kang
หรือว่าเราเจอมันไปเยอะวะ
taken down out of the fight.
เราเจอ
Simon.
มันเราเจอมัน
Just rookie to the stage, just rookie to the team. To deliver a clutch as he's done so before. Fault line ready. Sends it out preemptively. Boo is sticking. Damage needs to be done. Bullets need to be finding their targets for Rian. The swing to find his mark. Simon dropped. There's a round cleaned up, and now we sit at 2-2.
EDG still going to be looking fairly decent with their economy, though, so it's not disaster just yet. I think you can start to see that this is a
Beat
grand
them,
finals
middle,
game.
then
There's a
on,
little bit of
beat.
shakiness around here, and certain players are stepping up.
บีบกัน
Big game players like Kang, certainly a name that I would put
Yo,
on the
Dommy,
list.
nice balls on B, bro. Really good. I like it.
เทียบดูกับน้องจัดน้องพล
Team Heretics have got so many different paces that they can go towards, and actually EDG are going to go for an eco here. They might have been able to scrape together a bit of a buy, especially with Kang having ult, but they've gone for the safer option.
Kang's going to offload it anyway. Looking for an electrifying end to the round, potentially a start two to start. It does connect.
What?
Get it. The tracking was almost on point. Rians though, steady nerve and a steady hand enough to save the day, but he can't stay alive much longer. Still, the flood is on and in charge. Commanding presence of Boo and Miniboo. Brothers in blood, they're looking to dish it out on this site. Players revealed and the swarm has arrived.
How has Rian's been able to shut down the entry there? That should be a kill every day of the week for Kang. Top of the scoreboard, not playing badly by any means, but just that single duel in that position. Wow. 6 health for Rians would have made all the difference here. It was an eco, but I think Team Heretics are proving that this version of their composition, when they go back to something a little more standard, it's looking way, way better than when they pulled out the gimmicky Sage comp earlier on against Sentinels.
An excellent point that the desk was kind of talking about, discussing as we were heading into this. We've got time to
พี่
discuss
รู้สึ
it.
กว่า
There's
ไอ้
time
เปิ
out
ด
for
ตัวมัน
EDG
ไอ้
feeling that pressure and
คอน
heat
เซ็ป
because
ต์มัน
I've been so
สั้น
impressed
ไป
with
ปะวะ
EDG over the course of this tournament, paving the way with
อะไร
most
นะ
of their wins.
ไอ้คอนเซ็ปต์มันสั้นไปไหม
พี่เหรอพี่ว่าพอดีนะ
Been a
ก็กำลังดีนะ
key component
กำลังดี
for them
แต่ก่อน
landing
มันยาวกว่า
themselves
นี้
into
ปะ
the finals here. But when a team throws you off, you think
รู้สึกว่ามัน
they're
กำลังดี
position,
รวมแบบ
they
วิดีโอ
throw you
ที่
for
เรา
a
ดู
loop
อยู่
as well,
อ๋อ
switching
ใช่
back to one of
ไอ้
the
ไซเฟอร์ไม่อาบน้ำเหมือน
It
เดิม
just
ไหม
throws your preparation out of the window and it forces EDG now to adapt to the scenario at hand.
I did say at the start of this, it's a really strange map for us to be beginning the grand finals because it's a map that neither team have won so far at Champs. 2 losses for Heretics, 1 loss for, sorry, other way around, 2 losses for EDG, 1 loss for Heretics. But also, the map advantage that EDG have for being able to come through the upper bracket, they used it to get rid of a map that Heretics would have banned anyway, Ascent, and Icebox, which, you know, Heretics have looked pretty decent on, but to be honest, that's somewhat middling territory. Historically, the team that comes from the upper bracket with the map advantage isn't even favored. It's 4-4. 4 upper bracket teams, 4 lower bracket teams have lifted trophies in Valorant. So, considering that EDG didn't even manage to create too much of an advantage for themselves and make a good map pool here. It's so even today.
Yeah. Even initially for sure. And here it is. Straight through to smoke. That's disrespect shown by Rians. Taking a gander and a glance over towards lobby. They're not expecting that at all. Off angle is beautiful, but a flash and a peek and a swing on top of it. Miniboo seeks to supplement the fight once more.
He's everywhere.
Still keeps the lead for his team in terms of that player advantage. Woot, flash and a peek as well. He needs to get himself back through Link. Chichu thinks at least he thinks he's earned himself a timing. Kankan, what is that? Oh, through the back though. Benji Fishy cleaning up. Any sort of blind spots that might have been occurring. Still a 2v3. There's chances for EDG.
But they're going to be running into Benji's utility here. Simon's got to break this. And even if he invests the ultimate, that'll probably just be to get the plant down.
Let's see.
Is he going to be able to have this timing to pull it off in the post?
Yeah. There's no flood being called here by Heretics. They want to make sure that they hold it down. Collected. Into the retake now with a paranoia, but that's a big miss. The ult's going to be expended, and bullet to the dome, side of the head. Kang, too much to overcome. Voodoo puts him to bed, puts him to rest. So now lead accruing here for Heretics.
The battle between Benji Fishy and Chichu, another one to pay attention to. Both of these teams are set up in somewhat familiar ways to each other. They have one super hard entry player that loves to make space, take the reins, try to get those opening kills. And then they have a Sentinel who's phenomenally gifted with aim, who tries to take openings and opportunities for them aggressively in the mid-round. Benji there shuts down Chichu, makes sure that that gap is firmly closed. And Team Heretics now, with 4 in a row, knock EDG onto another eco. This is not the beginning that this Chinese squad would have wanted in their first ever Grand Finals.
There, map pick 2. Things going to miss there. Seen cheeky plays like this with the smoke as well.
Love that one.
Just in case there was
พี่
a
มัน
dart
มัน
heading
คอป
in
ไอ
this
เซนมา
direction.
ป่ะใช่ป่ะพี่บน
ใช่มุมเดียวกัน
Of
เลย
course, that's the kind of thing you can bring out in the future.
สมองนี้
If
โดน
EDG
กอบได้
don't
เรีย
go
บร้อย
towards A, don't
เดี๋ยวอีก
figure
หลาย
out
ทีม
what
เอาไป
you're up to.
ทำแน่นอน
จริง
มันเอาไว้หลบสแกนฮะ
ใช่
ใช่
แล้วแบบเรา
ที่
ที่
โด
คิวน ขวาไม่
เริ่
มี
เอ้สมองนั้นอะ
ใช่พอคิวขวาไม่มีปุ๊บดูลิดเดินไปมงเลย
Rifle in the hands of Kang. Still holding down his angles with the one-way Benji.
It's a nice spot for Benji as well, because Chishu loves going for those mid-round lurks through Garage once the trip has been broken.
Trap play inside as well. Woot. Hold on to that fault line. It's a stun ready for him. Presence over towards A. It's been faked out by EDG. Not quite fake, actually, just intending to pull players away. And Kang's hoping that there's rotators.
Look at Miniboo and Benji waiting for these lurks.
Flash anyway, they choose to take the time. He stuns himself in the process. War straight up. That's a Hunter's Fury. Hard committal still. He's potentially out of there. Still dropped down. 45 health still alive and kicking. He's dancing around. Most of the util and still coming up with it. Benji returns to the fire and through the flames. You're not coming out unscathed.
2v3, EDG are going to have to pull out something incredible here, and they've only got 15 seconds.
Time is just against them.
The ult?
Yeah, ult pivot over and away, but again, the timing is going to be brutal. Kang still collects the one. It's a 2v2, but still 4 seconds to go. He missed it! He's missed the timing!
What's he doing?
Brutal!
มันไม่ใช่สแกนลี่อย่างนี้แหละ
จริงถ้าเป็นสแกลลี่
วาร์ป
คือ
ไปไม่วาร์ป
ถ้าเป็นสแกรี่นะ
สแกลลี่
วาร์ปไปกดวาง
วางแล้วก็ยิง4 ตัว
You've got to play to your own some moments
ยาก
like
ตรงไหน
that.
แค่วาร์ปไปก
You
ดวาง
can't allow the perfect to be the enemy of the good. Sure, running for backside there would not have been an amazing play.
วาร์ปไปมันไม่กดวาง
But you're pretty sure that they were all over
มัน
towards the
ภาษาปะ
seaside.
ที่บอกเลยมัน
You've
ดี
got to
นิ่ง
go
อ่ะ
for
ไม่
it.
มันแบบมัน
I mean,
มัน
Smog is
มันอยู่นอกเขตเปล่า
มันจะไปเปลี่ยน
knows
มัน
that
จะเปลี่ยน
he
ฝั่ง
beefed
วาง
up. He
มัน
wasn't
วาร์ป
even
ไปฝั่ง
close. He was
ฝั่
about
ง
0.2 seconds
เนี่ย
off.
พอเตอร์แบบไอ้เหี้ย
มันโลกอะตอนมันกดวาร์ปอะ
Narrow margins indeed. It's 5-2, another buy round. EDG with guns of their own. They got to start pulling it back sometime soon.
Again, you can tell that it's a grand finals match. You can tell that the pressure is weighing down on these players. And for some, it's forging them to greater depths. Look at Kankan, 10-5. He's been so clean with these shots. But everyone on EDG needs to be on the same page.
Got to see that synergy that we've seen all throughout the tournament here, but Heretics, no slouches themselves.
Looking to head back over towards A. And Miniboo and Boo have been locking this area down, somewhat similar to the way they defend on Sunset, trying to play each other in.
Boo knows the angles. Will use the TP though to get the hell out of there. Also some players up and over the shoulder. He's got backup arriving, and EDG.
ต้องดูว่า EDG ในแผนที่มันยังรีเช็ควะมันก็ยังรีเช็คนะ
It's going to be a clash.
เดี๋ยวนี้เชื่อใจอะไรยากว่าวาร์ปจริงวาร์ปหลอก
Tilt is going to need to be picture perfect again. Wall up and over, flash onto the side. Stun is used in kind. It's Miniboo just letting one loose of his own as well, and still with 30 seconds to play with. They want to just take a scramble, mad dash to C.
They're going into the Rolling Thunder. This is where Woot is. This is where the trips are. Deep trip for info.
Yep, and that's already spotted. But you know, he's dropped at a moment's notice. 20 seconds. Here's the old Woot. He's getting ahead of all of this. Wants to take the peak and wants to take the fight. Hunter's Fury trying to bail them out. Slowed down to a crawl. Aftershock in their face. It's full.
เป็นจ่ายหมด
มีอะไรจ่ายหมดเลยจังหวะนี้พี่
โอ้
ที่นายพูดดีใหญ่พูดอะ
ไอ้วุ้นเล่นเป็นแบบว่าโมบ้าเลยจ่ายบนมือ
จ่ายทุกอย่าง
มึงก็ต้องเข้ามา
จ่ายทุกอย่างก่อนหมดจริงๆนะอันจริงเลยนะ
อันตีแปดอัพเตอร์จ็อกสตาร์ททุกอย่างอะวันเนี้ย
6 rounds in a row now that EDG have failed to capitalize on, and these last two, the kind of performances you should never be seeing from a team that's demonstrated such excellence here in Seoul. The calling got so scrambled there. I can respect this play from Chishu and Kangkang towards backside, trying to make room, trying to get the kills working. They haven't let out the breach ultimate.
Yeah. Getting messy and muddy. Like you said, evidence, I think. These players are playing on the biggest stage that they've ever stepped foot on. In all of their careers, there won't be higher stakes than this. Gets info, not actually broken. That's beautiful info. You know, at least 3 is there, and the fight is called. And the kill collected. Kang just forced to watch from the spectator seat now.
มือปราบทีมจีน
And look at the defaulting, it's just not good enough from EDG. They're not breaking Benji's utility. He's locking down the whole of B and C on his own, allowing the rest of Heretics to stack A. EDG have no way through, and if they go back and try to break these trips, they're going to be too late.
อย่างน้อยถ้าเฮลิติกได้แชมป์เจนจีก็ไม่ได้แพ้นั่นก็คือแพ้แชมป์เลยนะ
So difficult for EDG to put on the board.
Still walking most of the way. 40 seconds here. Trip in their face. They're going to be slowed down by Woot. Abundance of util. Trip once more. They've walked up right close, and they will be breaking this one. TP. No, there's no cover. And Woot's right there. For the punish, Chichu vacuuming up space, hoping the rotations are abound. Might be able to catch this timing. Yes, head missed. Boo just trying to catch that sideline. K just dropped down, trying to get his team in. 14 seconds. Again, time running away from them. Hourglass potentially try. Nobody's going to stick this plan. A Miniboo cleans up the flank. Forward aggression showcased by Chichu. He knows he has to take risks. He knows the matters need to be taken into his own hands. Nora theft. Reveals all. The dart is dealt with. But Heretics have players. They've got bodies. They've got util. And they've got guns. The aim on display. It's a masterclass of the cleanup.
I think EDG need another timeout here. You think about what we've seen so far in this arena. Aspas, he had a chance on this same stage to turn his reputation into reality. Com and Sassy had their chances for 2 Champs trophies, and it slipped from all of their fingers. These opportunities, they do not come freely. They do not come often. You've got to grasp them when they present themselves. And right now, EDG have earned their way to the stage, but they are just letting it all fall.
บีทกับโคบมันหลุดออกมาจากเกมเหรอ
อ๋ออยู่ข้างนอกอ่ะ
มันเหมือนอะ
แบบนี้ก็เลือกในเกมไม่ได้แล้วดิ ดูดิ
เฮีย
ไอตัวที่วูเล่นเดินออกมาเล่นออกมาเดินเล่นตอนไทม์เอาท์
เอาวะมือปราบทีมจีน
All sorts of doubters expecting them to be bottom feeders towards EMEA. They showed that they were potentially that flash in the pan at Madrid, but at every single step and twist and turn of this year, they've showcased what they've got on the international stage, and now playing like they do not want to let the same fate meet them that was at Shanghai.
Heretics out of the TAC timeout are expecting something quick, pacey. See how much deeper the trips are from Benji.
Very far
Faking
back.
like there's A pressure.
Yeah. Similar game plan by EDG though.
Yeah, calling a bit of a pause into this
Yeah.
one. They've taken some nice A long control. This is going to make Heretics a little less confident about their read coming out of the timeout. It wasn't quick and pacey, and now they've given up a lot of info and stability on the A site.
Rians is even hard committed over towards the side. I guess he does have the cam to help him out and get that information down towards short, so it's not in too much danger. EDG here are just trying to temper the pace a little bit. Hope that Heretics will fall into a trap of maybe trying to re-clear A for info.
And Heretics do enjoy re-clearing. They play heavy re-clear styles on Sunset, on Icebox they were doing it against Lev. Nothing seen with the drone.
จะรู้ว่าไอ้เสียงเฮ
มันรู้ว่าเสียงเฮแล้วอ่ะ
มันรู้แล้วเนี่ย
มันรู้แล้วว่ามันมีอ่ะ
มีแน่นอนอ่ะ
Go two from Boot. Instinctive, knowing that
ดูมันเยอะ
could
เกิ
be
น
the time to strike. And guess what, Rians?
ไม่รู้ไอ้สแปม
Nobody picked off. And that's going to spell defeat. He knows that the hit's coming in. Sidestep, fault line, not connecting there.
ไอ้ครั้งแปลก
And
ๆ
hits are being popped. Rattled off the shoulders.
โดนไม่เจอเฮขึ้นปุ๊บสโมกลงแม่งสแปมรอ
Way
โอ้
over
โห
towards C, but again, 17 seconds left.
barely
Josh.
time for the spike to
This
get there.
keeps occurring. A mad dash and scramble towards the end of the game. At the end of the round,
No
Chichu
time.
at least will push back Mini Boot.
Caught by the trip.
6 seconds, caught by the trip. 4 seconds. You gotta stick it. And he has to shot
โอ้มันไม่ส
tonight.
ละชีวิตเลยวะ มันวางทัน
Will
นั่นน่ะ
pay for it for his
ได้
life, but at the
มัน
end
โด
of
น
the
ได้
day,
มันได้แต่
it's
ว่ามันตาย
another
แค่นั้นเอง
round earned for Heretics.
แต่ว่าไซมอนมันไม่อยา
I
กตาย
have never seen a game like this in all my time following Valorant. 3
มันดิฟ
huge
เลยว่ะ
rounds lost to the clock in a grand finals. Incredible intuition by Riens in this moment, by the way. Boo throws down that smoke and Riens anticipating the timing they might
วาง
take
ทันนะเมื่อกี้
it. Finds not only a first pick, but enough damage onto Kung Kung to slow
Fight
him
hurt
down,
again.
hesitate in his step.
แม่งเสียงคนดูจริงแต่ว่าโดนไม่เจอแต่ว่ามีสโมกมายิงสแปมสโมกอ่ะ
Same setup. Rians alone on an island, but will it make
แต่
a
ว่ามันเป็น
difference?
แบบว่าบรรยากาศงาน
มันก็สีสัน
ต้อง
ของ
ปรั
งา
บ
นแร
ตัว
ก
ว่ะ
Reveals all
คือ
the
ฝั่ง
Kang,
คือ
you
ถ้า
know, it's
แบ
gonna
บ
be the tip of
ฝั่ง
the
อีดี
spear.
ก็ต้องรู้เหมือนกันว่ามันดูอ่ะแบบคนดู
ใช่
เฮ
ใช่
อะ
What this does for the confidence of Heretics too.
Yeah.
If you were hoping
เพ
that
ราะว่ามันก็ส
they
นุก
were going
ดี
to
อะ
back
คนละ
off
แบบ
เพราะแบบ
ดี
to
อะ
เพราะ
respect
แบบ
some
ว่า
of
เว
this
ลาคอในเก
utility
มแบบ
and
แข่งใน
allow
แลน
Kung
พอ
Kung
มันโผล่
space
ปุ๊บ
on
เรารู้ว่า
sides.
ฝั่งนู้นมันรู้ใช่ไหมเราเล่นหลอกได้เลย
Just
แบบ
lost
หลอกว่าเรา
Oh,
แล้วเรา
Heretics
แบ
are
บ
going to
ไป
be
อ่ะ
happy to swing into you.
แล้วพอเราไปปุ๊
To
บคน
step
ก็
up,
โหย
disrespect you.
คนดูก็งงไม่โผล่เฮียอะไรวะไอ้คนเล่นฝั่งนู้น
Drone tagging again. It's a heavy reveal. There's nothing obfuscating this from EDG. They're going to try and go in with brute force as the play. Dart up and over. It's dealt with. Broken inside the smoke, dominated by Rians. He wants to potentially take the timing, but the stun connects in. Bruder by Mini Boo is there to meet him. Come knocking to the side, but it's all too obvious. And the reality is starting to settle in. For Chichu now in a 1v4. It's an impossibility. Spikes in no man's land.
Sad spot for him to be in. The rest of his team have not been defaulting and breaking the enemy Cypher util. He's not been able to pull off these big lurks. When they have come, they've been too late and his team's been losing to the clock. And now the rest of the team has to sit there silently, allowing him to try to go for the clutch and just wait and fester. It's tough to pull yourself out of a rut like this. The words can sometimes echo hollow even as people try to pick each other up. Don't worry guys, we're gonna get back into this. Surely next round is the one. And you sit there hoping that you can force yourself to believe.
Tell yourself it's one round at a time.
It is a universe.
And it's desperation at this point.
You
First
just
half
want
of
that many
Haven
people
has not gone the way that EDG were planning. Weaponry, thankfully, hasn't taken too much of a tumble. That's a loser's bonus to thank for that one, but the reads are immaculate again. Look at the setups by Heretics. A stack of players still over towards C. And EDG just desperate for this orb. Simon would be his ult online. There's no punish in sight from Heretics. They'll give him that.
They can play a little further back actually. Rien's with the Hunter's Fury could go for plant denial. You can allow EDG to get sight a little bit as long as you control some important positions, like, for example, Garage. I would like to see Minibu tuck into that close spot and try to deny Jishu.
Going through, gets the tag. Although by Riens, he's expecting a few more from that, but that's just to provide some safety. It's a big ult though expended. Not going to be having this for the last round.
What is nobody calling here? Is this going to be a breach ult fake on A? Oh, it's going to be ruined.
Yeah, but Chichu cleaned up. Kang right from behind. Ult is expended. You say it's ruined. It has pulled the players back.
Minibu ก็หลอกสำเร็จ
Minibu bought it, hook, line, and sinker. As soon as Jishu made that play, I thought he was going to stick around on the season to deal with things. He just thought that was the lure.
กระจายทั้งแบบ
หลอกทั้งต้องหลอกทั้งในเกมหลอกทั้งคนดูด้วย ทำการหนักมาก
Nefarious means or not. Here's the ult though. You hear that one? Spike a panic in the back of the mind. It's Kang who's the one with that ult in his hands. Nobody trying to hold that one down is good. With the tracking again, weaving in and out. Sidestepping, dancing. It's graceful by Kang still alive as well. Time is ticking. Boom!
โอ้ timing.
What is that? Return of the fire from the side. Heretics trying to barrel over them. Woo with so much more to do here, but I think it's too late. Time being that deciding, defining factor all around. And EDG at least granted that one blessing.
Good.
Finally, the clock
Activated.
turns onto the side of EDG and they get a plant down. They bookend the half with a couple of rounds and it's smiles from Kang, but there's very little to smile about here at the beginning on Haven.
อันตีนีออนนะ
มันแต่
ก
ก่อ
ลาน งมันจีไม่โดนหัวเลยอะ
วันอื่นๆคือแบบบึ้บตายบึ้บตาย
Heretics
จีโดนเด็ดตัวตอนนี้
from them.
Boom!
Boom!
EDG just need to not let their spirits be dampened. As we head into the next half, they're going to be mulling that one over, but for now, we're going to send it down to the floor for an interview with some special guests.
Hey, what's up, guys? Get your boasties on because we have Boaster and Cruz over here for the halftime interview. Now, Cruz, first of all, you were on the screen for the opening ceremony for 0.5 seconds. How was that experience for you? 보스터 선수와 크루즈 선수 만나보도록 할 텐데요. 아까 오프닝 세레머니 때 0.5초 동안 둘이 춤을 추는 모습이 화면에 잡혔거든요. 어떤 경험이었는지부터 물어볼게요.
긴장돼요.
He's nervous in Korean. Yeah? Good experience for you?
Very excited to be on the monitor, obviously, and I think I had a really good time with the show.
큰 무대에 나올 수 있어서 너무너무 긴장됐지만 그래도 좋은 경험이었다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그리고 보스터 선수 사실 저기 있는 선수들이랑 모두 다 절친이잖아요. 그렇기 때문에 좀 두 선수들에게 어떤 얘기를 하고 싶은지도 물어보도록 하겠습니다. You're like best friends with all 10 players on the stage. What would you like to tell them right now?
Yeah, I mean, I love all of these boys on the stage. Benji Fishy works so hard. He's such a nice kid. Kong and Nobody, I'm super close with them. So unfortunately today, I am... EDG
같이 나고 벤지 피시 선수 너무 열심히 하고 뭐 좋은 선수이기는 하지만 그래도 카칸 선수 그리고 노바디 선수와 너무너무 좋은 친구이기 때문에 오늘 EDG 짜요라고 얘기를 했습니다. 그러면 마지막으로 팬분들께 한마디 부탁드리도록 할게요. Any last message to the fans?
Thank you very much
진수수 짜요.
for watching us. I mean, VALORANT, and hope to see you next year.
응원 감사드리고요. 그리고 또 내년에 다시 만나자고 얘기를 한대요. 보스터 선수도 한마디 들어볼게요.
จริงบอสเตอร์เจอมา
응원 감사합니다. 다음 시즌에 더 만나요.
Thank you, Boaster and Cruz, and let's dance our way back into the second half. Dun 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 dun.
Betrayal, the heartbreak, the drama.
ตัวเดียวกันแท้
Where can we take Boaster to where he won't know how to speak to the crowd in their local
I mean, he's a natural showman.
I know.
He really is.
I know. We'll have to go all around the world seeing where those skills can take it. EDG have had a little bit of breathing room here. They've had another opportunity to speak to their coaching staff, though they've had many already. Looking to try to turn things around on their defense side. So far, Heretics have been dominant, utterly.
EDG just trying to get the read. Defensive setup, heavy stack over towards B. Heretics early take over towards A long. No pushback.
One of EDG's massive strengths has been their pistol rounds over the course of this tournament. They, of course, won the first to open things up. They need another.
EDG might have had the read here. Moving over. Reinforcements arriving with Kang and Simon. Util held. Nobody might miss that timing, though, still. Heretics set up for the A split, and the Util is connecting. Listen, the spades of it. More where that came from. No clean kills really to be found here. And it's EDG, they're going to barrel their way through, they just can't do it. In pieces, onto the ground. Pistol round cleaned up if I've ever seen one. The 2v5, it's just got to be heroics and a miracle, I think, on the side of EDG.
Looks like Benji's on the flank, seeing if Smoggy's gone for a teleport play past his trip, because they're just startled at how slow Smoggy and Chishuata begin this retake.
Yeah.
It's a 2v5. More dominance for Heretics.
As I said, I mean, Util in spades. They're going to just cut them out of the picture here. Peeking, as soon as there's contact, recognition that the players are falling and dropping. And speaking of dropping, it's Benji. Four bodies dropped in the round. A pistol round again under the belt of Heretics. This is, again, there's no other word to describe it other than dominance. They've come to this tournament with expectations that they might reach the same heights like they did in Shanghai, but clearly taking those learning moments from it.
Benji, you're the GOAT, bro.
It was a phenomenal pistol round from him. The first fault line, though, from Wook, caught onto two players. Miniboo went for the stun towards default, caught himself.
เมื่อกี้เฮเลติกเข้าใช่ปะเข้าซ้ายกับเข้าขวาแล้วแบบมันไม่ได้เข้าแบบจังหวะเดียวมันแบบเข้าสองจังหวะ EDG แม่งเลยแบบว่าโดนดึงชิงแบบสุดภาพที่เห็นก็แบบเมื่อกี้เลย
ที่ผมรู้สึก3 แมตช์แรกไม่เข้าทาง EDG เลย
ซันเซ็ตไม่แน่
Ensure that there's a series of unknowns across the map, forcing the defenders to get active.
แมป2คือมัน
แมป2มันเหมือนกันแมป2
แต่คือมันเหมือนกันจริงๆแต่ถ้าเอาไปเทียบคือ
And guess what? In the right lane, well, not even that, man, just
มีทรงกว่า
roaring.
ทุกแมปเลย
It's on point right now for Benji.
One of the few times that Simon's fault line's pretty bad. Chishu
Classic
respond with one. Woo falling, but Phantom, Guardian, Spectre on the other side. Kankan would have to land some almighty martial shots to make this one winnable.
Only one player weak enough as well for one to the body. It's going to have to be mostly headshots defining this round if Kang is to do it. And like I said, Miniboo survives. Single digits of health. Chichu will be no long for this world. 12 HP and a dream, and it will remain just that. It's 11 rounds here for Heretics. They're locked in.
Every team in the history of Valorant that's made back-to-back finals won at least one of them, the first or the second. EG last year had a somewhat similar arc to Heretics. We talked about that being a Cinderella story, something you might never see again. And the comparisons are not exactly one-to-one, but a team full of very inexperienced players who weren't rated incredibly highly by the community, that ran into the most dominant team of the year at the second event and come back and are looking amazing here to begin.
Similar parallels, but as an opener,
EDG
sorely needed.
4-player fight from EDG as well, committing massive resources to locking down A lobby. This is kind of similar to how Team Heretics were defending.
Yeah.
Except they were often leaving the Neon to fight over this area rather than the Sova.
Bit of a handshake with the drones there, just trying to get that information. Smoggy on the line, that is nice.
He hit 2 body shots on the
Definitely did. Right there. Was claiming these kills. Benji, though, taking up some space. Spotting that there's gaps in the play. The defensive protocols of EDG still. Raw aim on display. Benji might be getting away with murder still.
I have retrieved the spot.
He'd have to ace to finish up this round and just not anticipating it. Kanking already up onto the line.
A big round for EDG, just to showcase that they won't be completely pushed around and bullied. But that's still only their second round that they've won with rifles on board. Opening kill was clean from Kankan. Need to start seeing Smoggy get online. When we get to Lotus later on, third map, I am sure you will see Smoggy absolutely farming. He's amazing there. But on the Omen maps, it does sometimes take him a while to get warmed up.
Rough so far for him.
This neon wall just a denial in case somebody like Kong Kong had taken the walk down mid.
I mean, Chichu's playing in front of this anyway, but oh, it's finally broken. That's 2 shots committed though.
Yeah, but tons of damage onto Chishu as well. Love that trip. That trip is so good for B post-plant situations. You get the plant down here and the retake tries to come through that, it's very tough. It's also good for info in the mid-round, because you know that people haven't re-cleared through mid and pushed into window, for example. See how Team Heretics defaulting, just taking parts of the map, making it a bit more difficult for EDG to play. However, the Chinese squad does still control A lobby, and that's what Rians is looking to try to deny.
พี่หลุดอะพี่หลุดมัน
Held. The hands are smoggy.
ของดีอะ
He's going to have to follow up on this himself. Glides forwards, pulls out a dash. Evacuation by Minivu, still alive here with 35 seconds.
This is looking risky now, because EDG did not bite on that pressure over towards A. Chishu's been holding this down since the start of the round in Garage.
Oh, he's going to be tested. Tested and potentially rewarded. Could be the difference. Flash evaded. Fires off the shots though, and now they know exactly where he is. At least they should!
โอ้โหคอร์ส
Unanticipated, and Heretics paid a price in blood. 11 seconds left.
เบนจี้ยิงทุกอย่างเลย
Before they could even get into
เอ้ยศาสตร์แบบ
There's a round for EDG to try to stabilize, to try to find that belief. And there you're seeing Simon as well, with a rare smile, lit up.
ศาสตร์กระสุนรอบทิศ
It's so important that these EDG players genuinely believe that they can win today.
โอ้โหเหลือหนึ่ง
Kong Kong said it, they've already accomplished an unimaginable goal at Champions. But you have to still have that hunger to go further beyond. Let's go! And you see him pumping up Simon in that moment. So important.
Keep the morale in check. Understand that it's 1 round at a time. It's what makes the best. The best. Elites on the stage if you have that composure. It will be a hard run back. Stun. Connects. Barely a hand pointed out. Chichu. Have to get out of there.
If you look at the way that EDG play this map against any opponent, they love re-clearing Garage. Fault line, Chishu runs forward. Could be a spot that Team Heretics try to exploit, but at the moment it's working really nicely for EDG.
Yeah.
And if you control A lobby or long plus Garage, you basically got the whole map.
Now broken before the reveal. Still just Sheriffs and a stinger in the hands of these Heretics players, but when it's up to 11, you never know when the next round's going to come. Here it is, Waller, Paranoia alongside it. The util is always going to be good and impeccable. Heretics hitting their shots, nailing them down. And Kang Kang is forced to respond, coming up with all sorts of damage and
คัน
goods.
ยังเสก
Players are toppled.
That would have been a kill there. Woot, he's got about the worst weaponry for the job, but Kong Kong is playing with so much danger.
15 HP. 1 shot from Woot will do it. 13 seconds though, and now Woot's got to get that move on, picks up the upgrade. They know exactly where he is. Simon puts him out of misery. And EDG, they stay alive in the map.
ครั้งจัดให้ราวนี้เกือบละ
Timeout call for Team Heretics. What a role that Kong Kong now finds himself in, by the way. If you think back to when he first started in Valorant, he was just a young boy with a dream. And now he's in a position where he's almost like
เกือบแล้วราวนี้
experienced leadership figure for
ครั้ง
Simon, who
จัด
sat
ให้
right next to you. The two are working in tandem so often in rounds. The support and the fragging. And you can see the energy that he has and how infectious it is spreading through the rest of the team. Heretics need to control this one before it slips away. This is now 3 in a row to turn the game from 11-3, which looks utterly unwinnable for EDG, to 11-6, where you're starting to think, okay, they might have a chance here.
Boulder hasn't budged really down the mountain yet.
พี่รู้จักมันเป็นแบบว่า1ใน CEO Global Way เนี่ยแล้ว ทุกการแข่งขันนะมันชอบเป็นแบบกองนำเชียร์ไม่รู้ทำไมแต่มันชอบจัด
เชียร์
เลย
ที่
นะ
อื่น
แต่อินเดียมันเชียร์สนุกเลยแล้วเว้ย
ใช่ใช่ใช่
อินเดียเขาชอบทำเสียงลิงเชียร์แบบ
We're actually going to
ดั
watch
งๆ
him
อ่ะ
set up for this big
เพราะว่าประเทศ
four-player
เขาเวลาไป
crunch
ใช่ปะ
towards A
เขาจะแบบ
lobby.
ว่ามองเราเหมือน
But if
ซู
he
เปอร์สตา
is
ร์เลย
towards C,
แบบนัก
ใช่
แข่ง
he should be able to take A
ที่เคยไปแข่งประเทศเขา
a
เขา
little
แบบมอง
easier
เราด้วย
in
สายตา
these
แบบ
rounds.
เออ
Now, if that
เรา
was
เป็น
the
ซูเปอร์
read,
สตาร์ดารา
EDG are already ahead of
เขา
it.
เนี่ย
It's a crazy mix-up.
ดีนะ
Four
เดี๋ยวดู
players
เชียร์
looking
มัน
to
ดิ
fight this one, and I wonder if it's going to be a delayed take.
ไม่เชียร์สุดจริง
Seen teams do this. They're
จัด
show
ฟันแล้ว
presence
กิน
with
หั
the
วฝรั่งหมอ
silver.
ไม่ว่าใช่ไหมไม่รู้เหมือนกันครับวันนี้
Feign
ผม
like
ไม่เคย
it's only
จั
the
ด
one
ฟันเลย
holding. Yep. And this is going to be bloody. A
นี่
skirmish
จะเป็นพวกถุง
laying
มือ
in wait, dashing forward, stunned up on either side. Kang controlling the rifle,
คน
controlling
โดน
the
สตัน
space
ไม่เอาไปส
still.
องหัว
It's all Heretics, baby. Up in the feed in a 2v1, they paved their way towards the A site. Chichu seeking to get himself in there, trying to play ahead of the timings, but he can't dodge the paranoia. And it settles into the back of his mind. He hears the footsteps. Defense is necessary. Boom!
เร็วจัด
Oh God! Wasn't even being defended in the moment.
What a shutdown. What awareness from Boo. I was not anticipating them to expect Shishu that early. He got to the site. Really fast timing. Look at how daft this fight is in A lobby. Everybody stunned up, trying to control their crosshair. But Heretics now, after winning that round, with Wu trading beautifully, they're up to 12.
Just one more stepping stone, all that stands between them and the map.
For the first time, EDG go for the walk down mid. And Team Heretics, they're having none of it.
No.
Full ult, baby, send them to A.
Yep, and that's going to be clearing out most of the site. Boo sticks it down into hell. I know that A is easy access, so just a little bit of worry in the back of their minds about A short, still with that smoke that's propped up, and it's buying time and space potentially, but they're hearing these footsteps. Kang dodging, weaving, ducking from the bullets. Simon with a cage, not even in his face there. It's offloaded, ults, rattled back. The rolling thunder seeking to deny and delay some space. It's up to these players on the flank of EDG to see if they can do something. Kang's been left alone to his own devices. Top of the rifle, beautiful, lands it still. Here's the cleanup crew arriving in kind. Down from the side, wall up.
Oh,
Hunter's Fury, there is no escape. For the rest of his team, time has been bought. A punches! A Mars dash and
จีจีเลย
but an electrifying finish.
คางโดนจับกลุ่ม
จริงครับแบบหน้าของเฮเลติกด้วยครับ
ใช่
แล้วทั้งสองทีมที่มารอบชิงเสื้อคล้ายกันมากเลยอะ
นี่จริงนี่จริง
เสื้อแบบว่าหรือว่าต้องเสื้อประมาณนี้มันถึงจะถึงรอบชิงเหรอ สีขาวแบบทองอินรีเฟกทำสีนี้ได้เลยนะ
จริง
มี
มัน
effect
ก็
เลย
เป็น
อะ
มันเป็นอย่างนี้อยู่แล้วว่าสิ่งนี้อยู่แล้วว่าที่พี่ใส่อ่ะ
เออใช่สีเดียวกันเลยแบบขาวทองแบบตัดทอง มีดำ
วันนี้มีอะไรมาขาย วู้ Singularity Elite โดนแก้แผนเลย โอ้ยสะอึกตั้งแต่บ่ายเช้า โอ้ยอะไรวันนี้ ดื่มน้ำกินอาหาร กั้นหายใจ30 นาที หายไปจากโลกนี้แหละเจอกันโลกหน้าแล้วกัน กั้นอะไร30 นาที โอ้โหบ้าไปแล้ว โอ้ย ตอนแรกนึกว่าจัดไปนี่นะเนี่ย
ไอ้
งานที่ไอที่นั่นอ่ะ
ผมก็ไม่รู้ทำไมชื่อผมอยู่ในนั้นพี่ ผมก็
เอ้าจัดบิดทีมงานเหรอ
ผมไม่ได้
บิดหรือเปล่าอันนี้
ผมไม่ไปเว้ยพี่แต่ผมมีชื่อผมเนี่ย
พี่ก็จัด
ผมงงเลย ผมบอกแชทแบบผมไม่ไปนะแชทไม่ได้ไปนะแล้วแชทก็ทักเอ้าแล้วไหนทำไมมีชื่อมึงทำไมมีชื่อมึงผมแบบฮะ
ตัวเย่
Congratulations on that first map. In prepping for a team like EDG, which you have faced off before, what tendencies or qualities of the team did you pay special attention to?
I mean, they're like most teams here. They've got really aggressive duelists. Kang is no different. The way they set him up is quite unique. Like, they send him in pretty heavy by himself, so we know if we can isolate him, we can kind of pick him off and kill him. So that was kind of the plan for Haven.
Well, we know how you guys feel about Sunset, which is coming up next, but how are you feeling about the map draft overall?
Yeah, the map draft was good. You know, they permaban Ascent, which, you know, we'll play it, but the fact that we don't have to play it is nice. And yeah, the rest of the maps are good for us, so as long as we keep playing our game, I think it's looking good.
All right, well, thank you very much, and best of luck out there.
It's a fantastic start for Team Heretics, and I'm back on the desk here. We are joined by Steel, we're joined by Mimi, and we have a very, very special guest all the way from Sentinels. It is Zelsis, the Vibe merchant even himself. I wanted to ask you, you rocked up with a Sen jersey, why is that?
Well, you know, if I was playing today, I'd be wearing it. So I gotta rock it just for the grand finals, even if I'm in the crowd supporting. Yeah.
Oh, now I want to cry. But yeah, welcome Josh as well. How you doing?
Thank you. I'm doing great. Yeah, the first game was looking real nice and spicy there for a little bit. I love the kind of sloppy back and forth fights as well.
Yeah, it has been very, very spicy so far. But let's talk about the vibes and what's been going on stage, because you're familiar with these boys. I know you're close to Benji, Vert as well. How important is it that they are able to bring this energy on a grand final?
Oh, I love it. I love to see it. I think like they all trust each other so much, like a brotherhood. Like they all love each other. Benji's always trolling or doing something stupid, like just funny. Mini Boo's the same. I always see him smiling and laughing. So it's it's really wholesome to see them just like enjoying the moment, honestly.
Yeah, they've really played up to the moment and are clearly like channeling the energy from that crowd and enjoying it in this match. And on the other side for EDG, I think you need to see more moments like that one from Kung Kung, because overall this map felt a little bit flat from them. They couldn't get anything done in their default. They weren't doing a good job of breaking the Sentinel utility. It was just round after round of these kind of last-second executes that were falling to bits.
Well, to bring it back to the Heretics side of things, when you're in this crowd, the stadium is roaring and cheering, that pressure can get to you mentally. And when you have a way to channel that nervous energy into something positive and take your mind away from all this external stuff and focus inwards, that's when you're going to play your best and not focus on just what happens if you make a mistake.
Yeah, and I mean, there was a lot of mistakes that did end up happening for EDG, but I think Team Heretics as well showcased something that they've been really good at all tournament. This defensive side was excellent. I think especially what Benji Fishy, this is something you were talking about, Jordan, was so good as that anchor.
Yeah. A big thing for me with Heretics is they leave Benji and Boo alone so much. It's just kind of like their rock. They trust them to either get info, push, or just hold down their site and stay alive. Like, I think that's really big for their defense, and I mean, it's been working for them, and you saw it here on Haven.
Yeah, and I mean, this is technically a comp change to go back to the Neon, but I think Mini Boo looked so comfortable. They have a lot of nice set ideas to get the opening kill with him on this agent and get that early space in the round. It really felt like they were in control of this map.
Yeah, Team Heretics was out of touch and EDG was out of time. And we got to see that a lot, I think, through the value of how Team Heretics was playing that Cypher, getting that deep C long value with a camera, and that allowed them to pivot where they set up their defense, and usually it was towards that A side, B side. There's always 4 players in Team Heretics ready to receive EDG.
And that brings us to our HyperX reflex moment of the day, and this one goes to Rians in round 10. We spoke about how he has the potential to be the MVP of this tournament. Would you agree, Zelsis?
Oh yeah, I mean, everyone has their flowers on Heretics, but this guy for me, he's shown through and through again in playoffs, like plus 20 every series, going plus 10, getting these like clutch moments here where he's getting executed on. He has supportive util, but he's just going forward. Like, he's not scared to take a fight, and I think that's really big as your initiator player.
Yeah, I feel like he's so good when he's like the player who's flooding in to help that site anchor hold on to the site. He does a great job of finding exactly the right moment in the chaos to use his dart where it's not going to get broken, and then find the kill, find the swing off of that as well. He's just been so consistent all event long.
I mean, for EDG, not a great start, but I'm going to cope for a second. Every single series they have won in this tournament, they have lost map 1. And still, you know, you're a pro player, you've been out there. How much do you think maybe nerves contribute to a start like this?
Nerves could definitely contribute to it, but I look at how Team Heretics was playing yesterday. I look how they're coming into today, and the way that they've been playing, I have to look at the looking at one side, how well they're playing, as opposed to is EDG playing down. We've seen them play to a low level. We've seen their highs. I don't think EDG is really playing a bad game right now. Team Heretics is just hitting new highs constantly.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for EDG is what I'd like to see is them kind of, I feel like they were kind of slow on Haven, and I think they needed Haven for this series. I think Heretics doing that away was kind of the same as the Lev series. They win that first map, they're really confident, they're coming in, they want to win, they're playing aggressive. I think for EDG, I want them to be a little faster, be a little more confident. When they are confident, you know, they look like they're having fun, and it just doesn't look like they're having fun right now.
And specifically on this attacking side of Sunset, I think that has to come down to the ideas they're going to have to take early space on this map. They've been known this tournament for some of those set plays between Simon and Kung Kung to claim those areas of the map. And in the mid-round as well, actually dealing with the Cypher utility that Benji Fishy is going to be using on this map is so important, because Team Heretics was able to call so many massive rounds just off a gamble stack because that Cypher util wasn't being broken map 1.
I've seen how Kung Kung's played this map before and taking control of everything by himself, not even having to be set up. But the way that Heretics is fighting back right now, I don't know if he can do that again by himself.
Now, Zelsis, we've got Brandon Sideshow waiting for us to get into the map. Would you like to do the honors and toss it over to them?
Oh my gosh, Brandon Sideshow, have fun. Really happy for you guys catching the finals. Let's send it over to Brandon Sideshow.
Dude, that is excellent. That is excellent. Okay, I love that. I love that. Let's get into it. Map 2 here. A new staging ground selected here to Sunset. The desk has been teeing up, setting us up on nicely. Talking about it, it's a middle ground map for both of these teams, and you know, judging by what we saw from that first map, Heretics, you'd have to lean over towards their side, I would say. I think in terms of giving them the slight edge.
Yeah, it's interesting because it is a middle ground in terms of both teams like to play it, but it's actually towards the top of both teams' map pools.
Yeah.
So whereas we started on a map, no team had won on here at Champions. Now we get to Sunset, where both teams should be feeling very comfortable. One of the things to look at for the Team Heretics defense that was working beautifully against Lev are these Woot KO knives. He throws one at the beginning over towards A, just to see if it's going to be a fast A exec, but he's got mid-round knives as well if EDG tried to play slowly. You heard it from the desk. They want to see the pace increase from EDG. They'll have to get through the trip first.
Not just that as well. Players on Heretics' side floated towards the positions. To stack this one at a moment's notice. Woot is ready to strike. Shock darts forward. Strips are broken. Holding for it. That's a dry swing and peek by Heretics, but to no avail.
Well, you see 3 players there. Does that mean that you want to go now over towards A? And if so, Boo
ด่านนี้จะโดนอีก
was
นะ
holding a one-way until it sunk into the floor.
Losing track of A main. Forced to jiggle.
But this is where the knife can come in handy. Look at Woot setting up the knife lineup. Oh.
He is. He's just thrown it. It's up and over.
So that's going to give them a little bit of info. When it only tags, well, in fact, when it tags onto 0 players over towards elbow, that's a slightly different knife. They're going to know and keep the stack on B. Woot's so good at that.
Yep, stacking from Heretics. They've got bodies ready to respond once more. Kang's forward though, steps up to that challenge still. After the back, mini boost here, jumping around with the right clicks in hand. Kang not enough to offset it, and still players are getting brutalized, trying to enter their way in through this side with 15 seconds left to spare. EDG, Simon forced to stick this paranoia. It's picture perfect. Boo is low, hearing it. Talk of the gun. Chichu's there with a flash in his face. Still tied up close to the
1v1 ครับ
Boo. In that 1v1.
โอ้ยแล้วเป็นชิคชูแล้วเป็นชิคโช
Dismisses him as easily as that, and that is the beginning that EDG were hoping for.
They did manage to take the pistol on Haven too, so there's still plenty more that they'll have to do to prove they're capable of riding the ship. But considering they went into a stack there, considering there was 4 players looking to defend the site, the way that they fragged their way through that, it's got to give you a lot of confidence. The calling still getting them into trouble just a little. Another thing to take a look at, because nobody's attack side calling is running them out of time constantly on Haven. But it is so tricky to play against Heretics. They've got some slow-paced rounds. They've got some.
งี้ตัวใหม่ไม่เหมาะกับคนไทยดิเพราะถ้าบังคับใช้ปืนพกเนี่ยจะแพ้อีโคเลยนะไทยแท้
แพ้อีโคแพ้อีโครัวอะไรอย่างงี้
They've got an idea.
เฮ้ยแต่ตัวใหม่บอกว่าเมตา
เมตาน้อยเมตาแบบโดยเฉพาะแบบบายหรือแบบเล็กๆอ่ะคนเมตาเนี่ยเอสเซนบายอ่ะ
ด่านที่ทุกคนรัก
Only one player choosing not to purchase. That's Shishu.
ขอไม่เป็นแบบเด็ดล็อกก็บอกมาปุ๊บไม่มีใครเล่น
Information on
มันดีกว่าเด็ดล็อกอยู่แล้วอ่ะ
ว่าเล่นแน่นอนนี่เติมอ่ะ
They can suffer one death without an economic.
เดี๋ยวปีหน้าพวกด่านในนี้กลับมาแล้วพวก
ใหญ่ๆป่ะ
สปิดอย่างเงี้ย
ไอเดนล็อกมันมาตอนที่คิวจอยยังไม่โดนเนื้อปะ
ยัง
คิวจอยมันโคตรเก่งเลยตอนนั้น
ถึงตอนนี้ก็ยังเก่งอยู่เดนล็อกตอนนี้คือแปลกๆอยู่ดีอ่ะ
ตัวอะไรแบบไม่กันแฟงได้แบบระยะแบบโอ้โห
เล่นแล้วมันเสียเยอะมันกันแฟงไม่ได้แค่นั้นเองพี่
ใช่
ถ้ามันกันแฟงได้คนก็หยิบมาเล่น
ซาวเซนเซอร์แบบว่าย่องผ่านก็ไม่ได้กันโหดเลย
แต่ตัวไวส์อะมันต้องเอาไปเล่นในด่านที่มันไม่ต้องการข้อมูลจากเซนติเนลเยอะพี่เพราะว่าไวส์มันข้อเสียคือมันจะไม่ได้มันหาข่าวไม่ได้เลยแบบไม่มีกล้องมันมีคอม
ผมว่ามันน่าแบบดับเบิลเซนมาวะแบบว่าแบบเล็กๆที่แบบเน้นดับเบิลเซนอะไรอย่างเงี้ยพี่
ตัวเดียวก็ได้แต่ว่าต้องเล่นด่านที่แบบอย่างเอเซนเนี้ยเซนติเนลไม่ต้องใช้ข่าวเยอะแบบไม่ใช้ตัวดู
แล้วระบายถือว่าใช้เยอะไหม
บาย
ไม่ปะมันเน้นอย่างเงี้ย
อยู่ที่ทีมแบบพี่แบบอยากเล่นโยกเร็วหรือแบบเล่นแบบไม่เอาข่าวก็ได้เหมือนกัน
มันก็ดูมันดูด่านเล็กๆเนี่ย
มันต้องด่านเล็กอะไอไวส์
แต่ไฟเกโก้กับไอ้สกายโคตรเก่งอะเล่นกับไอ้ประตูบี
ไม่แต่สุดท้ายเนี่ยเราเนิร์ฟเชมเบอร์ต่อดีกว่า
แชมเบอร์อีกแล้ว
เชมเบอร์ต่อเว้ย
โอ้ยแชมเบอร์ยุค2แถบ2วาร์ปไอ้วาร์ปไกลอ่ะโอ้โหยังโหดเลยปืนที่ยิงเร็ว
เดี๋ยวแพทหน้าแถบจะเล็กลงกว่าเดิมอีก
แล้วแถบใช่เหรอ
ไม่รู้ผมเหมือนกัน
นึกถึงสมัย2แถบแล้วแบบไม่หลุดระยะไอ้แชมเบอร์
มันตัวมันแบบมันทำเหมือนตัวแบบไม่มีสกิลเลยแชมเบอร์ตอนนี้พี่
utility ไม่ค่อยมีประโยชน์
เน้นดีเลย
We're good enough players. We've earned our spot. It's all about grasping it when opportunities are present. Denied entry just from the nade, a fragment. Flies forwards. Drone is also going to be broken. Woot on the back step. Still
ตายพี่คัง
placed down here. It needs to be an attempt by EDG. Benji tries to reset with the aim. Actually dropped down to his knees. Chichu. He's taking chunks out of him.
พี่ชิชูคม
Minibu now
พี่เชอร์ลีฟเอาไป3 หัวเดี๋ยว
in a 1v3 and feeling it now. Empowered by that performance.
คมยังเสก
Start to get a bit of momentum behind them.
There's another MVP candidate for EDG. I think Chishu's
Got
had
Chishu.
a monster tournament to take his team to the finals. And he was slow, couldn't really get going on Haven, wasn't put in the right positions by his
ก็
team.
อยากได้สกินนี้เลยเชลีฟ
Barrels
ไม่มา
forward,
สักที
hit in shots.
มันคือ the
Those
best
3 sheriff kills are instrumental in getting his team the bonus round. Without those, the world at home.
ไม่ชนบัตรกับคัน
Beautiful round to convert the bonus. EDG, as I said, they will be happy with it. Bit of bait and switch there by Kang, but not enough to avoid the knife. That's going to get good info for Heretics. Tagging onto
คังบอกโอ้โหเริ่มมาเลือดกูเหลือ50แทบไม่ได้เล่น โดนเชลีฟยิงนัดเดียวก็ตาย
Some riskier plays.
Brent, both Minibu and Simon are 1 away from their ults, and those interact with each other, right? If Minibu gets it online before Simon does,
ด่านนี้นึกถึงเมื่อวานเลยที่โดนมีดบูทอะดีไปทานอะโหข่าวเขินนี่คือแบบ
whoever
พัง
gets
หม
it
ด
up first is going to have a slim window of opportunity.
Orb is free real estate. Minibu creeping up onto the line as well, side by side with Boo, but they're taken out.
And shut down. Just as we were talking about it, Simon claims to swing it through elbow.
At this point, might not even feel like the ult is necessary to invest.
Not at all.
ทำไมด่านข่าวเยอะนี่นึกถึงอบิดเลย
Just as similar as round 2. His anti-eco's
มันดูเล่นแบบว่ากดดันมากนะ
ผมถึงทุกวันเนี้ยผมเล่นมาไม่รู้จะ20 รอบแล้วผมชนะแค่2 รอบ
นี่จะด่านมันสนุกนะ
ด่ามันสนุกจริงพี่
แพ้18 รอบไม่ค่อยสนุกเท่าไหร่เลยพี่
You were talking, Brad, about teams settling into big games like this, and I think I saw exactly the same last time.
ตั้งแต่วันนั้นนะพี่บนที่ผมกดโดพี่อะ
That first map when they played
จนถึง
against
วันเนี้ย
Leviathan
ผมชนะมาแค่รอบเดียวอะหลังจากวันนั้น
I felt like Simon was choking
เฮ้ย
pretty
เขาปิด
terribly.
เขาปิดเอพิโซด
It was
เมื่อ
his
ไหร่นะ
first game in the
2
arena.
วัน
His fragging's gone
แต่
down
ต้องขึ้นอื่นแล้ววะ
as the stakes have gone up.
ผมตกเรเดียนด้วยเดี๋ยวผมจะไปเล่นที่เรเดียนเนี่ย
Where
ต
it's
กเร
his
เดียน
first global event.
ช่วงนี้ดูแข่งเยอะ
He does seem a little painfully shy in some of these interviews, so it's great to see
หลัง
the
แข่งไปไต่
emotion
นะ
and the freedom coming out of him in these replays that you're seeing here.
แล้วผมแบบเปิดไลฟ์เล่นแบบไม่มีดีเลย์อ่ะโอ้โหโดนสไนป์แบบเล่นไม่ได้อ่ะผมโดนแบบ4 วินติดแต่4 เกมอ่ะ
ล่าสุดผมก็เพิ่งโดนไปพี่
พวกเรเดียนนี่คือโดนกันหนักเลยปะ
หนักพี่เพราะพวกเรเดียนมันแบบมันต้องตัดแต้มกันอ่ะมันเลยสัตว์กัน
เอาฮีโร่เองอ่ะ
ใช่
พี่มันไม่ต้องเลยพี่สตรีมเมอร์มันโดนทุกคนพี่
ของพี่อะแค่ใดตอนพี่จะเล่นกับ
ไม่
เพื่อน
อันเนี้ย
ใด
คือ
เซ
พี่
นแดนก็โดน
มั
แล้ว
นไม่ใช่แบบมันไม่ใช่คนดูทำอ่ะแต่มันคือพวกแบบคนที่มันแข่งแรงกันเอง
กิโลจริงอ่ะ
คือมันแบบมันอยู่กับเราใช่ไหมมันไม่อยากให้เราแซงมันก็แบบสไนป์เราตัดแต้มอ่ะ
โอ้โห
หรือแบบเอาไอดีลองมาสไนป์อ่ะพี่
แต่ของผมคือคนดูเลยไหมพี่
ของผมคือแบบว่าแม่งเอาไอดี Immortal 3 คือไอดีลองอ่ะมาแบบมากดดักเลย
ของพี่คือประมาณแบบพวกไต่แรงอะแล้วพอเขาใช้เว็บอะแล้วเขาดูแบบว่าเจอใครอะไรเงี้ยพอเขารู้ว่าเป็นชื่อเราไม่มาเลย
Of that. The DRX game, I think, was a perfect example where Heretics and DRX were both kind of trading blows.
CGI.
Messy. It was muddy, some might say.
EDG are going to have to apply similar levels of pressure to this, though, to get that same crumble from Team Heretics that, honestly, you're right, we have seen it in the past. Minibu, with his ult here, looks to try to take the fight. 0 point broken as well, so still has access
EDG
to
มันดู
that
เก่ง
ult
ด่านนี้ด้วยนะ
abilities.
ขนาดเมื่อวานเลวทานโดนเฮลิติก
Side of the map, and
ห
Minibu
นัก
not
เลย
being turned off. They want no part of it.
Yeah, EDG all the way up through mid as well. This time it might not be anticipated. Benji! He's gone, he's taken out.
จะเป็นเพราะมันเล่นเร็วอะ
Glide from Kang man. Woot needs to try and make the play. Attempt to dominate the angle. Broken to pieces here, and now 3 to stand for Heretics on through this retake. Simon's ult will fade. Spotting barely onto the shoulder, but a kill is all that Heretics were really potentially hoping for there. Now settling back into the positions, looking to save it for the next round. There was a full investment from Heretics into this. There's a timeout as well.
เล่นเร็วด้วยแหละคิดว่านะ
Pointing towards this needed
เพราะว่าถ้าเกิดเล่นยื้ออะโดนปามีดเอาข่าวสแต็กไซด์โอ้โหยากจัด EDG มันทำเร็วอะแบบว่าไม่ปล่อยจังหวะให้เล่น
That's that faster tempo. They made the decision
ต้องรอดู
as soon as
ตอนนี้
they heard
ชิ
the
ชู
nade
มัน
coming out and an
โม
aggressive
ตัม
B
มัน
main
มา
take,
มันแบบ
you
โอ้
know
โห
that
ผม
teams
จัด
are
เลยต
doing
อนนี้
that with usually 3 players in
คือใจมันมามันยิงเยอะ
You know that Miniboo's over there and he has Showstopper and you don't want to be messing with that. And so they instantly call an A split. And once more, who is it that breaks the crosshair of Benji Fishing? Breaks his wrist in the middle of it too. Kankan.
Steele was mentioning on the desk, you know, he sees this guy, he will just try and take fights by himself, sometimes without that support of util. It's because he's so potent, man.
He is.
He knows that he is the protagonist of this story, this tale that's being weaved here by EDG. Their own attempt to try and carve themselves into the history books.
When he played against Leviathan, he took 30 first duels, which is bonkers already.
Yeah.
He won 20 of them.
He's just different, especially when he's firing on all sorts of cylinders.
Chishu looking to take an aggressive timing up here.
So aggressive.
Yeah, Riens and Miniboo both had their opportunities to try to contest this, but looking to back off and play slightly more passive angles, just to stop people entering with that trip.
There's still danger here for EDG, trying to play this attack. Simon used the ult prior. Miniboo's holding on to the showstopper. If you let time be your enemy, it's a game-winning ult in the hands of Miniboo.
Assistance here for Boo to get back onto the angle, so that drone just
Issue.
forces him back a step in elbow. Nobody's looking to test it.
ชู10-0 เลย
You get the advantage of having an aggro IGL like nobody, because he's
บ้าจัด
he is. He's down to limit test.
อย่างรวย
ลั่นนะดิพี่
ดูเงินมันดิมันแบบมันอยู่คนเดียวเลยเงินอย่างล้น
Heretics aiming
มันยิงไป1,000 ตัวเลยอ่ะพี่
clear up the fog of war.
I think nobody's
Man,
done a great
yun
job
pa niyang
there
man.
of pushing Boo back twice. Once with the drone back into elbow, and then again to push him all the way back off A.
ช่วงนี้ไม่ค่อยเห็น1,000 คิว
It's
เด้ง
going
เล
to
ย
weaken the B side massively. I mean, look at these
คนแรก
players.
โอ้
It's
เลย
all
คอร์ด
scrambling
ชิ
for
ชู
Heretics.
In through spawn.
เกมเดียว1,000 ตัว
As you said, knife through the back now, EDG.
เล่นกีตาร์
Set the sights over towards the B side. Making a move now over towards it. Backside is granted and gained. Simon with the plant. Up and abound there. Nade rebounds.
Ow.
Smog is already collecting all sorts of kills. Crossed up.
On there.
They need an opening to feel that willingness, I think, to expend this ultimate here. Miniboo. He's chopped down, cut down. Phantom spray by Kankang. Needs to be heroics up and over with the flash. Whoop, at least taking out Kankang, but time is going to start ticking. The bait and switch setup just
บู
does
มัน
not
รับกรรมแทน
work. Nobody stands tall against any
3-0
sort of
ไม่ได้พี่
challenges.
เฮ้ยไม่น่าเปล่า
เกมรับสู้ไม่ได้เลยอ่ะ
มันจะขนาดนั้นเลยเหรอ
แต่เมื่อวานเฮเลติกก็แบบ
What
นี้
a
นะด่านเนี้ย
different
พี่
look for EDG
แบบว่า
compared to the
กัน
way
เล
that
เว
they
ลาพี่อ
fell
ยู่เหมือน
over
กัน
on Haven, where we saw the inexperience and the nerves playing out. Everything is crisp.
แต่นี่ทรงสู้ไม่ได้เลยนะ6เราอ่ะ
Benji just cowering, hoping he survives. 6 rounds in a row. They need this gun.
มันเหมือนกับว่า
Chance to
ยิ่ง
bail them
มัน
out.
เล่นเร็วอ่ะ
Be granted at least that.
ไม่ค่อยมีจังหวะให้
This is a map that is slipping
ของ
away from Heretics.
It is. It's already a phenomenal attack side for EDG. They would only need another, round or two, and it would be super successful. Miniboo looked like he didn't understand that the smoke was going down there, or possibly didn't anticipate holding an unusual off angle.
ตั้งโปรยป๊อปคอร์น
ลำบากชีวิต
Loose out there for EDG.
It's all smiles.
Nobody on Heretics has more than 2 kills across 6 rounds.
Money again is just being stretched thin. Desperation!
โอ้โห
Kankang
หยุดขังไม่อยู่เลยว่ะตอนนี้
potentially closes out the round with that one. It's a first kill with no follow-up inside again from Heretics.
Heretics still have the best 4v5 win rate in the tournament. I mean, out of all teams, they were the ones who specialized in that.
Util was broken. Flash to try and set this one up. That is a desperation play if I've ever seen one. You mentioned it, Josh. Best 4v5 win rate, but if you don't get that initial trade, which is so core to the way that Heretics play,
yep, then you're in a
going to be in trouble.
Much more difficult spot. That's why Riens tried to equalize it there.
Yeah.
And now they're going to be in tough spots again.
Exploring, potentially. They're calling for it. Underhanded with the flash. There's too many targets to really deal with. Still that 1-for-1. And now space created and taken. Kankang not to be denied any sort and semblance of the side. Woods dodging, juking, but again this guy is relentless.
He's got them every impact kill in the round, Kankang. He's just been
Nhân lửa.
everywhere for EDG.
Cannot be stopped.
เล่นได้ยันจบเลยปะเนี่ย
เฮ้ยพี่บูคัด
Retains the upgrade.
เฮ้ย
There's the first one. It's an obstacle remove, but two more where that came from. And Kang, this guy.
ไม่ให้เล่นเลยให้จังหวะแรกเลย
He's so confident, and nobody from Team Heretics is giving him reason to be otherwise. He destroyed.
แต่เมื่อกี้ถ้าคังตายก็มีเสี่ยวอยู่แหละเรารู้ตำแหน่ง nobody ด้วย
He's actually caught up on the scoreboard to Shishu, who was 10-0 in the first 4 rounds. Nibu's ankles completely snapped there. And then Kankan again being able to win a duel against Rien's MVP candidate for Team Heretics. That opens up elbow.
Clean.
Piece by piece. His layered aggression takes the map away. I'd like to see Team Heretics change up the way they're playing the defense side. I think, despite me talking about some of the things they were doing well, like Woot's knife, for example, broadly speaking, when they played against Lev, I was a bit disappointed with how Team Heretics were playing on what used to be home territory for them. They're going to take their second time out here. I'd like to see them adjust to have more of these big defense reclays. If you spot Kangkang in an area of the map, if you see the wall, if you hear it, then try to get players into position. Try to get Woot or Boo with their flash ready to go and retake space against them. I think you've got to force the final.
ไปลองใช้ได้นะ อันนี้คือนายเอจิรากรให้มาเป็นกองเลยพี่เอเรียกพี่เอดีกว่าพี่เอจิรากรให้มาต่อไปถ่ายรายการเราค่อยเล่าให้ฟังประสบการณ์ดูเกมก่อน
Sure, but I think it's really round 9 where you want to try to start some kind of a comeback, and this one you just see hit shots.
ทีมไทย
It's going to be dodged. Predictable here for the EDG players, and Orb's farmed up alongside it. Boo's just trying to take away any advantage he can in this round.
Woot's also trying to stay mobile as well, right? Uses the knife on one side of the map, now rotates very quickly to top mid. This is looking like a crunch in middle.
It does. KO set up and ready. Woot's right behind him.
Flash, recon, nade coming.
Yeah, hearing that drone, you're going to see the dart through the back, and now there's that paranoia swinging through, but the timing on that smoke is just impeccable. Woot does not feel like he can step past that one. Kang's straight through and out with Benji. Taken out.
That's the kind of spot where I'd like to see them commit to it. You know that there's a player trapped there. If they were running Neon on this map, that would be a situation where Miniboo would stun and run at the defender in mid.
เมื่อก่อนโซวาที่สแกน3ติ๊กนี่ก็เอาเรื่องเลย
ตอนโกงจริงพี่
Now another reclear call.
ตัวมันตอนนี้ตัวมันก็โกงเหมือนเดิมอ่ะ
อุ้ยคัง
3ติ๊กคือแบบโกงกว่าเดิมอ่ะ
โดนไกล
Navigates the danger. Takes out the half by.
คังมันเดือดจัดเลยยืนแล้วเว้ยในสุดคังก็ยืนแล้ว
Take about whatever you like. Listen, it might have given me against the ecos, but
สิ่งที่เราตั้งน้ำตารอ
And I think that shows you the difference. Kangkang was still playing really well with all of that pressure in map 1. I think he's just the kind of person that, you know, forged into a diamond under pressure.
นี่คือคนเลือดเหลือ5
But everybody else, I mean, you look at the way that Simon is bunny hopping towards him in that spot. You don't do that if you're feeling stiff, if you're feeling nervous. 8-0, EDG have no reason to be. Heretics still haven't come up with the answer here. Cam move to top mid, trying to rotate these defensive positions.
จะยืนแบบอัลฟาเจอร์หมดละขอแมวแบบนั้น
Looking to maybe save it for the
ยืน
execute.
ปุ๊บเกมตึงยืนปุ๊บเกมตึงเลย
it would cancel it out.
Yeah,
that's just that.
Decides to. The drone actually still got tons of value there in terms of info. You know that there aren't players holding in these tight corners nearby.
เมื่อก่อนมันยืนหนักกว่านี้ไงเมื่อก่อนมันหนักอ่ะนี่คือตั้งแต่มันมาแชมเปี้ยนนี่เห็นมันรีแอคน้อยมากเลยรุ่นที่มันยืนอยู่แสดงว่ามันเล่นแบบไม่มีความกลัวเลยนะขนาดมันเลือดเหลือ5มันยังเล่นแบบยัดอะไม่สน
The long bit as well. Showstopper rebounds, but only the one. Nobody.
เล่นแบบไม่มีความกลัวยัดหมด
Overdrive. Offloaded. Quick pivots. Smoggy's around. Norofef connects. And alongside the paranoia still, tangled up, tied up. Benji Fishy is alone. He's isolated on a bloody island. And they want the kill.
ไม่วางบอมที่ไม่มีคนอยู่
No reason to go into
โอเค
it
โอเค
ตอนแรกแบบว่าจะไปฆ่าแล้วนะ4 คน
EDG
เหมือนมี
I
คน
think
กระชากไว้ก่อน
overthought it, but they didn't make
Oh.
a spot of
ยังก่อน
difference.
ยัง
They
ก่อน
had access
อย่า
to
โยนอย่าโยน
either side they wanted to go to in this round. 10 seconds, but this time it's not going to be even a shadow similar to Haven. Those rounds where the clock
ไม่ใช่
denied
ติกโดนหนักจริงว่ะ
and EDG's
เอา
attacks
ละ
are
ไม่รอด
called
บอกเลย
dismal.
โดนล่าต่อ
เยอะดิ
more different.
เต็มแบงค์แล้วเนี่ย
Almost a clean sweep from Benji.
มีระบบฝากเงินไหมเกมนี้
Granted on Haven. A rifle for the next. It's 9 in a row for EDG now.
They've completely activated.
Yeah.
Wu couldn't hold on in the back of the site.
โอ้โห
Mini Boo got destroyed as soon as he popped his ult.
กระสุนมี25 นัดมีในแมกกาซีนยิงนัดเดียว
But this turnaround is truly ridiculous. This is round 10 and Boo has a
ไม่ได้เล่นเลยเฮเลติกอะดูส
While
กอร์
the
ดิ
rest of his team is saving.
Speaks volumes.
หนักจัด
Could there be a more desperate play?
EDG have been contacting quite a bit, but it's the initial knife that you got to dodge. Let's do that. Nobody from drone in further back. No access, and they spot the op out. They know exactly what they've
อุ้ย
been cooking.
ฮีโร่บายว่ะ
They're not breaking the drone as it comes through B
No.
main. They're not denying space that nobody's taking away from them. It screams desperation. Team Heretics very rarely run out of ideas. One of the big reasons they've been one of our best teams of 2024, but right now, the strat book looks cooked.
Bloody hell, use the momentum of the trap wire, spraying them down here. The teammates had his back. And Kang will fall, not without their reward and loot. Hello, Ian's right from behind, they're striking. But nobody's going to try and offset this now. Even Smoggy side by side, could beat by Boo. This is just getting ridiculous. Dart through alongside that paranoia, reclaiming the space, and the spike alongside it.
It looks like Riens might have an opportunity to do it all. He's
เอาแล้ว nobody
creeping up behind Smoggy.
เนี่ยมันก็มาจ้าเอ๋ตรงนี้ดิ
Chance in a long while to get around, especially when it's just down to Smoggy. 1v2. Riens creeping, crawling up onto the angle.
โอ้เดินอย่างฉลาด
Fills his hand with the deep dart. Clears
อ้าว
now.
แต่เฮ
Is that peace of mind?
รู้ว่าดิมันรู้ว่าดิ
Close
มี
and
เสียง
close
เกม
and
ที่หยุดเลยอ่ะ
Look at the break.
เฮ้ยมึงจะเฮอะไรนักหนาวะ
He's just missed the timing, but he spotted the barrel. And there will be
Oh.
no return this time. It's
คือเฮ
all
มึ
the
งจะเมื่อ
side of
กี้หยุดเดินเลย
Smoggy.
เมื่อกี้เฮ้ยแม่งเอ้ย
They'll stick this to
Tapi ini nomor
Fuse.
ni
They'll
pepek.
get that round, and it does
Eh,
stand
no,
for
ini
one at
pepek.
the end of the day, but it's going to need many, many more alongside it.
How dare I doubt the strat book? What a perfect idea from Team Heretics. How is that the round that they end up getting on the board? Riens popped. They played a little quicker though. They were more willing to take risks. This walkout through market. That's the kind of thing that they haven't really been doing.
Insane. Good job. Nice shot, Sentinels.
They're going to need plenty more where that came from.
Exactly. Hidden reserves are going to need to be tapped into. Heretics doubled up, trying to hold it, stun. Good connection, reveal onto all of them, and now
โอ้
the
เละเลย
swipe. They
เอ
all
ลโบ
topple, they all fall. An attempt by Benji Fishy is all for naught. Just the one before he's dropped back down to that spectator seat, forced to watch this round play out.
They were not ready for the stun coming out from Kang Kang at all. They also weren't ready for the fast player coming towards A-Link. Just expecting everyone through
ตอน
elbow.
นี้ขั้นต่ำก็คือ12อะ
Heretics are getting pulled to pieces here. This does not look like the
ขั้น
dominance
ต่ำนี่คือขั้นต่ำ
earlier this year on Sunset. No one could touch them on this map.
It's round 11. You only got the one round. It's a 2v4, but surely you got to make a play for it.
I wouldn't have believed you if you said to me after that first half of Haven that the next map was going to be more dominant the other way around. We saw a 9-3 half.
Yeah.
EDG only won round 12 in the pistol follow-up.
It's absurd.
And yet this has even been more one-sided.
Yeah.
There's not even been a single round where Heretics, I feel, have been properly in it. The only one that they won was where they had a glass cannon operator and ran at people hitting sheriff shots.
Both teams matching each other, just trying to go for the gold split. Missed the memo. This game's done quick.
ก็ขังฆ่าโคตรเยอะเลย
You can see from these kills here, The high tempo increase is called. They know that Boo's got an op. As soon as they realize the op is not in
12
play,
ราวฆ่า11 ราวฆ่าไป 18
This is EDG with a full read. They took a peek at the book and the scripture. They knew what Heretics were cooking.
Deep recon to try to set up. Boo's made his way over towards B. They are still trying to change up these defensive spots. One trip broken.
Front clears. TP backing away.
Are they reading the pinch through market?
I mean, listen, they're going to have a vice grip onto these defending players, anchoring or not in through the cage, just trying to stay alive, trying to dodge and weave all sorts of bullets. And nastiness that's coming their way. Boo, a flick adjustment. It's just not there in time. It's overwhelming.
มันรวบโคตรดีอ่ะ
มันดีเกินอะแบบว่า
เล่นดีนะ
ดีมากอะ
รวบมา
Is where we stand.
เข้าบักเก็ตอาคังเข้าไปปวด
พร้อมปลายอ่ะสวยมากเลย
Resilience shown from EDG.
เป็นจี้แม่งแบบโดนรวมไม่ได้เล่นเลยเมื่อ
If
กี้
you opened up this grand finals and you were worried there was going to be a blowout, that EDG were going to crumble at the final moment after already making history and
โอ้
fall.
ด่านนี้ต้องยกให้มันเลยว่ะ
It does not appear that that's going to be the case today. They
เปเวเล็กยังเละอะ
Hard. Like I was saying, those hidden reserves are well and truly there. Let's send it down to the floor.
นี่ถ้าไม่โดนอีกข้อได้มีลุ้นอยู่แล้ว3-0
Hey guys, what's up? Jen Lee here with Shannon Williams, the voice actor of Jet. 제트 성우 샤넌님 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 안녕하세요. 가장 먼저 현재 발로란트 씬에서 많이 사랑받고 있는 제트라는 요원의 목소리가 또 샤넌님이시잖아요. 어떤 느낌인지부터 여쭤보고 싶습니다. You know, Shannon, Jet's been around for a long time. She's so popular. She's dominating in the Valorant scene. What's it like to be the voice of the Asian?
เป็นเล็กที่ว่าเป็นก๊อตด่านนี้ยังโดน
It's so sick. It's just so sick. I'm just so like honored and grateful that a lot of people love Jet, and she most definitely holds a big piece of my heart and is a very much a spirit animal, a different side to me that I was able to put into that character. So yeah, I'm honored to have everyone love her as much as I do.
너무너무 놀랍고 너무 감사하고 영광이라고 얘기를 하시고요. 그리고 이제 제트를 이렇게 사랑해주셔서 감사하다고 얘기함과 동시에 뭔가 샤너님의 안에 있는 다른 자아를 꺼내서 보여드릴 수 있는 점이 너무너무 감사하고 좋다고 얘기를 했는데요. 그러면 이제 또 가장 좋아하는 제트 대사가 있을 것 같은데 한번 부탁드려보도록 할게요. What are your favorite voice lines?
Oh wow. I think I have two. I mean, of course, like the alt voice line, and then the newest Ace voice line.
เราคุยกับเจ๊อยู่จริงๆอะตอนนี้
เพราะว่าเขาไม่ได้แบบว่าดัดเสียงตอนภาคเลย
มันเหมือนเลยอะเป๊ะเลย
คุยกับเจ็ด
Ba-bum, ba-bum.
อุ้ยคุณเนี่ย
One more. I got one more. Okay. Get out of my way!
Shannon, that was great. Thank you for the interview. Okay, now everybody here's my impression of the Jet. Watch this second half.
Oh, watch out for your
Bum,
jump
bum,
jets coming.
Yeah. So Jen's been popping off of all the interviews this entire event here, but in case you're just joining us, 11-1. Well, we're looking at what we're sitting at, and listen, EDG, as we said prior, if you told me that they were able to come back in this fashion, in this form,
แต่นีออนบัฟมารู้สึกว่าคังมันขึ้นเยอะเลย
13-6 for Heretics, I would have said you're dreaming.
Yeah.
เข้ามือ
I think it's your classic candidates that are going crazy right now. Kankan was just getting them every fight, and Chishu was dominating as well. The openers, the closers.
Flash connects, Chichu, lucky to be alive there.
เหลือ1อีกแล้วชิวมึงเหลือทำไมเนี่ยนะคนมันจะไม่ตายอ่ะ
Live for now, so the setup remains up.
อ้าววูดก็แลกกันไป
Trying to get that punish on
ปั๊ม
the
เจ็บ
side.
ปวด
Often going to be trying to play aggro towards B main. There's a trip there, and they know it, and there's the punish. Actually, pretty good. You got to be able to shut down Kong Kong in these rounds. That's certainly something that Heretics have learned.
Trying to get that info. Timing. Miss! Wait a second. Players are there, ready for the trade. Boom to respond.
That might make them think that there's nobody home at B.
คนกำลัง
Why would somebody be
คนกำลังแบบว่า
anchoring the site? And
ไล
yet
ฟ์สด
there
อยู่
are actually two people ready to defend this.
Smoggy and Chichu. Not
Smoggy's
quite shoulder
angle.
to shoulder. Smoggy's on that high ground angle, perched up. Barely peer over that smoke that's just dropped up. Blossoms, blooms. Chichu is getting brave. 29 seconds left. They gotta know at this point, but with the walking in play, contacts by Heretics. Finally, a few stray shots hitting. Damage done onto the other side of things. Trying to go for the swing. Paranoia sweeps through and through the smoke. They knew that Chichu was low. 13 seconds. Time.
Smoggy.
An issue. EDG. Smoggy. Definitive chances. Nade rebound. Smoggy trying to play himself back in here. Doubled up side by side. It's Heretics. Drifting, missing.
คนเฮกันไม่พัก
The shots matter. Right
Oh my god.
God damn, man. He's not giving Heretics an inch.
พรีเมียม
There is no mercy here from EDG. Not a moment's respite. Not an inch. Heretics have done everything to try to set them up for that round win. To get a pistol that could have maybe gone somewhere. At least giving them some hope, even if it was false. And Smoggy shuts the door in their face.
เอา
Beautiful shots towards the end. Shuts the door in their face and the map. Almost there. One
เพื่อน
more
ยัง
step
ตก
is
ใจ
all they have to take. A 13-1 in the grand finals.
Surely we've never had a more dominant map than that in a grand finals before. I can't remember one.
Can't recall. Put it on a show right now.
เฮ้ยเวนเท่าเลย
Kankan does end up falling early. It's hard to see that it would matter at all, though.
My eyes are down.
All or nothing for Heretics. That investment did bear fruit. Double up, jumping alongside it, trying to bait these players right back in as well. Simon is being pushed, warded into this corner, and the util ricocheting, rebounding. A desperate effort to save his life. All for naught here on the side of EDG. An all-in attempt now, spraying them down. Spectre in hand, Chichu only able to get the one.
Smoggy once more in a 1vx scenario. This time an extra player. But he's caught a really quick timing again. It could actually be doable.
Benji's low. Doesn't want to reveal his position with a bit of stray spam. He's just perched up. High ground, up and around here. Bulldog spray, but dropped down to 27 health. Time begins to tick. Who will swing as soon as there's contact? Signs of that live.
Side
and almost made me believe.
หวาดเสียว
I think if that first kill had been a bit cleaner onto Benji Fishy, Smoggy could have had that one. You see the way that EDG are playing though. Simon, so first of all, Kankan just tries to take contact. Then Simon holds his ground. And then you see Chishu just break drone and stay exactly where he is too. The way that EDG are currently playing, they believe they're better and they're forcing Team Heretics round by round, moment by moment to prove that that's not the case. EDG are not going to give them a shred of extra respect unless Heretics earn it.
There's a pause
Take
on the
a-
timer.
I'm out.
That's
Take
brutal.
something.
Only
What?
mean a few things.
Because if this was in a tense scenario,
Yeah.
you'd be thinking the tension is ridiculous.
Hope the groan from the audience picked up.
But a tech pause in a moment like this is absolutely brutal for Heretics, I think. There are a few instances where some kind of pause in the action might ice the team that's got momentum. But EDG's momentum all came from the first half, and Heretics are just now left to sit silently. Can't even talk about what's going wrong, can't add any levity to the moment. They just have to fester in what a mess they've made of what used to be their dominant map.
คนโคตรเยอะ
See, crowd being led to chance as well. That's the Heretics side of the court.
Yeah, you
A lot
don't.
of the family and friends are staying.
You honestly, you don't need to lead the crowd
คน
in
เล่นพอดี
EDG
คือแบบ
You really don't.
โดนนำขนาดนี้
They
แล้ว
are
ก็โดนยิงคอ
certainly
ร์
the
คุย
favorites
ก็ไม่ได้
here.
ทำอะไรก็ไม่ได้โดน
We've
บีบ
had
สกอร์อย่างนี้
we've had quite a lot of Chinese fans, I think, coming in. It's a short hop away, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, listen, right over the sea. Maybe a bit of land in the process. Yeah, you do land. Right here in our finals, getting a little bit of a wave going. I do appreciate that. I
We
do
did,
love it.
Adam, we-
Heretics.
Coming
What I was
towards us.
about to say, is it coming towards us?
Yeah.
Can you give it a go? Hold on. What, you lifted your arms too early?
No, you were mad
Oh,
late.
I missed it. I was
You
looking
were-
at. Oh, mate.
You were crazy late.
I was looking at the screen. I completely missed it. But Heretics, after kind of being the bane of existence for the Chinese teams in Shanghai, making it to the finals themselves, they almost became like the hometown favorite themselves. They were getting all the cheers.
Yeah, they're certainly a respected team for the Chinese fans, but there's a difference, I think, between respect and love, adoration.
Oh, yeah.
And all of that is poured out en masse for EDG. It's not just as well that the Chinese fans get behind any Chinese team. They do to some extent, of course, but EDG are the Sentinels of China. They are above, far beyond the other teams in terms of how voracious the Chinese fans' appetite is for their players, for the media, for their success as well.
That kind of scrutiny, it can break you as players, as teams as well. There's been tons of pressure on EDG to try and like pick themselves back up, because honestly, first 2 international events, it was essentially a no-show from them.
Yeah, it was a very sad beginning to the year, actually. I was worried that EDG wouldn't be able to cope under the pressure, because it was enormous.
Crashing and burning out of Shanghai, but from the ashes, they've rebuilt themselves with Simon coming in, Hanong moving to supplement the coaching staff, and you can see what a difference it's made.
Yeah, Kankan's just been phenomenal, honestly. He's one of those players that right from the beginning of his story represented China on the global stage, he's always been the player that people look at. Sometimes those kind of players, sometimes they fall off over time.
Yeah.
They're really good at the start, but they're explosive. They just don't have what it takes to be able to evolve as the team evolves. I think it's not just that Kankang has evolved as his team has evolved, he's actually led the evolution of EDG. It's huge what he's been able to accomplish, to grow as he's gotten older, to realize his own dreams.
Can't agree. He's been making sure that Simon is up to scratch as well. There are rookies on either side, of course, on both sides of the stage, and just getting whispers of the ETA. Looks like the problem might be fixed. I say might be because, listen, sometimes things do take worse.
The ghosts in the machine.
Yeah, I've just been burned too hard. You know what I mean? I'm jaded at this point. You never know. You get told sometimes already. It's no one's fault, of course. I mean, listen.
We can allocate blame if you like.
Okay.
We can just pick somebody.
I'll blame you. if that's what
No, it wasn't me. It wasn't me.
12-2.
Kankan was talking too about their losses at Shanghai, and he said that they knew that they looked back on Masters Shanghai and they knew that they need to be working hard, doing better, showing their resilience. How could you open the grand finals with a better showcase of resilience than this?
Yeah. Almost a slam dunk finish here for Sunset, and we're right back into the action. Didn't miss much here. Nobody. He's going to be missing his head. Right off the shoulders. Clean as anything. Heretics showing no mercy. They know it's got to be relentless if they're going to try and stand any chance in this map.
The EDG economy in a bad spot, so they're looking to take risks. I would have loved to see this a little more, I think, from Heretics when they were on the defense side. Going for that triple push down through mid.
Something smells up.
You got to expect more.
Yeah, they certainly do. Holding for the angles. Wait, they've missed one. Kang.
เรื่องนี้ต้องมีคนรับผิดชอบ นั่นคือเบนจี้นี่
Immediately reacts, thinking that somebody's going to be there trying to punish him, but now can go back and pick up that Guardian.
เรื่องนี้มันต้องมีคนรับผิดชอบ
See if he can do anything else.
เบนจี้บอกโอเคผมเอง
Heretics into the post plant themselves too.
Giving the Guardian over to Shishu. Kankan very confident in his own Sheriff aim by the look of things.
Yeah, maybe the better course as well to try and go down to the spike, but
I think Miniboo's missed the timing there.
No punish on the jump spot though. Miniboot, one more kill. Gets him up to the ult for the next. Still EDG want to try and play into this one here. Rolling forwards, what a shot! Magnetic to the dome. Stun connects, Miniboot responds. Leaves it down to Chichu, sharp dance rebounding, weakening him, softening him. Miniboo himself gets the 3-piece in the round.
Little scary there, Miniboo, but what a shot he pulled out. Stunned up, made sure that Kankan could not run away with that. But they would need another 9 rounds to make this possible, and even that would only get things to overtime. It's a foregone conclusion that we're heading towards Lotus anyway, no matter what. But the manner in which we get there to Lotus might make all the difference. EDG set up to repel this.
Paranoia. That's the job. EDG cleared the angles. Many Budo, nice play there, but at least the Boombot doesn't clear the corner like he was hoping. They're smoking their face too, so second guessing themselves of whether or not they want to make the moves over towards A.
Simon's so diligent. He's always got the read on what's going on. He's just holding the knife here, waiting for that showstopper. And the more he doesn't use it, the more it denies Miniboo from getting into a good position where he can actually find value.
Absolutely. Drone. Spots the one.
Yeah, I mean, that tells you everything. You know that they're not going to be hitting A in the next 10 seconds, and you also know that they've tried to insert somebody. So they could go for the re-hit later.
Certainly. Even an open sight. Chichu. So there's going to be much safety for him to cross back up and away here. The dart spells it out for him. Trip's going to be cleared. EDG, a rapid though onto the approach, but Boo has got it handled nicely. Clean shot. Once more, you've removed that heavy hitter. Team Heretics falling back, reconfiguring into this round. In through B. Miniboo's going to be taking point and contact. Oh, feeling like it was necessary, and well, it's still alive and kicking, but potentially not for long. Yes, Smoggy returns it straight away. Straight bullets, all it takes. EDG now. Try and chew through this hold, in through B main, a tap onto the spike. Accounting for Boo, he just absolutely overwhelms onto that spot in position and nobody, not long for it.
จบเถอะเกมเนี้ยไปวัดเกมหน้าดีกว่า
Heretics
เริ่มใจเมา
Miniboo pushed up, aggro on the post plant, drawing out info, managing to go 1-for-1. Cam and spam. Play that Heretics love running on both sides of the map. Fragment grenade too. But at what point do you start to believe that a comeback like this is possible? It takes anything. One big round from Kankan or Chichu.
There's always danger lurking every corner.
One mistake from Heretics.
Exactly.
And it's over. These comebacks, they almost never happen.
เฮ้ยโดนไป3เจ็บเลยเหรอ
Because it's an EDG. Weaker weaponry, you can take those risks. You can make your move.
What a risk he's taken here. He's
Pushed
found the
up.
timing.
He's right past him. It's going to be a trip in his face at least, but might be able to hunt down Boo. Still, Boo is in a very defensible position. Slicing the pie from Miniboo. Trying to, okay, maybe stopping short of the mark, but still aware of the fact that there could be that play. And it's made here. The paranoia sweeping its way through. Just can't quite wrangle the beast in control of the sheriff. Swiping his way in. Kaikang! Here he is. Playtime's
จบ
over.
หรือเปล่าอันนี้
They're done messing around. EDG want to go on to the next. There's an ult for Boo. Will be able to pick up the spike, but it's a hard read by Simon. Look at this guy. Ready to just.
โอ้โห โอ้ my god คังจัดให้อีกแล้วอ่ะจัดให้ไม่พักเลยน้องแบบเขาเราเก่งปืนที่น่ากลัวที่สุดในเกมเชอร์ลีฟแบบเขาเราโคตร ทำไมพวกโปรเล่นเชอรีฟยังกระถือเว้นดองโหปืนมันโหดอะนัดเดียว นี่ยังดีนะที่มันยิงหัวแบบระยะไกลนัดเดียวไม่ตาย ลองนึกภาพดูนะถ้าเป็นแบบเฮดฮันเตอร์ของแชมเบอร์เม็ดเดียวคือแตก จบเถอะยิงเชอรี่เป็นแบบนี้ ติดตัวใหม่ก็ไม่เหงาก็ มันก็พกช็อตตี้กันอยู่แล้วพวกโปรซัมติงนี่น่าจะคนแรกเลยแบบ ผมไม่กลัวครับตัวใหม่ ถ้ามึงกดอันติมากูแค่เอาช็อตตี้แดดเข้าไปยิงคุณ
Now, thanks for joining me, guys. 높으신 분들이니까 열심히 모시세요. Now, Anna. 먼저 챔피언스 서울 이번 대회 그리고 한국 팬들과의 만남이 있었는데요. 좀 어떤 경험이었는지부터 여쭤보도록 하겠습니다. How has Champions Seoul been like for you, and what do you think of the Korean fans and the Korean Valorant community?
Honestly, it's been a really, really emotional week. Like, we've been here all week getting to know players, going to PC bongs, going to so many different things. And this community has got to be like, it's got to be like the best community so far. Like, the hype is so real, and we are just so happy to be here right now.
너무 벅찬 경험이었다고 얘기를 합니다. 오늘 선수들도 와서 많이 만나고 PC방에 가서 유저들도 만나고 팬분들도 만나봤는데 진짜 여러분들이 너무 많은 성원과 응원을 보내주셨기 때문에 벅차고 감사하고 정말 한국 팬들이 최고의 팬이다 라고 얘기를 해주셨습니다. 그리고 이번 챔피언스 서울이 또 역대 VCT 최고 시청률을 기록했는데요. 여기에 대해서는 어떻게 생각하시는지도 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Champions Seoul has already broken the VCT viewership records. So what are your thoughts on this big achievement?
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, baby. I mean, that's pretty incredible, right? I mean, I think like those numbers are really, really humbling to us, honestly. Like, we work really, really hard to bring a great game and a great sport to our players. And so when our players show up and when they give us that validation, it is so incredible. And honestly, like, we've been growing the audience. Like, we have grown in China. We've come out on console. We hope our console players are enjoying their first champions. So yeah, it's just been incredible.
아무래도 워낙 모든 사람들이 여러분들께 그리고 선수들에게 최고의 환경을 제공하기 위해서 열심히 노력을 하는 만큼 이렇게 큰 수치가 찍힌다는 거, 그리고 이렇게 여러분들에게 사랑을 많이 받는다는 것 자체가 너무너무 감사한 일이고, 그리고 또 확신을 준다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그리고 이어서 중국 번역도 론치를 했었고, 그리고 올해 또 콘솔이 나왔던 만큼 더 많은 분들이 함께할 수 있기를 바란다고 얘기를 했습니다. 그러면 리오님에게 2025년 좀 리그 포맷의 변화가
Everybody, we have some champions in
Ui.
the house. It's Jogamo and Potter. Welcome, guys.
Hello, hello.
It's so good to have you two here. We got Kukuka with me as well. But that map, let's quickly break it down. What a stark contrast from the first one. What happened?
Yeah, I can't believe it. I mean, I can kind of, but that first map already, things were wonky for EDG. You know, the fact that right after that Omen ult, landing towards A site, kind of meandering around and unable to plan one at a time a lot. And the stage nerves, you could just absolutely see it. So it's good for EDG that they were able to get a reset backstage and looking like a completely different team on map 2.
Yeah, and Jog, look at the vibes. Look how hyped Kong was as well right after that. You gotta give it right when you're on that stage.
When you're on the stage, you're giving the hype, you're letting the crowd know, and you want to put the crowd on your back. You say, let's hype up the crowd, let's get hype. So I think it's amazing that Kong's getting the crowd on his side, and I mean, he is a crowd pleaser, so I can't be mad at him for that.
Does he have that?
Yeah, and now looking at Lotus, things are moving pretty fast as the Asian select has already been decided for the third map. We know that this is a map that both of the teams have a lot of experience. Team Heretics decided to change the composition, go for the double controller, a lot of what other teams in EMEA are doing. But the way that EDG present this map, how they run the clove, some might think is a little bit wacky, but the presence that they're able and the pressure that they're able to put across the map definitely pays off.
You guys like the clove?
เขาลืมฮาร์เบอร์
I love the clove. I love the clove. And, you know, just a double initiative on the one side and Viper on the other. I'm loving this. You know,
นี่มันแก๊งเดิมเลยที่หน้ามาสเตอร์ก็บิมคนเดิมจำได้
about what's going to be the flavor of this map, what's the best comp, and for us it was the double initiator. It was without the Viper, but I think it makes sense that the Raze is coming out because the Viper, the HP gets whittled down. So just in tandem, these utilities work together well.
And now, Christina, you're no stranger to the desk, so you know that Bren and Sideshow are waiting for us on the other side. Would you like to do the honor and toss to them?
Bren, Sideshow, take it away.
A true professional in every sense. Listen, in every sense, I'm ready for Potter to step back into the ring. Listen, the talent are ready and waiting. Open arms, I'm telling you.
เห็นกระบองมันขี้ขิงแล้วอยากได้มั้ง
For our map here in the grand finals, middle ground here, where in terms of way of reaching.
ทำไงได้ในมาร์เก็ตมันเกลือ
The map pick bands, and where they've gone, EDG have kind of upset a multitude of opponents, I think, over the course of this tournament on this map. You know, you can dismiss their composition for being non-standard, non-meta, but they do make it work, and it works well.
They make it work amazingly. They're great at playing around smokes. They're amazing at trading Kong, and their pistol round strategies are always creative, always finding success. This round, at least in the creativity, looking to be no different. This is going to be a big push out of C and B, and that puts all of the pressure on people like Benji or Woot to try to hold on or make at least the right decision of whether to hold, whether to run A.
We're going to see it. Kitchen Sink is lobbed over towards it, trying to take that fight with a fault line. That's a good connection. Kang. It's blood in the water. You can sense it, smell it. Trying to go for the pincer. Contained for now. Heretics have the advantage. They've stunted and slowed down his push. Nobody seeking to redeem himself into that spot for a moment's notice. Taking these timings, disrespect is shown.
มันเดินแบบตายใจเลยว่าไม่มีคนแล้ว
Squeezed. Out of spot, out of position, still satchels through, and his team's going to make the decision for him. Taking that space onto the site. Now everybody trying to go for the retreat. Damage done, tapping away, pistols in hand. Not enough to claim these kills. Let's soften them up potentially for that rainy day. Kang is relentless. He won't let them loose, and he will not let them have even a single chance. Heretics somehow finding heads and finding a way through this. Tap through the wall, nobody is left in a difficult spot, a 1v2, but all that damage done, as we said, prior. Online!
จีมันคั่งจัดว่าเดินยัดรัวๆเลยมันไม่สนเลย มันเดินยัดแบบว่าไม่สนเลยมันไม่มีความกลัวอยู่ในใจเลยยัดเสียหลักเลยมันมั่นอกมั่นใจมาก
I'm not really sure why they tried to do that small feint into the B site. Maybe over-anticipating that EDG were going to read the A pivot. EDG were ahead of them at every part there, up until the very end where nobody was in a tough position but pulled out the Red Bull clutch.
มันเดินเล่นมั่นใจไงให้ไม่ดูตลกมันยิงได้ไงมันเลยไม่ตลก
No loss here, but EDG
No fear.
Momentum. Smoggy. Still holding down, locking down towards C-Mount. He's got a fault line just in case. Door opens wide, but the paranoia, they already know that there's a chance of losing B main control, but no. Once more, Heretics have worked back, pushed into predictable avenues.
Pings out from Heretics over towards C, which is where Smoggy and Simon are holding. But it doesn't really look like there's going to be enough utility to shove them off the line. Even if Boo decides to commit Haunt or a Prowler to this, I think they're just going to break it. I'd be surprised if EDG gave up map control. Yeah, it's just responded with a fault line, and you keep this stack over towards A. 2 players, crossfire setup.
Might just get put into the blender. Okay.
เอาชิบหายแล้ว
Tries to play off the flash. On a couple of these eco kills, he's handed over the rifle to them. Not just that, damage, straight shots, straight through the smoke, and Wolf with the possibility to get this plant online. Putting the pressure down onto Rians. He still returns with a frag. Traded though. And Heretics have set themselves up into this post plant. Benji's on with the rifle.
Did Smoggy see Miniboo here? I don't think he did.
Fault line ready. Time to strike is nice. Smoggy's trying to run these players down still. It's defended from above. Benji Fishy, man of the hour. Time starting to tick here. On through the spike, and that rifle handed over. A costly mistake. Chi-Chu has to pick up the pieces and forge a path to victory. No more bullets left to do it. And Miniboo knows it. Locks it down, holds it down. And answers right back after the pistol.
คังเอาเป็นท่อมไปตบเรื่องใหญ่เลย
Finally, we're seeing both teams really early on try to get stuck in on a map, not allowing it to go early one way or the other. I feel for Kang in that spot though, because he really believed that Paranoia was good. He trusted in his teammate, and he ended up being betrayed by it. Woot, playing anti-flash, managed to swing back in and help deliver that first step to the Masquerade Thrifty. Heretics will be loving that one. Not only does it hurt the EDG economy, but it actually allows them an opportunity to start getting these attacking ults going, which otherwise would have been a big disadvantage. It's one of the biggest reasons that Team Heretics, or at least biggest tools that they have to rely on their attack side, compared to EDG's less standard approach. The ultimates that Heretics have access to, slightly better. And they found the gap here, if indeed they do press into B. EDG is super happy to gamble. When they're on ecos, they'll often run 4 players A. They'll sometimes push on defense, like we saw on the pistol.
They have a lot of ideas on. Pretty par for the course though, just trying to stack a site when you're on the eco. It's nothing really innovative. Okay. It's a gander and a peek.
This spike is in serious danger of being lost. Benji's taking a risk even going to retrieve it right now.
He's having to slow down the footsteps. He doesn't know if the space has been taken. And now scurrying away. Slight mistiming there. Could have spelled defeat and doom for him, but okay. Stand the turret. Side's been taken up, but players are in position. EDG have got them surrounded on almost every front.
But their weapons aren't good enough to spam, so this plant should go down fairly easily. They throw the Paranoia in as well, just to make sure nobody can play Waterfall.
Aftershock is good. Kang being played in here. All that sound and distraction. Shots are here. Heads barely broken over.
อะไรวะเนี่ยกูดูอะไรอยู่เนี่ย
Kang will make it work.
มาจัดแต่ละคน
Over Benji Fishy 1v2 has a lot to deal with. Prowler running him down and nobody's right there alongside.
อะไรกันวะเนี่ย
พี่คังมันโหดมากเลยวันเนี้ย
ไอ้คังมันโคตรมันไม่ตัวอะไรแล้วพี่
พี่ได้ไปเปิดสแตทมาดูยังมันบวก 20 แล้วนะ
Nobody with Bulldog
แต่
in
ผม
hand did
ไอ้
so
คังแม
much
ปแรก
there.
แบบ2
The
คนละคนเลยนะ
turret evaded as well.
โอ้ยแมปแรกมัน
What's
20
going on
บว
there?
กแมป2อีก 20
Came back through Mound.
มันยิง 40 แล้วเราเนี่ย
Must have been offline, I think. We
คัง
didn't
มัน
get
เดิน
to
แบบ
see
ว่า
it really
ไม่
inside.
กลัว
แบบว่าแบบ
These
แร
are
ก
we were
360
watching, but
ก็แบบ
still,
แบบ2อีก
they pressed
360
through. No problem.
แบบคือแบกกันนะแบบ3แบบเนี่ย
เซลซิเชีย EDG ด้วย
It was odd. To be honest, I think Benji pointed it in some sense kind of the wrong direction too.
It's a scrappy and explosive beginning here on Lotus. Hopefully seeing signs that it is a bit more back and forth. Rather than the blowouts that we've seen on the first 2 maps. Missing the turret. That's still here. Smoggy going to refresh that one way, but he's going to respect now the Prowler in his face.
EDG have posted Shishu up over towards Rubble. So even with Team Heretics taking this portion of the map, EDG still have very good information around. Benji's got his ult online though. That one's pretty huge. When you're playing it against a team that's running a Raze on the other side, usually the Raze on defense will try to rotate C, deny the lockdown. But with this comp, they don't really have anything to stop the lockdown from coming through.
It's not an option.
I'd expect to see Benji try to make use of it in the round, but he's playing really passively over towards B right now.
Bang, wall in his face. That's Chichu taking the timing straight through the smoke. Kill lighting up the feed. That's all the acknowledgement they need.
I think you got to give up an A here. Just group B or C and use the lockdown.
They've got no way to really remove it.
30 seconds left.
An option might be
อยากรู้นักแข่งเชียร์นักแข่งทีมเดียวกันด้วยความรู้สึก
Like Jiggle again grabs the information. Damage is being done. Stray shots are fired in through B.
หน้าแบบไม่รู้ว่าอาจจะมีความสนิทส่วนหนึ่งเดียว
Hectic on the side of Heretics.
โอ้ไม่ได้ยินเสียง
The aftershock none the wiser. The plan tonight. Chichu from behind. God, he's not slowing down. 7 seconds. Benji forced to give it up.
And the final player.
ดันว่าเฮลิติกโดนไหมด่านนี้ทุกคนว่าไงโดนไหม
Down in the back of his pocket. EDG string two together for the first time on Lotus.
Strange one.
Yeah, and they've also broken the economy of Heretics. I know that we've seen the
ดูดิ
50s
ทำอะไรก็ดี
work,
อะ
but you
เอา
can't
เลย
rely on them forever. What is going on here though as well? Boo just missing the
ไอ้บู
sound cues
มัน
because
ดู
of the
ดุนๆเลยบาง
nightfall.
เนี้ย
มันไม่ได้ยินเลยมันโดนแบบไม่รู้จะทำกูทำอะไรดี
That's the only explanation.
โดนอันตีผมเหมือนไม่เป็นหูในชีวิตจริงกูเลย กูไม่รับรู้เลยกูตายดีกว่า
Just going to miss.
นี่ถ้าไม่หลุดราว2โอ้โห 4-0 แล้วเนี่ยสโนว์บอล
Benji Fishy have to be the point man.
จะโดนสโนว์บอลอีกหรือเปล่า
Guardian disrespecting, at least pushing back over towards C. Speaking of disrespect, EDG have a lot of bodies behind this.
Yeah, this is one of the kind of substandard, but they still run it defensive looks.
ไม่รู้ว่าไม่สงสัยไม่มั่นใจแผนนีออนว่า
Get somebody
ตอนนั้นที่มินิ
posted
มู
there.
เล่นนีออนเก่ง
You've
อยู่
got
นะ
options. It could be Kang Kang and nobody, and you can run forwards with the Prowler, or you can just post Shishu up over towards Rubble. And it's tough, because if Heretics try to gamble that EDG have got 4A at the start of the round and fast hit towards BOC, it might not be this defensive setup.
Lineups are here, mass pings on the mini-map at least. Heretics looking to make the mark, over towards C. Smoggy will seek to deny.
They're going into a seize and a medal. There is a chance that Heretics get melted.
Could eviscerate them. Gets the connection.
โอ้โหสแกน
But it goes on either side here. Fully revealed up. Mini Boo cleaning up onto the corner. Cuts it up from Chichu. Trying to get his team right back into this one here. He does have the angle, but he hears that TP, and he's anticipating it in a different direction. And ult. Locked down. It's dropped down. This is trying Heretics now to pave their way through. There's nothing to really break that one. I mean, Simon is going to place the aftershock to see if he can delay and deny the plant from going down, but tucked into the corner, Rians will get an extension of time into the round now. EDG up onto the flank with the flash. And through waterfall. Overdrive into the hands of Kang Kang. Rians just can't hold a candle to that. Movement too good. Chichu defusing, but sprayed down. Beam down. Wood holding it down. Nobody can cross the line in the barrier, and Simon. It's desperation just tucked to the side. As Joshi said, you can't rely on the rookies, but listen. MasterCard are getting their money's worth.
This is ridiculous. Our third that we've seen so far on Lotus.
เราเจิม
We
ให้
finally got the lockdown invested as well.
หรือว่าเรา
And
เจิ
you
ม
can
ให้
see now, I think, why Benji didn't want to use it so much in those prior rounds. They don't want to use it as a tool to get in onto sites. They want to use it as a tool to ensure they can get plants on sites. And there is a subtle difference there. Normally, when you use it as a tool to initiate, you have to exec as it's about 4 seconds left on the clock. That's not enough time to plant. The defenders are already going to be in, trying to deny. As EDG are trying to deny Rubble currently.
Big reveal, big coverage, Mini Boo. Straight up and over, Benji Fishy looking to contain. Plugging up the holes, but he is alone, isolated, Smoggy. Bite of the apple, tap with a rifle.
อุ้ยคมเลยคมเยิน
Sets it. To draw this core, the plays being made all across.
my god ยิงพังเลยก็เรียกว่ายิงพัง
พี่ในข้างๆป้ามันเบื่อเลยอะ
Embarrasses Heretics in through tree.
He is the immovable object of EDG.
And could we have it any other way? And that's an ace if I've ever seen one.
นี่คือ The real boy firepower
Superb at this tournament. He really has. His win rates in these opening fights immaculate, but guess who's there supporting him on that entry too? Simon from the
คือมันยิงหมดแล้วเนี่ยรถแล้วคนเปิดประตู ยิงหมด
ยิงหมดแล้วอ่ะ
frees him up to go for the kills. Can't get rid of it.
มันอยู่คนเดียวเลย
Where are the rest of my kills? You're gonna ruin my stats here, Chishu. Chishu, 12-4. He started off on Sunset 10-0. Now he did slow down after that, but his opening to the map drove a spear firmly into Team Heretics. It's amazing how much Chishu's doing actually for them overall in this tournament. He's winning about 70% of his opening fights. That is ludicrous.
He really is.
จับกล้องไปมีแต่คนกำลังอร่อย
And you're also seeing the value that he has across the board. On Haven, he couldn't quite get working today. But on previous times, he's been so good with the lurks. Intelligent player.
Really calm
under pressure too. He's one of those players alongside Kong Kong you can expect to perform in every game.
He's been so clutch this entire tournament. I haven't pulled the numbers. I haven't gone for the
คือเมื่อกี้มันไม่เสียเลือดเลยใช่ไหมชิชูอะ
I know
ไม่โดนเลยพี่
when I see
ไม่มีใครได้สู้มันเลยพี่
มันโดน
this
ตั
is
น
the tournament of his life.
มันไม่ใช่มันว่า
โดนตันคนเดียวเองที่เหลือคือแบบโดนมันให้แบบไม่ได้สู้
maybe
อะ
initially, but he's returned the fire and forced the time out of Heretics, forcing them to adjust and adapt.
นี่ขนาดลูกพี่สมอกกี้ไม่ตื่นนะเนี่ย
Again towards A
ชู
Rubble.
นี่แบบ
All's going to be going down here. Heretics are giving up that space. It's conceded by EDG.
And I like that EDG don't fight over it. One of the big advantages that Team Heretics comp has is that it should be able to win rubble fights. Kangkang's always going to be a bit of a wild card in those rubble fights because the Neon can get into really unexpected situations, but generally speaking, Heretics should be able to own that part of the map. EDG, though, seem to have anticipated that this is heading B. Nobody's looking to get info, and Prowlers trade.
Spot, yeah. He's hyper committed here. It's a showstopper in the back pocket, a mini boot.
Heretics don't like the look of this. Potentially coming back to Rians. It looks a little indecisive here. Rians is looking for that info that would just inform Boo what the correct decision is. Boo's had his team go towards B, towards C, and now coming back to A without really putting pressure anywhere. They're not pulling defensive rotates.
They're not at all. The jiggle to try and get that info. Rians is calling. Wait, guys, they've potentially given this all the way up.
They need to rely on ults.
What is that? Wide face, 5 players to receive and face him. Simon steps up, takes the challenge and takes the fight. But now the squeeze. Paranoia is perfect. And an ultra supplement. It's a cherry on top. Nobody. Denied. Can't step past the blue room.
10 seconds.
Smog is just wondering where it all went wrong.
ดีแล้วอะไม่น่าเลยวะไม่น่าเป็น
He's a player that's been lone defending C these
พ
past
ลาด
couple
ตอนที่
rounds.
ชูพีกันเนาะ
Usually this is his
ส
map.
โมหายไปหมดเลยว่ะพี่
He's averaging a kill per round when he plays
จะได้มันโคตรดีเลย
Clove on Lotus. But this would be something different.
Yeah, he'd have to pump up those numbers heavily. Jumping through, it's mini boot. Shuts him down, bullet to the brain.
I think you're dead on the money there. Where did it all go wrong? Because the EDG had the setup. They knew that Team Heretics were looking to end over towards A, or at least they had a read on it. Chishu ults over towards Mound, confirms all of the macro is in favor of EDG. And yet the peaks, Chishu just, after he'd already confirmed it wasn't C, maybe looking for a bit of info that he perhaps didn't need. He was punished for it.
Heretics back into it. Around down for now. For now being the key words. Kang! He's handed, offered an opportunity, and snappy reaction times are on display. Damage and bullets exchange. Woot from behind. Delivers that dagger, at least stolen from him. It's Rians who lights up the feed.
So much damage been done.
สู้อะไรกันขนาด
The
นั้น
players from Heretics are leaving bruised and battered. They haven't forced out the Rolling Thunder either. If they could have put enough pressure on Simon, maybe he would have cracked, but such composure to keep that ult. And if Smoggy gets one, suddenly they're not dead yet online.
Yeah. He
will be a nuisance.
And this is the kind of spot where you can try to play cheeky angles like this.
One and done. The online has a TP into the back. Ooh, hard commits that. Now you're putting the squeeze onto Smoggy. He
Love this.
is in the danger. There's no retreat here. There's no retreat at all. And once more, Heretics show that discipline on display. Kang! It's only one before he's dropped. An open sight here for Heretics.
30 seconds left.
I love that snake bite, trying to deny any space over towards Waterfall. So Riens gets a safe plant off. A decision-making time for Simon. With a pit in a 2v3, you probably do not want to be using Rolling Thunder. But if they can get a spam kill, which EDG are normally so good at, maybe it becomes worthwhile.
Chances. Need a kill, though, to make it happen. To get the ball rolling.
They have Haunt.
Haunt, any sort of reveals, not quite.
Right there.
It's util expended. No luck at a draw from the bullets flying forwards. Heretics have wrapped this one up.
Finally, we've got a map where both teams have turned up to it.
Yeah, a bit of parity.
I definitely agree with Potter when she was talking about the nerves being present on Haven for EDG. I think EDG just came out with a phenomenal read on Sunset that made Heretics just look like they weren't even home. Now we're getting to that even territory.
He's just going like this, and we have to expect those plays, okay?
I think Miniboo's probably talking there about the way that Kang slid into them. They have to be ready for that kind of stuff because he's right. Kang will go for those plays. He's the kind of player that will sacrifice his own life sometimes to try to make the winning spot for his team.
Have to remain vigilant. Enough util.
Oh my God.
Smoggy straight back onto the line. Miniboo is taken out. He's got to watch now. Rest of his team to see if they can piece together this round when they're a player down. Even more so onto these angles. The contact play is called and around Paranoia. Not even a connection. Smoggy is working this map like it's his playground right now, especially onto the side, but he needs some backup and he needs to bail out. Heretics finding it. Dashing away, cancel the movement. Kang dropped down with a decay damage. Can't stand against it. Smoggy also being pushed back, postured away in a nano swarm. Benji, they knew he was there. The right util at the right time to punish Smoggy, trying to cleave the way through. One kill found, and he's still got a not dead yet. But he might not even need it. On for the ace, damage Thunderboo. Round and round we go onto the side. Taking it away, he's got the speed buff intact. There's no plant online. There's pressure still on the shoulders of Boo.
How long does Boo hold for? Smoggy's reading into this, thinking that he's gone for the rotate.
Oh my.
Reload เพื่อน
It's a possibility. There was enough time for it. Boo could have walked all the way and just ran when he was out of range, but now back over towards C.
Boo can die to spam here as he plants. But I'm not even sure that Smoggy has enough bullets in his gun.
He hasn't gone for the reload. He was scared of a player being close, and now creeping, crawling up close. 1v1 still down to the timings. Smoggy can't do it with pistol in hand. It's Boo.
ไรเฟิลนัดเดียวก็ตายแล้ว
It's up to him to be that veteran presence to make sure that round did not go amiss.
What a clutch from Boo. Desperately needed for Heretics, I think. I'm not a fan of how around these situations though with his ult. I think you look at that round without an ult online, he played it immaculately. He controlled his team's paranoias. I actually think though that when he has the Clovo online, he can afford to be way more aggressive in those spots and use the ult to play his team in. I'd like to see him try to take that impact earlier on.
I love you.
น่าจะเพื่อนคอโลแต่ว่าน่าจะคอโลจริงแล้วคิดว่าโลแบบนัดเดียว
เพื่อนน่าจะแบบหวานโลมากเหมือนเราต้อง
essentially right they've been trying to find spots
ไม่แต่ว่ามันมีเวลาเยอะมันต้องคำนวณเลือดให้เพื่อนนะเว้ยดีแบบมึงยิงไปเท่าไหร่มึงยิงไปเท่าไหร่กูยิงไปเท่าไหร่ไม่เป็นเหลือ30อะไรเงี้ย30คลาสสิกไปตายแล้วก็ต้องแวนดอล
anything super
ไม่
simple
ผมว่ามันไม่ได้มิสคอมหรอกแต่ว่า
EDG need to get a read on where these are coming
แค่ไม่รีโหลดอะมันเอาแบบ
มันไม่อยากปล่อยเสียง
ปล่อยเสียงอะ
Odin being bought here
กู
for
จะออกไป
Blue as
ไกลอยู่
well.
นะ
Looking to try to do early spam over towards
เออ
A.
ก็
ตอนแรก
ก็
ผมนึกว่าย่องออกไปรีโหลดแม่งไม่โหลด
มันอาจจะคิดว่าบูมันดันมันเช็คก็อยู่ก็กลัวเสียงหลุดหรือเปล่า
Still some bite left.
มันควรรีโหลดตอนมันได้ยินเสียงแผ่นบอมแล้วอะ
Scramble together here. Rifles in the hands of 4 of them.
There. There.
Ult's online too, so could be willing to scrap here.
That's
Right
big
on target.
damage.
Yeah, nobody chunked down. Sets up for the TP. Nobody is committed here. The door's not even okay. Breaks it, backs away. Evacuation is called for.
Missed the haunt as well. It was broken, of course, but he was aiming for on top of rubble there, so they wouldn't scan the back towards where Woot was. They've lost info over towards A. That Odin purchase ended up coming through very clutch for that opening fight.
มันขึ้นเลยดิ
Those are the extra elements we've come to expect, I think, from a team like Heretics. A little spice to throw into a round, making sure that it is that much more winnable here. Going for the potential B pivot. The door was already opened wide here. Benji, footsteps rumbling towards them. And now there's Simon. Time to strike. Time to see if he can collect to corral these kills. Up and around. Chichu back and around. Obtains the upgrade. The 3 versus 3 is where we stand.
Heretics with time to cancel. EDG thought it was actually a B pivot going on there. You could see it in the way that Shishu threw his paranoia.
Yeah.
And yet they still held tall. Now nobody has to do it all.
Sees the shoulder. Tried to play patiently. And Smoggy drifting into the fight, into the fray. Not watched for. Anticipating that re-swing. Ops into the ult now. Not dead yet. Spam follows through. Needs the kill, he needs the assist, but Heretics are the ones under that pressure.
อ๋ออร่อย
อร่อยเลย
อร่อยเลย
ทำตีนด้วยเพื่อน
I wasn't expecting the round to end like that. I was looking over towards Smoggy.
No way.
He had limited time to be able to get value out of his ultimate, and it looked like he was playing passively, but they ran away from the Clove, trying to deny them value, and straight into the waiting arms of Chishu. That's tragic for Heretics.
To collect. Beautiful transfer as well. We missed that one, but still got to admire it. He's sitting at 15 and 7.
หน้าผมแอบไปมาเมื่อกี้
And again, the team with the
กำลัง
weaker
จะทักเลย
economy,
ว่า
though it
เฮ้ย
wasn't
จัด
a full thrifty,
มี
comes
สอง
out
คน
with
เหรอ
the goods.
ผมแอบไป
5-5.
มาแป๊บนึง
Strange map.
Benji has it online
แม่คัง
again.
จะตาย
His
วะนะ
ult.
Once more, Odin spam. TP across, TP up top. And Wood is going to be traded. Just the one for his efforts. Chichu's still here. Guess what? Peeking off of the util. There's more where that came from. Boo. See if he can cleave away in a path right through, but they realize that A is futile. Time to make the great retreat.
Yeah, I think they actually saw both pieces of utility coming from Smoggy and Simon. So they've got a pretty good read here that C is empty. And they're going to confirm it with
คิด
lockdown.
ถึงสมัยที่สกิลบีทมันพังที่คิวจอย
Going for the instant reposition as well. They can
โอ้
show
พี่
this
โคตร
one.
โกงอ่ะตอนนี้นะ
เราตอนนั้นมีด่านแฟกเจอร์ด้วย
Cleared out.
ไม่ต้องเล่น
เก็บอันติตั้งนานเอาแบบสกิลบีทง่อยๆมายิงทิ้งอ่ะ
Think ahead here. Into the round, a bit of spam from Boo.
I like this.
Forces util. Forces EDG to be diligent with the clearing. Oh,
They actually,
see it.
yeah, they didn't even use utility though. They saved the util and just barreled forward with 2 or 3 players looking to try to trade out. So now they have that utility to clear the side, but Boo.
Oh, listen, if you're going to
Clear
try and opt
Smoggy.
in, exactly, brute force. It's a domain where Heretics will seek to punish, yet still smokes propped up and heads being pried straight off the bodies. Left down to
ไม่ไล
Benji.
น์อัพวะ
Planted for him, up onto Mound.
เฮ้ยแล้วนับ
Nana
ต้องอะไรนับ
swarms
จ้ะ
up and over,
ล่ว
just
งนาน
about catching, but Simon's got the half, and that's a potential wink on drop down time. Is of the essence, ticking away from them. TP up and around.
He might not think he's
มันได้ยินมามันไม่ได้ยิน
No way, Simon! No
อุ้ย
way! Dropped dead in his tracks. And it's all Benji.
I thought there was such a chance there that EDG were going to sneak that one away. When Chishu teleports up and Benji catches him, it's so likely that Benji waits for another tap. Heretics take the lead 6-5 off the back of Benji winning the Red Bull clutch. Another huge clutch going the way of Team Heretics. If they hadn't had those two, EDG might have been running away with this half, but as it is, Chinese squad knocked down to lower economy. And trying to control rubble. They've kind of missed out on the control of this part of the map the whole game. Their comms doesn't really favor it, but now they're driving Heretics into B.
Fast plays all around the map. Trying to go for that reaction overdrive. It's here. Kang collects. It's augmented.
โอ้โหอันตีนีออน
In the blink of an
อันตีนีออนแบบเนี้ย
eye.
ดูแรง
6-6.
ดูแรงแฮะ
อันนี้คือ
ถ้ามั
หาน ยเล
ตี
ย
แบบเนี้ยคืออันตีมันแบบมัน
ไม่หัวรัวๆเลย
มันโกงมากเลยอะมันตีแล้วมันวิ่งไวขึ้นมาเลย
In ways that are supremely satisfying, both of them taking chunks out of
ตี
each
ใช้
other.
ตั้งนานไอ้ข้างๆบอกคอ5 วิเรียบหมดเลย
EDG's attack side is super potent as well. Team Heretics may not have done enough with only 6.
That's the question. We're going to get it answered on the other side of this as well. But for now, he's sending it down to the floor momentarily as well, just to get a bit of insight from a former champion himself.
Hey guys, here with Com.
Hey, 피컴.
콤 선수 만나보겠습니다. 콤 선수 어제 경기 끝나고 나서 눈물을 흘릴 때 좀 리엔즈 선수가 위로해주는 모습을
ขนาด
보면서
โปรเพลเยอร์ยิงยากเลย
선수
ที่
아버지가
ตีนีออน
이제 넘버
แต่
원
ยังมีสไลด์2 อัน
평생이라고 얘기를 했거든요. 그렇기 때문에
แต่ไม่รู้ทำไมพอลาไปเล่นเองในแรงแม่งให้กูเม็ดเดียว
또 위로의 손을
그거야,
내밀어줄 수
위.
있는
네.
선수가
네,
그리고
한번.
이런 커뮤니티가 있다는 것에 대해서 어떻게 느끼고 있는지부터 여쭤보고 싶습니다. Com, yesterday you and Papa Com expressed the gratitude towards Rians. You know,
อันนี้คือห้อยธนูไว้ข้างหลังนะ
sportsmanship, especially when you were at a vulnerable moments like yesterday. So what's it like to have an opponent that's willing to kind of comfort you through your hard times?
I think it shows a lot of vulnerability and emotional intelligence, as my dad said. It means a lot to me for sure, because I feel like I'm a very emotional person. And yeah, I mean, it means the world to me that someone, even if they were enemy for me like 10 minutes ago, they've become my friend right after.
확실히 얼마나 이 발로란트 커뮤니티 자체가 EQ가 높고 서로에게 공감할 수 있는지를 잘 보여주는 부분이라고 얘기를 했고요. 그리고 또 콤 선수 같은 경우에도 뭐 눈물이 많은 이런 좀 감수성이 깊은 확실한 F이기 때문에 좀 그런 선수가 이렇게 위로를 해준다는 것 자체가 의미가 굉장히 많았고 또 굉장히 감사하다고 얘기를 했습니다. 그러면 오늘 아무래도 리엔즈 선수를 응원하러 왔나 싶은데 또 보내고 싶은 메시지가 있는지도 물어보도록 할게요. So I'm guessing you're here to root for Rians and Team Heretics. Anything you would like to say to him?
Keep fighting. No matter what happens in this grand finals, have fun, enjoy the moment, no matter what.
어떤 일이 벌어지든 지금 이 순간을 즐기기를 바란다고 얘기했습니다. 이렇게 해서 콤 선수 만나봤습니다. Thank you, Com. And 야, 하나 더.
사랑해, Korea.
Thank you, Com.
นี่สลังเทลอนบุก
Just beaten him, still had thought for his opponent. It shows you, I mean, there's no space for mercy, but there's still room for compassion with the way that they play.
Oh, of course.
I do really appreciate that. All of their thoughts here are going to be on getting that victory, but every time you win, you see the other side of that coin, and there's going to be both sides of it here today in the grand finals. No matter who ends up winning, there is going to be one bitterly disappointed loser up on stage, and that's going to be tough for either team to deal with.
Change of the weaponry here, EDG looking to again increase that tempo, but stopped in their tracks as the Nano Swarms laid down prior.
They've inserted Smoggy pretty deep on B right now. And what I love about watching Smoggy on these rounds is that he has Frenzy and Pick Me Up, which I think is just such a deadly duo.
Yeah, speed buff if he gets that online.
And the overheal too, or the over armor. It's just, it's so tough to deal with.
The menace on the pistols.
He's often in spots where he trades people out. So seeing him isolated here is a little unusual. You see nobody going trying to do his IGL duties, creating pressure on the other side of the map, indicating that this is going to be a C repop. Hard for Heretics to read into that though. What is this?
Kang, he's trying to find it. Needs to be disciplined. And just evacuate to get out, but Wood is still there into the back of the side! Unaccounted for! Will make them rue the day that they decided to ignore that position. Two dropped. There's a third.
Wood.
It's all on Wood, and this guy
Wood.
is undeniable. The form factor, an ace denied, but Smoggy's got much more to do on the backside of that. And enough of the road is paid for Mini Boo to close it out.
shades of Woot at
ข้างมันยังไม่เคลียร์แบ็กไซด์เลยเมื่อกี้
where he took down all of the Chinese squads and made the grand finals. It's been a quiet tournament from him. It's been very different. Seen him in that supportive role, looking to try to trade and help other people, help the team. Good to see him have his moment here in the pistol though, and what an important pistol that might end up being. Gives Team Heretics the lead, assuming no more of those thrifties, those pesky thrifties that we've seen today.
อีกแล้วเหรอ
โอ้โหอีกแล้ว
Called after the initial pistol round.
ดูมาทั้งเดือนไม่ค่อยมีมามีวันสุดท้าย
เมื่อกี้ถอยดิผมว่าสายหูฟังแม่งหักคาไอ้ดีไปแล้วมั้งเนี่ยซาวการ์ด
No, I don't think
เสียบ
so
กับ
either.
ซาวการ์ดอยู่ยืนปุ๊บหั
The
กคา
one
เลย
downside of Woot getting all of those kills on the pistol is that no one else is anywhere near an ultimate. And usually the attacking teams on Lotus are going to want to be putting those into Mini Boo, Benji, something like that. So we've got another tape pause here.
My suspicion was correct. I love that we put the entire arena in lockdown. It's the tech pause, you know, the light and shift and nobody move. Exactly. Trying to take a gander over at the stage as well, see who might be the player we're watching for. He's having some issues. And hopefully we'll be able to get this solved as well. No more stops in the momentum. It's going to be a quick one, I've just heard. So we'll be back into the action soon enough.
You want a time for a fun stat?
Sure.
You know that Team Heretics and Paper X are the only teams to play in a grand finals but not lift a trophy.
That's brutal for Paper X.
Everybody else that's been in a VCT Global Grand Finals has found one, you know, before, after, in a different moment.
And so if Heretics win here today, they'll pass the torch to EDG.
Yep, they'll pass that over and force EDG to be the recipient of that sad stat.
That's brutal. That's a hard one. A lot of damage. Players getting chunked down on EDG's side of things here. And a stun not enough to dissuade and push back Boo. He's going for a few more. Smokes dissipating. Rian's creeping up onto the angles, trying to cut them up where they stand. Paranoia sweeps through, but no connection. And the TB has to be used to back himself away. Still a 4 versus 4. Simon! Oh, he was hoping for that kill. Dropped down there. The spikes in a lapse of Woot. And Heretics have a handle on it.
Nobody left as the final player. The spike could not be further away. He would have to make such a difficult journey.
Yeah.
The hero's quest to try to retrieve the unretrievable.
Woot does it again. It's a 3-piece off the back of that pistol. The Wonder Boy,
3,000
like you said, glimpses of Shanghai, and he's making EDG feel it.
Again though, what kind of bonus round strategy can you really concoct with an Omen ultimate? It's just not as useful. So it is great that we're seeing this from Woot, but you would like to see the ult points been invested into other people for Team Heretics to start some real threats on the defense side. This is cool though, getting a high-low setup from Heretics.
It's an interesting idea.
Looking to try to punish Kong Kong, I would say here.
Flash 2, up and over here, fault line alongside it.
Simon's utility again.
It's overwhelming, suffocating. That's what this EDG squad and composition at least does well.
I mean, I think if Team Heretics really invest to these Rebel fights, they can beat them. EDG shouldn't be able to come out on top of too many altercations over there, even with the breach in their comp.
Round 15 though, it's a critical one. And an impasse could potentially be an absolutely stellar beginning for Team Heretics. Onto the second half, or EDG making sure that they stop the bleeding.
Kong Kong looking to get cleared here. But really, Boo not finding much. This info, if anything, is good for EDG to play off.
Okay, here in the footsteps.
Baits Woot forwards.
Yeah, Kong Kong's given
that
timing. Handed on a platter, Boo. Drifting back into position. They'll have to evade a lot of this util. Reveal, it tags, they know he's there. Sees, delayed. Not delayed enough, I should say. Aftershock now in through the back as well. Gives him a bit of peace of mind. Kang Kang, he's right there, nobody. Make sure that there's no problems occurring just from the backside of pit. Benji Fishy in position, in place. Flash the peak, but the weapon at hand just not good enough. He was sharp though. We need more than a keen eye in that spot.
Rian's with it all to do.
Yeah.
and no chances. EDG with a
falling.
super clean anti-bonus there. And showcasing that their macro calling can work really, really nicely. Kankang inserted over towards his ult orbit A.
ปวดเมื่อยเป็นตัว
And then as Boo opened door and went for the Prowler, I don't know whether they thought it was completely clear on A, or whether Wu wanted just to check the ult orb spot in that small timing.
คนเดียววันนี้มา21ตัวแล้ว
But
พี่
either way,
อะไร
just
นะ
gave it the first kill
ชิจูอะ
incredibly
ทำไมอ่ะ
easily.
คนเดียวยิงมา21ตัว
มัน
ที่เหลือ
มัน
8 7 4
มันยิงเนี่ยตายแล้ว
In terms of getting info.
The Odin at work, Boo.
พี่ไม่ชอบโหลดตัดตรงโอดินดิหรือแม่ง ดูแบบว่าอุปสรรค
เกมนี้คือทุกกำแพง
Well,
เป็น
it's
ก
fine
ระดาษ
straight
พี่
back. That's the recognition he was looking for, so happy to spray away.
And Chishu does take this timing into rubble early in a ton of rounds. He will sometimes throw in the fake teleport as well. But I think if they went for season aids, like delayed season aids over towards rubble, certainly a chance that they could catch him. And I love this deep alarm bot that you're seeing over towards Mount, because if EDG threatens C, but it's a fake, they're probably not going to break that alarm bot. Here, though, they play just on the outside of it, so Benji will have the minimum amount of time possible to call for rotates. Do they break it? No. They're not going to allow him that time until they hit.
Exactly, waiting for the util to come back up. Regenerative, that it is. Default line through, Benji Fishy.
Is there any play to deny waterfall here? Because otherwise EDG could get spammed.
Yeah, they certainly can. It's a plan tucked into the corner.
แผ่นจุดดีด้วย
A player in position to do such that. It's Heretics, 5 alive versus 5.
ได้ยินเสียงโอดินแล้วไม่กล้าพีเลย
มัน
น่ากลั
Planting
ว
the mountain but playing on site.
กลัวโดนทะลุด้วยไอจุดสำคัญไม่มีใครยืนเลยนะ
Pays off now. Gonna try and hold this one back. Overdrive. It's already unleashed. Smarky tucks himself up onto the high ground. Perched away. Damage has definitely been done.
ขังมันกำลังมันอีกแล้ว
Can do no but scurry.
ทางมันจัดอะตอนนี้
There's no escape in the
ตี
side.
ดีออนให้มันจัด
He's got his
มัน
mind
กี่
set
จุด
on
นะ
something. He
7
will
นะ
do it.
มันจะ7จริงปะ
Beautiful post plant play from
เดี๋ยวนะ
EDG
มัน
there.
ใส่ที่คาดผม
Made out all of that on site. Retake util and still hold strong. I thought maybe it was going to be a two-wave post plant where they force out that utility and are happy to drop back to Mound.
8
They never even had to get back into that second wave. Heretics are going to need better plant denial than they showcased us just there. Only Benji on site. He really needed help from Rians.
7เองอะ
There's that
7จุดเอง
season A
อะ
that I was talking about, but Chichu's in, Chichu's out. So really, even that small anti not finding too
7
much
จุดเอง
value.
เด้ออันติเดียว
Snaps the tether.
Who gets the better end of that? I think you could probably say the attackers. Because even though Chishu's burnt both of his teleports and taken a bit of damage, you've used the season the nade.
Those are big tools, either to delay or playing, making sure you can deny plant. Horn broken. Doesn't really tell them a whole lot. Could be one player, could be many, but actually they do have the info. Rian's deep push and control over towards C Mound. They know it's either towards B or A.
Nobody is constantly involved in trying to sell the fake. If you see nobody like this,
it's also open.
Look, they re-clear it.
Yeah, Heretics are straight on the money. They know what's up. Kang now trying to lead the charge for the rest of his team. There are smokes though. Drop down in position. Boom.
ลีลาแล้วนายอย่าโดนเม็ดเนี่ย
Kang heads potentially rolling. Woot. Beautiful shots, all rattled away. The adjustment by Benji Fishy just not in place.
Rians though with a quick timing, unexpected flank.
It's a tap.
Simon's watching for it, trying to bait it out.
Haven't committed. Rians is giving that now as a chance for the 1v1. What is going on? Shot's going to miss. Position is revealed. Classic in hand.
อุ้ยไซมอน
Rians just cannot
แปลกๆว่านี่
Nobody quick to hunt him down, but that got messy.
Oh, you see the right smile there. Face palm from Simon.
Oh boy.
That was an outrageous whiff.
ไม่เป็นไร
Almost
เข้าใจ
a
ยิง
full
หลังมันยิง
clip
ยาก
of whiffing. From a guy who we have seen, I think, choke a bit under pressure at times here on the big stage in this arena. He's 5 and 12 currently. All the utility still looks perfect from him. But sometimes he just can't quite wrangle the rifle. And you see him put to the rest of the team too.
เก่งๆนะเพื่อน
This time it's not a disaster. This time they can smile about it. But their dreams will turn to nightmares if those kind of situations happen in a big round.
For now for EDG, it hasn't hurt them too much. Got back control and lead of the map.
And they actually get ults online earlier as well, Brent. They've got this Nightfall, Rolling Thunder, two big tools to try to, honestly, I think play in the post plan almost to make sure that you're spike committed. Because the way that Team Heretics are playing right now,
ชิงแชมป์ในบ้านตัวเองอันนี้คือ international แล้วมาซะลึกเลยลึกสุดแล้วด้วยนะลึกที่สุดของปี
Break this one. Rolling Thunder connects onto both of them. We're trying to get the hell out of there, but he's revealed up. Horn. My goodness, the counter spam is perfect.
Great coverage.
Reinforcements did arrive in time, and Heretics enough to get that initial player advantage.
And I like the change of it. Heretics really looking like they're fighting over rubble there, forces that Rolling Thunder out. Now they're in a great position where you actually can sit back a little further.
Ult's going to be used. Wood's looking for info. Cleared out, broken. Heretics getting a very good idea that this is going to be ending over towards C.
I don't think they have just yet. They're 4 players stacked on A, expecting the re-hit.
They should have, potentially. Maybe hoping that the Utils enough to delay, but Alarm Bot, Nanoswarm going to be broken here. And
Benji's waiting for this plan.
He is. Nobody. Tucked to the corner here, and Aftershock just to try and at least buy them that peace of mind. A bit of spam, straight bullets. No kill.
Notice
sight.
Nobody doesn't plant in the corner. He plants a little off.
Who's going to be offloading the ult of his own? Nightfall scatters and connects. Gets the mark onto 3 of them. No more sound cues for the majority of them. Satchel through and abound as well, but a bullet attack slowing them into their approach. The onslaught is occurring, and Heretics looking to barrel their way through.
โหดูดิ headshot หมดเลย
And even out that scoreline straight to the top of your screens.
That's the kind of decisive retake you need to see from Heretics. They were in position ready to do it. 2 players outside C as the plant went down. They were looking to get away with this early skirmish, though.
One enemy remaining.
It's really good call to aim in, bro. I'm really proud of myself.
But yeah, I agree with what he's saying. I think that fight, the like feigning that you're going to fight really heavy over that spot and drawing out the breach ult, super important. Benji's one away from getting his ult online. Smoggy too, actually. And Team Heretics expecting that big fight over rubble. They get Wu posted, and now they're looking to reinforce over towards C. Benji can't play the retake this round, at least not as easily, not without his ult. Alambot retracted actually as well, just saving that one.
Yeah, I mean, Benji, he's already got the acknowledgement. He knows it from the bullet spam.
He definitely knows there's a lot of players mounts.
EDG looking to try and send it now. Nanoswarm drop down towards the feet. Here's a lot of Util going to be used in kind. Boo! Only with the one. Firepower straight back at them. EDG decimate the defense.
มันจะลาวใบลาวอะไรกันขนาดนั้น
Two being found from Kang Kang as well. Still continuing to carve into these sites.
Woot and Miniboo make anything of this. It's a 2v4. But the ult online for Miniboo, there's chances, but it requires the impetus, a kill to be found at least. But with Woot dropping, chances dwindling, and yeah, return of the fire, a swing from Simon, getting his confidence back.
A lot's been made of the comparison between Kang Kang and Aspas because they played in the upper bracket final. They played many times before actually too.
โอ้คัง
But when you watch Kang Kang play, what's striking to me is that there's such a massive difference
Kang Kang
between those two
มันละ
duelists. Kang Kang a bit more similar to Miniboo.
ข้างข้าง
although
3 เป้าแล้ว
with
พี่
more of a
เดี๋ยว
focus
4 เป้าเมื่อไหร่มันชนะละ
ยิ่งเปลี่ยนยิ่งโดดเนี่ย
Think about what Heretics have recently been saying in a lot of their
คิด
press
ถึง
conferences.
คิดถึงแอดปานเมื่อวานเลยยิ่งเปลี่ยนยิ่งกาก
They're beating Leviathan. Of course, both teams have in this arena.
เมื่อวานมันชนะเลวิทานมันเปลี่ยน 4 เป้า
Neil,
จ
the
บ
coach
เกม
for
เลยพี่
Heretics.
เป้าละแมปป่ะพี่
ไม่เป้าในเกมเดียวเลย 4 เป้าเกม
4
เดียว
เป้าเกมเดียวเลย
คอมแพคด้วยนี่ 3 เป้าแล้ว
ไปถึงเป้าในเกม
อะไรนะพี่
เปล่าไม่
พี่
มี
คิด
อะไร
ถึงอะไรอ่ะ
คือตอนนี้คือจอพี่พอดแล้วนับเวลาให้หน่อยได้ไหม
9 8 7 6 5
เท่ากันแหละ
โอเค
He will disrespect you. It's been paying off.
That 1-2 combo of Kankang and Chishu have dominated the last couple of maps. And we're really waiting for somebody on Team Heretics to step up and have the same impact.
Right now it is spread and they're just one round down, of course. Big ult still left to play for. He's choosing to at least invest now. He does have a stinger in his hands to make it a bit more winnable, but the defensive setup has adjusted. Nibu and Woots trying to make their mark known here. That's an early opening with Kankang falling.
It's very, very tough to hold on to Mound against EDG. They've got really great protocols for this.
They're going to try and reclear.
Yeah. You see the way that they're going to tap door?
Yeah. It's a paranoia already sent flying as well. You have to give this one up, and it is respected. Heretics.
Really well done there.
Just pull this util out, now holding, defaulting, drifting back into the crossfire. Setup, he just missed it. I think barely a shoulder, potentially poking out. Ult online, no kill. Chichu is avoiding. Dancing with death with that one.
Rosa.
Dodged most of it and still found an opening. In through main, Smoggy's collecting. It's EDG working magic across the map.
What was going on there? Was Boo late on the call to get the Viper wall up? Was Rien's late on the acknowledgement of the comm? What is going on over towards B? EDG have just been granted an excellent route back in.
It's that uncertainty swirling.
วันนี้พี่เหรียญดูเงียบๆนะ
Heretics players are losing track.
นี่ไง
Rien's can answer
มา
back.
ปั๊บเลยพี่
ทักปุ๊บว่าเอาเลย
And a swing once more from Simon, but not dead yet. Need to find some value. I believe Smoggy will have to hunt down some kills. TP from Chichu, punished, and it leaves it down to one.
เอาละช็อตพิสูจน์ตัวเองไซมอน
Struggle in this series, at least in this map as well, with his confidence, and he's got to do it against Miniboo, Benji. Swap of the weapons, pass the rifle over to the healthier player. And a lockdown committed. Simon, how do you play this? Forced to press forwards, potentially there. He's overstaying his welcome. Swings potentially. Footsteps down! Simon!
ช็อตเมื่อกี้นึกว่าจะโดนจริงๆนะ
วีสุดท้าย
ช็อตพิสูจน์ตัวเอง
วิเดียวอ่ะ
นิดเดียวอะคือเบนจี้มันก็ถอยแล้วด้วยเมื่อกี้มันให้คม
He was completely stuck, utterly committed to the play. If Heretics had gone in one at a time there, if their spacing hadn't been quite as tight,
คิดว่าจะโดนซะ
they
แล้ว
had that round. The rest of his team cannot believe it. He's just given them the map.
EDG up to 11. Ult in the back pocket of
สมแล้ว
Simon.
ที่เป็นคู่ชิงมีอะไรให้ตื่นเต้นเต็มไปหมด
Miniboo, hard committed. Amoli to try and clear his way through, but he's straight up in the air. It's Clay Pigeon shooting, and Kankang not to be denied.
มันจบแล้วว่าพี่เฮียอะไรเนี่ย
อันนี้คืออะไร อันนี้คืออะไร
อันนี้คือ3เป้าพี่เดี๋ยวยัง
โคตรเวอร์เลย
นะ
Rifles in
ถ้า
hand,
4เป้านี่โดน
EDG
ถูกกว่านี้
catapult themselves up to
อะไรวะ
12.
เนี่ย
There is nothing that
ไอตัว1ตัว2เข้าใจได้อะ
ประตู
แต่ไอตัว3นี่คือแบบ
Benji
อะไรวะ
used his huge retake ult in the prior, and it ended up working against them. A tragic end to Lotus here for Team Heretics by the look of things. They would need some magic to get this one to overtime.
ด่านสุดท้ายด่านอะไร
It's going to be 12 for EDG. As you said, you need that magic. Heretics have not come up with the answers.
And Kankang continues to tear through them.
It's dominance. It's a 4-piece in that round.
The way that he's supported by utility,
แต่ถ้าเนิร์ฟนี่ออน
there are a lot of
มัน
teams
ก็กลายภาพเลย
away from the idea of setting up one big star player to go in
80 คิว
and dominate.
มันเอา100แล้วมั้งเนี่ย
เล่น5แมตช์เลยเหรอ
EDG are showcasing
ไม่
that
แบบ
with
ห
the
น้า
right
30
มันน่ารัก
support
เลย
elements,
แบบนี้ก็30ได้เนี่ย
โอ้ก็จริงพี่
it really can work.
อบิสอ๋อคิดไม่ถึง
Rien's rocked. Has the ult online. Do you go for that committal at the start, or do you wait to see if EDG pressure C?
Can't
ของ
let
โคตรแน่น
despair settle in
โคตรรวย
now for our Heretics. They'll try and dig deep once more. EDG straight over towards B. Overdrive by Kankang. He's earned
ทำไมมันดูเข้าไซส์กันชิวจัง
random spray straight through the smokes, cleared out most
ในขณะที่
of
สมม
the
ติถ้าเป็นเรานี่
Nobody
คือ
with the plan
เหี้ย
down.
คือไซส์แทบตาย
Kankang holding it down still with that paranoia. The stun, disrespected. Miniboo takes the fight straight to him, dropping him down. Smogy's there, lying in wait once more.
EG ว่ะ
It's all collapsing.
EG man.
Heretics have no more chances in this map.
แม่งผัดกันลั่น
Reeds
ที
would
ละ
have to
ราว
pick
เล
up
ย
the
พี่
pieces. He'd have to pull up a miracle.
เฮ้ย
A double up discipline.
no way.
EDG
ไม่ไหวอยู่ดีอะ
have a
เดี๋ยวนัด
chance
เดี
to
ยว
hold on to the site. 13-9. Lotus.
โอ้ยดูมันยืนแบบโคตรมั่นใจอ่ะ
มันมั่นใจแล้วเลย
ออร่าพี่
ใส่บอลเชียร์อัพเลย
ที่เดือดแบบโคตรมั่นใจอ่ะ
แต่มันเล่นแบบไม่กลัวจริงๆอะนะผมว่า
อัน
พร้อม
นี้จริงๆมันไม่กลัวแบบ
ไม่มีความกลัว คือมั่นใจแบบเล่นมั่นใจโคตรอะตายไม่เป็นไร เล่นแบบมั่นใจแบบมากอะ
China making history ว่ะ
คิดว่าอาจจะ3-1 อุ้ยมันเกินจริง คือเฮเรติกมันเป็นสไตล์ทีมที่เล่นแล้วแบบนิ่งเฉียบรอวัดรอคมรออะไรเงี้ย แต่แม่งเจอแบบ เล่นเร็วเล่นโอกาสเล่นจังหวะ แล้วครั้งแม่งแบบโหโคตรเดือดอะสภาพแม่งก็เป็นอย่างนี้นะ มันฟีลแบบมันเล่นมั่นใจแล้วมันไม่กลัวเลย มันเข้าแล้วเพื่อนมันทำมันมั่นใจในทุกคนอะจะบอกว่าด่านบายเฮลิติกมาก็โอ้โหไม่ก็ด่านเก่ง EDG เชื่อแฮงแบบพูนมาจริงว่ะแม่งเป็นดูเอลลิทที่โคตรอิมแพกอะอาคังอะไม่ต้องไปถึงมือสม็อกกี้เลย ไม่ต้องถึงอะไรเลย มีไซมอนมาจ่ายของให้ปุ๊บเข้าแม่งเปิด1เปิด2เปิด1เปิด2รัวๆเอนตี้ไซเข้าไปแบบโอ้โหระเบิดระเบ้อเฮลิติกที่ว่ามันแน่นๆอะแท็กติกแน่นๆมันยังแบบยังเอาได้อะเพื่อนแต่ละคนแม่งก็แบบโอ้โหแม่งตัวยิงคมๆตัวรอเทตแบบแน่นๆวันนี้ให้อาคังหรือชิชูน่าจะต้องอาคังว่ะจริงชิชูก็เด่นนะเรื่องยิงคมอะแต่คือถ้าเทียบกันแบบว่าความอิมแพคของโลอะอาคังมันเป็นดูเอลลิทที่ทำได้ดีแบบเวอร์อะเวอร์แบบเวอร์มากผัดกันมาด้วยนะวันนี้คิดว่าใคร MVP มันก็คงต้องคังแหละมันน่า
คังพี่
คังดิพี่
มันก็ต้องเป็นอาคัง
พี่
อยู่
รู้
แล้ว
ไหมว่า3แบบมันยิงไปเท่าไหร่แล้วตอนนี้
มันเป็น
69 ตัว
มันเป็นดูเอลลิทที่อิมแพค
89
68 สกอร์แบบบวก 27
68
แล้วมันเก็บ2ไป16 ครั้งอะเล่น3แบบอะ
โอ้โห
คือเจอหน้ามันเอา2 ตัวพี่
เป็นดูเอลลิทที่แบบอิมแพค
จริงใจอ่ะดูลิจริงใจอันเนี้ย
ไม่แล้ว2คิว16 ครั้งไม่พอมัน3คิว5 ครั้งใน3แบบ เก็บ4อีก2 รอบเอ็ดอีกรอบนึง
เวอร์จัดที่พวกสม็อกกี้ดูยิงน้อยๆนี่คือไม่ได้เล่นนะคังมันเล่นอยู่
คังเล่นคนเดียว
เล่นคนเดียว
สมอกกี้ยิงแบบครึ่งหนึ่งอ่ะพี่3แบบอ่ะ
ไม่ไอไซมอนยิงอยู่28อะ3 แมป
ส่งของเสร็จ
3
อ่ะ
บอลข้างๆอะ
เ
ไม่แต่แอสซิสต์32นะ
แล้วมันก็ทำเล่นบิดกับคิวก็
ไอ
ต้อง
68คิวของคังอ่ะ32มีแอสซิสต์ไซมอนนะ
ส่งของเสร็จจะเข้าไซเพื่อนไม่มีตัวให้ยิงแหละต้องไปรอตัวที่แบบโรเทตมารีเทคเลยแต่ไม่มีใช้เป็นเคลียร์ไวจัดที่3วันนี้ทายถูกหมดเลยวะโคตรเดือด
2-1 ครับตอนนี้ EDG
เปิด
นำ
สำนักแข่งกับพี่เอ๋ยปะต้องดูวันนี้
เอา
อะ
คังไม่ลงวันนี้จบแล้วผมบอกเลยคังแม่ง คังไปแล้วตอนเนี้ยคือถ้าเฮลาติกเอาไม่ลงนะยังไงจบแน่นอนอ่ะ
ก็จะพูดว่าเอาแบบว่าความมั่นใจมันลดลงไม่มีเลยตอนเนี้ยคือความมั่นใจมันเต็มร้อยจัดอะ
มันล้นด้วยไอ้นี่มันคน energy เยอะอะพี่ ยิ่งชนะมันยิ่งคลั่งอะ นี่เมื่อกี้กดแค่เกียร์3นะพี่ มันยังไม่เปลี่ยนไปครบ4นะถ้ามันกดเกียร์4เมื่อกี้เละเลยนะเฮลาติกอะ
มันกะใช้แมปต่อไปไงพี่
อ๋อต่อไป4เกียร์โอ
ใช่
เค
เก็บพลังไว้ก่อน
กดเต็มแม็ก
วันนี้มันโบ5ขอแมปต่อไปเนี่ย
อันดูว่าโคตรมันอะอันนี้ EDG มันเป็นเจ้าพ่อซันเซ็ต แต่เมื่อกี้ช็อตชิชูเก็บสีนั่นคือเสกจัดคือเพื่อนมันไปตายแล้วตัวหนึ่งด้วยนะ มันเล่นดีทุกคนอ่ะแต่คังมันเอาเยอะมันเนี่ยอะคืออะไรอ่ะ
ซ่าเลยพี่
Yeah, it's great to have you here. Now, earlier, Zelsus was here and he was rocking a Sentinel shirt. So, I asked him why he was wearing that. You got an EDG shirt on you.
You know, I made the claim they would win today. I just wanted to say Jayo a bunch, practice my Mandarin. It was a no-brainer for me.
He's back in it. He's back in it. How are you guys feeling after that map?
I mean, I feel like this is such a massive win for EDG. The bounce back was ridiculous on that second map, but here, that second half, they were completely in control. The mid-rounding to start off was looking ridiculous.
Yeah, one thing I was really impressed by was it's you see a lot of these instant A controls on defense on Lotus. It's hard to want to do that against EDG because they have really fast B hits with their comp that normal comps can't do with the clove smokes and being able to omen flash at the same time. They've loved doing
ทีเอสจะได้ที่2อีกรอบจะแตกสลายไหมก็คือมันก็คงเซ็งแบบโอ้ย2 รอบ 3 รอบเลยเข้าใกล้ขนาดนี้
scrappy team, right? They played super confident in China, but I think what separates a good team from a great team is being able to self-ante. Be aware of your own issues, your own things that an opponent's going to look at. And this time around, EDG played way slower rounds early attack half. They would like get too inserted on A, they'd go back to mound, they'd wait till like 30, 40 seconds left to hit. And like EDG last year, I just never would have seen them do that.
Yeah.
And having prepared to play their own Lotus earlier in this tournament, I would not have expected that. So to see them be able to get kind of nerdy, methodical, slow, relax on a grand final stage, I really think it shows how much they've leveled up this year.
And at the end of the day, they're getting the best out of both worlds, right? Like they've managed to
ถ้าเป็นเลเวลทานเข้ามาเผื่อๆหนักกว่าเดิมอีกวันนี้
especially also on the defense. Sometimes they will triple down on being extra aggressive if they know they're going to be countered, and sometimes they're going to do something completely different. So it's on that boundary of just preparing against yourself.
Oh, we got to address Simon. What was that in the lockdown? What happened? That clutch was ridiculous. I mean, literally one more second, he's locked down. He guaranteed loses the round, but instead he pulls that one off. And And it wasn't just that
พี่
one
ผม
impressive
ถามเลยนะ
moment for
พี่เคย
Simon.
กิน
I
มิ
think
สวย
while
กัน
he
ไหม
hasn't had incredible stats this tournament, he's been so consistently
มันคืออะไร
impactful
อะ
with his utility, especially when he's playing Breach and
พี่ไม่
Kung
รู้
is
จัก
on
จริงเหรอ
that Neon. I think his
มีสุย
on-the-fly utility,
มิ
especially with that
มิ
Breach
สวย
set,
มิสวย
is really good to adapt to where Kung is
เขียน
pathing,
ยังไง
find that next fight, preempt that with utility, and set
MIXUE
Kung up to thrive in these opening kills. He's been involved in already 35 opening
Ice cream
fights
เหรอ
in the 3
ใช่
maps this
อ๋อ
series.
แล้วไอติม
That's more than the rest of the team combined by
ไม่อะ
far.
ไม่กินหรอกมันเป็นไอติมนมนี่
What did you make of him? You impressed by him?
I'm impressed. Look,
Man
on
could
Haven
IGL
attack, he messed up a
He-
plant. He looked nervous.
But,
Rookie
okay,
year,
ไม่เป็นไร
IGL change.
มันมี
grand
น้ำมะนาว
final
ด้วย
stage,
พี่
and to go from that to I'm just gonna stand in this
ทำไมอะ
lockdown
เปล่า
and
ผม
just
แค่
be
มาขายเพราะ
ice
มันเป็น
cold.
ไอ
Like,
ติม
doing
ประเทศ
that
จีน
mid match on that grand final stage, that's no joke. That's not easy.
What a chat.
Yeah.
They got to give him a spray
what
for
a
that, I
chat.
feel like. Get that in the game. Get that in the game.
พี่ไม่ชอบ
But
ไอ
it's
ติม
time
น
for
ม
our
อะ
Verizon high-speed moment, and this was
เป็น
Chichu's
คนไม่
ace.
กินนมอยู่แล้วด้วย
As the president of the Chichu fan club,
Yes, that's me.
Kakuka,
That's
what did you
me.
make of this?
I think that it was beautiful, unexpected, the way that he just verticals across, getting the boom bot, how he dodges the prowler. He literally gets everything, 3 kills in the matter of a second. He goes up with the last one. I love that we also get this slow-mo to see it again, because you think it is just Chichu on the side defending it. You already know that he's playing on tree, and it doesn't matter. There's 4 people coming for him, because sometimes he shoots back.
Well, here's the thing, though. Can EDG close this out? We're heading to bind. Do you have faith, Captain?
I think they'll do it, but I think they'll do it in 5. Look, you know, like Heretics, they had to come right in after another match. EDG had time to prepare, but what comp are Heretics going to play? Are they going to go back to the Gecko, you know, the Gecko fade? Like, I think so, probably. You know, there's not as much preparation EDG has. It's more of like a team play, brawly fight map. I think that's Heretics' strong suit. I think Heretics can take this one.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that it is a very good point that you're bringing, because that's what happened on Haven. Probably EDG prepared for the previous composition. They were expecting to see the Sage and the Gecko and whatnot. They got something completely different. Even though it's a comp that you would usually see on Haven, they were not prepared for the macro of it. Now with Bind, Heretics has the chance to do the same, and they need to do it if they want to stay alive in this grand final.
I think if there was something to keep them in this for EDG to close out in 4 maps, it would be the performance that Kong is having right now. He's always been so good on this map. I think especially when he is playing that Raze, the way he's pathing into these sites, he does such a great job of isolating those site anchors and providing a ton of value for his team here.
This is the other thing, though. Heretics, they took down Gen G on this map. Would you like to see them do the Asher Yoru stuff again, or maybe, you know, revert back to what they were doing before?
I think you get away from the Yoru. It was a really nice answer to the Cypher, but they, you know, like, you can play so much faster with other comps, and I'd love to see him speed it up and get a little more scrappy.
Do you think that's what they need to do against EDG, just speed things up and maybe disrupt their tempo a little bit?
Yeah, I think Bind is all about team fights, just less about individual confidence and just team fighting with utility, which I think Heretics are incredible at, so I think if they lean into it, they'll have it.
Yeah, it did surprise me a little bit that I felt like when EDG slowed the game down, they looked actually quite a bit better than Team Heretics when it came down to that mid-round situation. But you're absolutely right that they have been defined by the team fighting for Team Heretics, but that has also been the MO for EDG in the past. But I feel like that's not true to the same extent with this current team. We have seen some of the moments where they're in those team fights, it gets a little bit sloppier. It doesn't feel like the coordination between the players is quite as perfect as Team Heretics just
ดูหน้าครั้งความมั่นใจมาเต็ม
Whatever they have
เต็
in
มเปี่ย
store,
ม
it has
ล้
to
น
be good. It has to be clean. Because right now, Kakuka, it feels like all the momentum, the confidence are on the side of EDG.
Oh yeah, totally. Like first map, yeah, Heretics started off super strong, but they bounced back in incredible fashion in something that was their home ground. If there was some preparation, and Heretics is to keep their composition, we can expect this from EDG again. Also the confidence, so many individual plays, so many 4Ks, aces that we're seeing from their side, makes you feel like every single round is winnable. And against the team, getting that feeling against the teams like with Heretics with so many individual stars makes you a winner.
After losing those 2 maps in a row, after having a great early lead to the series for Team Heretics, what do you think the conversation is like with their coach right now to bring them back into this final?
I mean, you get to walk away going, look, we lost on their pick. We have time to reset this. Probably throw a little strategy talk of how you can surprise them on Bind a bit. And at this point, I think as a coach, it's nice because you can just call on the players and empower them by saying you've already had experience.
คือถ้าตามไปถึงอบิทEDG ก็เก่งอบิทอยู่แบบภูมันเยอะมาก
Grand final in Shanghai, so they ought to know what they're doing here.
But it's really important for them to close out because if they
TE
don't,
ว่าโหดด่าน
it's
นี้แม่ง
another
ยังโดน
second place
EDG
finish. 3 already this year. A heartbreaking way to end it in Shanghai. Twice in EMEA. They can't let that be the way their year ends.
Yeah, but if you think about it, the longer the match prolongs, the hardest it becomes from Heretics. It looks like they lose that kind of steam. We can also think about the amount of matches, the amount of rounds that Heretics has played just in this tournament is outrageous. EDG has had an easier way here. It's not that they didn't fight it, but doing it through the upper bracket, getting those breaks, getting the wins against the teams that you already know you're comfortable against makes a big difference.
Yeah, it does indeed. And of course, this is EDG's first ever global best of 5 as well. We don't have any info when it comes to their stamina, how they're going to handle when things get a little bit later. But as we take a look at the agent select, let's see, Kaplan, if Heretics have changed from the Astra Yorin they have.
Yeah,
Oi,
looks like they went back to their tried and true. I mean, they're so comfortable with Gecko. Like I said, very, very brawly map. You know, I think they you know, they're definitely, they should feel like, oh, we can pilot the meta comp better than the other team. Let's do it.
They absolutely look like they could. It's been great in the past. I think the biggest question is,
ที่
did
บ้านเราจัดโคตรอลัง
EDG
อ่ะ
see
ไอ้
this
ที่ราช
coming?
ดาไล
Were
ท์
they
เตอร์
prepping for the Yoru instead? And
Yeah,
does it
yeah.
even
Hey,
matter?
Because
EDG is the team that once they get that confidence, once these players are
ถ้าพี่ว่างเรา
standing
ดูแบบ
up,
เอ้
yeah,
VALORANT
like
Thailand
winning those
เป็น
clutch
ว่า
rounds,
ลงดู
they feed off
โคตร
that
โคตรอลัง
so well, and it does
ถ้าผมส่ง
feel
ลิงก์
like they're set up here for a
You gotta
chance
say
to
it.
win that trophy on Bind.
Well, this could potentially be the last map we see in this grand final. So Kaplan, please do us the honors and toss it over to Bren and Saisho.
All right, Josh, Bren, I just want at least one Jayo each from you this cast. No matter who you're rooting for. A couple Jayos and I'm happy. Take it away.
Listen, that's putting me on the spot with Mandarin. Josh, take it away.
Kaplan, Jayo! There you go.
Yeah.
I'll root for you.
Excellent,
Now,
excellent. Listen.
What a potential final map we have here if EDG are able to close it out, and another spot where Heretics have to dig deep to push it further. I love that the desk was bringing up Heretics BO5 win
อ๋อ
rates.
นี่ที่เพจ Valorant Thailand ครับผม
out of 6
อะไรนะพี่
Building Party เห็นละ
มันจัดอลังอยู่นะ
ใหญ่อยู่
Three of them domestically.
คนเยอะอยู่ด้วย
They've lost one of them in the grand finals of Shanghai. Those are learning moments, but they can't let it
ของ
slip
พี่
from
กี่
them
วิอะ
again.
2-1
Not to a team
มา
where
เริ่ม
it's
ละ
their
พอดี
first
39
ever
38
time
37
in a spot like
โอเค
this.
โอเคเท่ากัน
EDG are on the cusp. They've
แบบ
already
นี้ให้ใครครับ
history for China for themselves.
แบบนี้เหรอครับ
With a minimum
EDG ไหลต่อเนื่องครับผม
EDG ไหลเอา
ใช่ยาว
have their place in the history books by being
แต่อยากได้แบบ5ว่ะ มันเดือด
Benji.
โอ้โห ถ้าเป็นจี้มันตื่นแบบนี้ก็ไม่แน่นะ
Blood defense
อย่าเพิ่งครับเหลือข้างๆครับ
comes up with the goods. The plant down for Kang Kang to play around, but smoked off. His team was picked apart. Methodical was the nature. And Heretics now can stick this one. Peace of mind here.
Yeah, there's nowhere.
There's no
Hey.
chance for Kang Kang. Pissed around for Heretics. That's what they need.
That's going to save the
They've
armor
got-
here, actually. A pretty unusual situation for him to be in. But they already got the plant down, so he doesn't get punished in terms of the money. A lovely play there with the Dizzy. That's actually really similar to the way that you're going to see nobody defending when EDG are on the defense side. Benji swings through, able to shut things down.
เรื่องอะไรจะออกไปตายให้แจกออฟ
I think Heretics should be feeling comfortable
เสีย
here.
เกาะด้วย
This is a map that they can turn
เดี๋ยวไปเล่น
around.
ราวถัดไปเดี๋ยวยังไงก็แพ้
But EDG have got some dangerous looks. Chichu's pretty aggressive in the way that he controls towards A short. And they like pressuring over towards Showers and B long. Tend to fight in those kind of areas with a lot of utility coming through from Simon.
I send it flying forwards here, but it's a season and A. The combo works to perfection.
It's just perfect.
Yeah. Age old as it
เฮ้ย
is.
ตื่นปะ
เฮ้ยมันไปคุยอะไรกันมาวะ หลังจบเกมอะ
Shore up.
ตื่นเลยเกมเนี้ย
Take a showers as well.
บอกว่าถ้าแบบนี้ไม่เอากูไม่เลี้ยงก๋วยเตี๋ยวแล้วเย็นนี้
ก๋วยเตี๋ยวพี่ ราเมนก็ราเมนบอกว่าหนี
ลำยอน
ราเมนยำย้อนลำยอน
Find it. Yes, indeed he does. So,
Just put it out the final player there.
yeah, Chichu low enough as well that the chances have dwindled to almost naught, and now finally there. So, crossing over the line once more. Another round for Heretics. It's 2 in a row with 4 players alive. You can keep it healthy heading into the bonus.
This is another map as well, actually, where I'm going to be taking a look at Miniboo. He received so much praise, and I think a lot of the community is starting to change their mind about their perception of how good he is, to giving him that credit. But he has yet to really come online in this grand final. His performance in the group stage was a little dim. Playoffs, he's been playing fantastically. a massive improvement, like 30% better in playoffs, generally speaking. But I'm waiting for him to have that level of impact.
Ow.
Stimmied up, speed boosted onto the line. They knew that Rians was going to be making a play for that when the smoke was in their faces.
Nice idea from
เคยเจอ Heretics อะ
Moves one of the pieces.
ว่าแล้วไม่ Heretics มันแปลกๆคราวที่แล้ว
Otherwise,
ด่านที่แล้ว
to get them that acknowledgement up through B long. Now there's a horn of their own. EDG might be trying to take some space. Up and over, still a smoke in their faces. A season and A that's just about dodge, sidestep.
They can go through the teleport here. If Benji ends up taking down Chishu, expect to see that TP over towards A, and then it really is on Miniboo with Spectre and Nade.
Yeah, has not been given up.
EDG staying flexible in this spot, but without any showers, you know, control or information, it is a gamble to go through that teleporter. That's why I'm saying I think they'll only do it as a last resort. Benji is looking for this fight, though. He is posted really aggressively inside hookah.
Feeling like he needs to step up to it. Side swing, it's traded. The move's still there. Knock at the front door here. TP immediately. It's going to be cleaning up Chichu. Dropped him 20 seconds.
Smoggy has to leave.
Yeah, that's a TP.
And now these two players are scattered.
Kang trying to catch that. He does. Rotations. No safety available, not for Boo. Trying to get a run on. Trying to see if they can play this timing well, but already plan is down for Smoggy. Retreats to a bit of safety, backed into showers. Kang crossfire. Setup is available. All the way up in heaven. Onto the wire. Tap already. Bullet to the back. Miniboo down. And Woot left to do it all. Stray bullets running out. Nothing else to work with. But the sidearm and still finds that one. Still reload. Time enough for it. The time is ticking. Thoroughly against him. Smoggy spraying. Spam not on time. I mean, Woot 38. 7 bullets right down. Pistol in hand. Smoggy.
คลาสสิกกีมันของจริงว่ะ
That's around that very easily could have gone the way of Heretics though and converted the bonus. It took everything from EDG there. Even after getting the opening kill, they needed Kangkong to be able to win that duel against Boo. If Kangkong had not been able to pick that up, I don't think they have a chance. Reaction is killed by the ghost.
พี่พลจะได้หรือวะแต่ถ้าไอ้ไมค์มันจ่อปากนะแต่แบบเราหายใจแบบเครื่องหายใจมันได้ยินไหม
ถ้าหายใจแรงมากก็ได้ยินมันต้องปรับไมค์ให้หลบลมเรา
แล้วก็เคี้ยวมาฝรั่งเจ็บ
อยากรู้ว่ามันเคี้ยวแบบเจ็บก็ได้ยินหรอ
คือแบบว่ามันแล้วแต่สเตจถ้าเป็นรอบแบบกรุ๊ปสเตจอย่างเงี้ยคือระยะห่างไมค์เราจะประมาณแบบเอานิ้ว3 นิ้วมาวางหน้าปากเราอะแต่ถ้าในออฟไลน์แบบคนเยอะเงี้ยมันจะประมาณแค่2 นิ้วอะคือไมค์มันจะต้องใกล้ปาก
เขาบังคับเหรอนั้นหรือว่าเราอยู่ที่เรา
เขาจะบอกครับทีมงานจะแจ้งว่าเขาปรับเซนซิทีฟให้มันดูดแบบว่ามันไกลขึ้นเพื่อให้เสียงคนดูไม่เข้าไมค์
Attempt to deny that plan from coming down, but EDG get that extension that they were looking for.
ไมค์มันดีมากพี่แบบมันดูดแบบโอเคเลยดูแค่ปากเรา
Rian still has full util. Mosh into lamps here would clear that out.
Rumbot sees it, spots it. Miniboo just taking the peek anyway. Mosh over the top, doesn't clear it out. Sliders to bangers to play into, and that window of opportunity is seized. Chichu in through the back, sidestep again. Benji meeting him pound for pound, but it's a 2v3. The hourglass is running dry. It's a tap from Woot. He wants to force them out into the open. No easy access to any of these players. Benji wrapping all the way around. He knows the only option is to run.
Heretics fumble that retake a little, in my opinion. The normal mosh position would cover all of the interior of lamps. The mosh that was thrown there, it ends up going mostly over towards...
aim lab อันนี้อยู่
aim lab
doesn't clear out those positions inside thoroughly enough.
ดุ้งนิด
Heretics now pushed down onto a bad buy. Benji's one holdover weapon, really the only thing they have to work around. Are they going to try a sand crunch? Rian's dizzy lineup
นี่คิดว่า mental health ของเฮดค่อนข้างดีเลยแบบไม่ค่อยเวียง
Things wrapping around.
ไม่
Miniboo I think is trying to
มันเข้ารอบลึกเยอะ
he can commit short or through
ก็
sand
เป็นทีมที่แบบว่าอันนี้น่าจะไปละ
EDG side of things
mental
clears most of the way. retreat back, get some control over
ทีม
towards
ที่
B-long.
ไม่ได้เข้ารอบลึกบ่อยๆอะ
Minibu through the TP. Must have got a tag for him to make a play like that. They want to run them down. Where they stand, Simon.
Crash is ready.
Gonna be scratching his head at that one.
Minibu was looking to take a timing because he couldn't stay short for that long. But Kankang's taken one of his own. He slipped into this cubby on B site in front of the Viper wall, and now he can play the rest of his team in.
All over the place! Dizzy! Combines their might, augmented with the showstopper. And Heretics, there's danger lurking around every corner with his squad. That's beauty.
And I was asking when we might see Minibu have a big play, step up, really feel the tempo of the game. And I think this is the round you point to. He's controlling short with the nade and his sheriff. Takes the timing to go through that TP and then whips it out of hookah. Cranking his crosshair 90.
ฮะเมื่อกี้มันสติงเจอร์ใช่ไหม
มันวันแทบสติงเกอร์ปะ
บ้าไปแล้วเป็นดาวหัวตัด
And Team Heretics are now building up to massive ults as well. There is a potential here for Kankan to get his online, and maybe that is incentivizing EDG to go and take some showers control. It looks like Minibu might want to fight, but normally you'd expect him to be doubled up with somebody if indeed he wanted to really fight aggro. This is
again. No way, the path was clear, Minibu. There's no way you escape.
จับกุม
He does not at that.
And then the Thrash comes through to try to showers crunch, but they're not set up for it, and it was too late to bail him out. It's a disaster for Heretics.
No connection, a wasted ult.
Hiding from that boombot, Ren, just gave EDG the most enormous advantage in the round. And now Heretics forced to take risks. And with the info that plenty of players were showers, they've pushed out B, pushed out Fountain, the fight happening in Cave.
There's a brawl skirmish to take place. Kang, just the one who gets out, dropped down to 1 HP, still lucky to be alive. Benji Fishy, it's your time to shine. Up and past, but the Prowler latching, has to break it, drops down to Snakebite. He's worried about the fast tempo increase. EDG though, gonna temper it around.
EDG have more players alive right now, but they do not have good info. They have no idea where Riens is. Riens could still be playing in Fountain, he could be tucked in sand somewhere, hookah. EDG are going to have to be meticulous in terms of how they clear out all of these angles, or just group up together and hope they can trade him.
Yeah, Kang's going to take point on that. He's on 1 HP, you might as well. Go for some wide swings. See if your team can trade you out right behind you. Horn for most of the way here. Riens reveals himself. Look down towards it, orbital strike. That's 13 seconds left to plant. That time pressure is applied. EDG have got to make a go of this one. Rebounds to the volley, but it just about missed. Simon's still alive. Here's the nightfall now. Sentinels flying and Kang went out. Oh, there's some.
มีคนตายเฉย
Benji Fishy.
เลื่อนเหลือหนึ่งมันยังเอาอ่ะ
Riens knew where he was from prior.
ดูดิเลื่อนเหลือหนึ่งมันไม่กลัวมันจะเอาหมดอะพี่
เป็นทุกอย่างให้เธอแล้ว
Still, EDG troubled up, locking it down, ensuring that Riens cannot step over that line. Full control. He's hoping.
โอ้โหทุกคนนั่ง
อยู่กันเป็นป้อมเลย
Heretics did what they could to try to salvage that, but really it was lost right from the start. Heretics didn't realize that EDG were going to make a play for the ult orb themselves. And this from Minibu, I think, is terribly greedy. He was not close to an ult. It wouldn't have materially changed the round in any way. He just thought, might as well, because my boombot didn't see anything.
มันยิงจากแบบประเทศจีนมาเมื่อกี้จริงเลย
Massively for that bad information. And they even pull out the orbital strike on the defense side too.
Heretics here in signs of life. Dodge, not quite. Benji reveals his hand. It's a judge in play. Simon's going to be hearing that. Making a call to his team. Hookah essentially a no-go. Looks like he might want to make a play for it anyway. There's a seize, rebounds, and it does get the connection, but is there any follow-up? Benji playing in front, and again there's that danger! Ults were committed. If Benji wasn't fried in the process, the ball
ขนาดนั้นเลยเหรอวะ
This is where Chishu loves to take fights, but Rien's on the other side, and Chishu's taking the timing.
Tested here, Chichu with that timing. Puts a bullet there, straight to the brain of Boo. Smoggy trying to evacuate, knows that they have to try and retreat, but already the timing, whipping it around. Woot, he's caught all the way behind them.
If you kill Smoggy, it's a spike drop down. This timing and angle is absolutely everything. Smoggy, he wins out that fight. Chichu, the chokehold onto it, but there's gaps into the play, and the pit just plays them in anyway. Dizzy, not broken in time, gets the reveal. Adjustment by Miniboo is immaculate. Eviscerating the opposition, EDG. They can't stand against that.
What a save there from Rian and Miniboo. Woot is going to have his heart in his mouth. He had the entire round in the palm of his hand. He could have dropped Smoggy and lost the duel, and the rest of his team bail him out of a difficult situation. Rienz continues to just be superbly consistent, but Miniboo has really activated.
Sometimes it happens.
Then fair enough. Sometimes it does happen. You're in a spot to win the round and you whiff it.
The mood is good.
Like I said earlier about Simon's play a few maps ago, it doesn't matter if the round ends up getting salvaged, you just can't let it happen in a big moment. Simon redeemed himself massively on Lotus with the 1v2 he pulled off. I'm sure Woot will have his spot.
EDG going to be taking a tumble here with the money. Kankan's got rifle in hand. He's the one who has to do the work if there's any chance in the round.
I'm always drawn to where Chishu is playing on the map. He's so aggressive with these lurks, and if you give him 1v1s, he's incredibly good. I'm watching him play over towards Shower here, wondering if he's going to look to play off the rest of his team's distraction, because he takes early backstab timings. If his team are pressuring short, he's going to swing almost immediately, and it looks like Woot looking to clear. Yeah. All right, that should at least give them some idea of where the danger is.
Watch the live, but Miniboo now is going to be under an immense amount of pressure. Woot's going to be covering. Fire over the shoulder. Still trying to lock down that Shower's control as well, but revealed up. There's some danger here still. Sees, connects. They see the tether into the corner. Chichu. It's a nasty one. Pulls it back from the brink, but not before he is toppled. Ramps control. Once again, putting the premium. Simon, what is that, man? Matters into his own hands. This rookie is lighting them up. You're gonna be joking.
What?
What is that?
คุณนี่มันอะไรกันวะมันไม่สนเลยว่าจะอีโคหรือเปล่าไม่งั้นก็สลับกันแพ้ชนะได้หมด
EDG is so good at playing inside smokes and spots like that, but you just don't expect it. First of all, from the Fade player, no matter who it would be.
He's running around like he's playing ranked. The timing as the smoke just doesn't.
I think it's pretty fair to say that the pressure seems to be off his shoulders at this point. The difference in what we're seeing from him, from map 1 to recent performances, especially coming out at the back of that 1v2, he's willing to play loosely and make the plays, take the timings. Heretics have the ults, but no weaponry. Time for EDG to take charge. I like that double face.
Yeah, almost with the punish. Almost.
And again, Chishu.
ครั้งเปิดเกียร์นะครั้งเกียร์ 1แล้วนะครับเปลี่ยนเป้าแล้วครับเปลี่ยนตัวเลย
Those 3 players to be, it softens up A and maybe allows Chishu to find his one. Boombot sails past.
ไอ้นี่มันเดียดจังวะ2-3 รอบแล้วที่อะไรเช็คมันไม่เจอ
Costed them rounds. Aiming to hold them back. He hears that jump spot. Snaps to the side. No shots on target though from Chichu, and he has revealed his hand here. Here's very deep flank. Woot. Valor in hands. Boo seeking to retreat. It's an open angle, unaccounted for.
I like this pause though. You've already killed the smokes player. If you wait out the Viper wall, they've got nothing to be able to stop you. Woot's really the only danger player here, I think.
Gets the info.
Then again, this pit is actually going to be a little difficult to get through. I'm surprised Benji invests this. 4v5 with only a Sheriff.
Yeah, Woot's got the info. I think that they're all trying to make their way over towards B, and they're already holding this down, missing the shots. Towards the dome anyway. TP's putting the squeeze back onto him. Still, Kang. Maybe a bit of miscom.
Miniboo has ult. This round should be over.
It's theirs for the taking. Showstopper unleashed. Let loose onto the feet. Nobody did not stand a chance. Lotus Smithereens reveals up and counting. 6 seconds left. In sight. You can take your time because a round is in the palm of their hands. Heretics swing banked. At least the pendulum. They take control of the map.
Chalk up another 4v5 win for Team Heretics there, but I did not see that one coming. We've seen it all throughout the tournament. They're amazing when they're a man down. But here, they were rifles down as well. No smokes player on defense.
อุ้ยคังเกียร์3แล้ว3เป้าแล้ว
เกียร์สาม
นี่เป้าบวกดำแล้วตอนนี้เปลี่ยนจากสีขาวเป็นสีดำอีก
I think a lot of that is to do with the space that Woot took over towards A, letting them know that it was B. The pit scared EDG. They did not want to fight into the eco weaponry.
คังเกียร์สาม
28-30% more damage, even higher in terms of his like kill improvements. He's still playing the same way. He's still getting aggressive. He's still going for those entries. He's still taking that tip of the spear job for Heretics, but now he's hit it. And he's woken up in this grand final, perhaps just in time.
Back and forth we go. Point reveals. 1 to 2, at least 3 towards the tail end. Good information. EDG going to be taking this one with a much more cautious approach. Kang went away from the ult. I think there might have been a play towards an orb, but for now, sets his eyes over towards Zuko, clears most of it with the boombot. Broken, they think something's up. Prowler. Bit of a handshake occurring. What's the goal for EDG?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out here. I feel like they've been slowed down in quite a lot of these bind attack rounds, and they haven't quite had enough options available to them when the time ticks down. Here, they're going to try and hit into a site where they've still got Mosh on the defense side. Benji's still got wall up. There's so much they have to get through. Seas, Nightfall.
Exactly.
It looks so tough.
Everything you could ask for if you are Heretics, just trying to bunker down, bolster the defense. And with 23 seconds left, time running short. It's an ult offloaded. Kang trying to get into the mix, into the action, and a fight to be taken, but traded out anyway. Beam down with a Phantom in hand. It's just that 1-for-1, and the plant from Simon is going to go off anyway. There's no pushback occurring. Not from Heretics, not right now, but maybe enough damage has been done. It's a 4 versus 4. Reset into the round. Benji was just watching for any sort of stragglers. Hard committed positions by EDG. It's up to Smoggy to hold them back from the elbow angle. Pixel angle to work with. Nade. This is cheeky. Dodges, rebounds, snakebite at hand. Heretics carving out chunks and pieces of the map, but are being met here. At least the firepower. Chichu cannot spray them down in time. That's methodical by Heretics.
That's
enough time on the clock as well for them.
That is beautifully done. Beautiful. Snakebite nade to take down anybody that was going to be playing over towards that default position. And then Rienz is so damn consistent. Gets that trade kill onto Smoggy. Instantly spray transfers onto nobody as he swings through the Viper wall. He's always there.
Let's keep it up there. Good comms, good.
And he's relaxed as well. Yeah. He just seems like a great asset for the team in terms of keeping them composed in these moments, not letting the energy run away. They're in control on Bind right now. EDG would need a big thrifty. And I think they're running out of ideas on the attack side. The macro, it's not looking anywhere near as clean as we've been seeing on Lotus, for example, if you want to compare to past map.
Okay.
There goes Chichu.
Strikes him right where it hurts. Chichu's been a player that's opening up most of these sites like we've been talking about with the lurk timings.
He has been playing in those kind of positions, though, fairly regularly, so it's a good read from Miniboo.
Repositions up and over to heaven, walking their way forwards. I mean, EDG not to be deterred.
No, and Benji is aware that they're giving Lamps control right now, but it does mean that he's got to watch multiple positions.
Position sucks. I mean, Benji in this spot is going to try and retreat as well. They don't have showers control. Luckily, nobody's there ready to pounce on him when the damage is done. Simon, another play to be made. The rookie wants to step up straight away. Here's that reload! And Boo just barely ready to wrangle control. Straight back at him. Orbital strike. No damage done, but Smokey collecting kills from all across the place. Boo seeking to dominate the angle. Make sure the showers is not being recleared into this 3v3. Satchel's overhead have to be broken. The pressure get into them. Satchel breaks it. Dizzy up and over, in through the smoke though. Nobody spamming, and now swarming. Dominating EDG.
โคกันเยอะจัง
คุณเวอร์ไอ้มันยิงตัวล่างอ่ะ
ดาวไหนที่ซื้อปืนไม่ครบมันชนะกันรัวๆเลยวะ
อีโคลีแบบเนี้ย
After losing the first
อีโคกันมันจัด
But I think Benji's spot just ended up being completely exposed there. They couldn't deny Wingman. I think that's such a mistake. If Heretics just make sure that they focus on plant denial on A, they're going to put EDG in really difficult spots. Instead, when you let them get the plant down and get into their post-plant positions, you have a much tougher job at things.
เมื่อไหร่เขาจะโชว์ของไทยบ้างอ่ะ
EDG come into this, the final round.
ของ
Could
ไทย
be
บ้างอ่ะ
the first half of the final map.
Orbital strike for the Thrash.
Yeah, massive ults.
Yeah. Who was holding it preemptively just in case the Thrash was used at the beginning of the round. EDG signs of them going for that game plan though. Simon's going to try and fake this presence. Is a Nightfall going to be enough though? That's a question. They don't have map control over towards B. Very much an all-in. They don't have map control over towards B.
It looks like they would want to thrash through sand. Does does Boo get the call?
Footsteps.
Not even.
That's true and away. The crossfire set up. It's broken apart to pieces. TP.
He's
Not
man
enough. Minimu with just the one, but the orbital strike does at least split them in twine. EDG trying to go for this one now. Smoggy with the plant. Back being held. That's Chichu watching onto the angle. Still with control. Simon is alive and kicking. Making sure that the flank is watched for.
I like the smoke. Allows them to take backside control. But they've got so much more to do here, Team Heretics. They've allowed EDG in again. Plant, post-plant positions, all looking very diligent.
Horns up on either side here. Up and over. Will need to be pre-aimed. Boo's on top of it. Clears the way for most of this hookah.
He sees two.
All he has to be used. Sees up and over. It's dodged, it's missed. Simon with the timing. Softened up, damaged up, but the molly now rebounds, and it should be good for the cause already. The circle starting to shrink. Time is starting to run short. Chichu denies any chances.
โอ้ยนึกว่าจะโดน 8-4 ด้วยมา 6-6 เฉย
6เลยวะผมตอนนี้รู้สึกว่าทีสหน้ามีปัญหาหรือเปล่า
ตอนลาวิโคไม่คิดว่าจะได้อาจจะสัก 7-5 อย่างต่ำมา 6-6 เฉย
He's been incredible for EDG across this tournament. And now this Chinese
แล้วด่านนี้แม่งบุกยากเลยนะ
แต่ผมทำไมด่านนี้มันยิงกันทั้งแม็กเลยวะ
So not just like history, they've already
ไม่เหมือน3ด่านที่เราดูมาเลยตอนนี้
เริ่มไอ้นี่เริ่มหมดพลังแล้ว
กดกันทั้งแม็กเลยตอนนี้
เริ่มเหนื่อยโฟกัสไม่ไหว
Champs winners, trophy lifters. And EDG would love to secure that spot for China. But even before that, we're going to send it down to the floor. A nice little interview.
ขอโทษครับไอ้บอย
I'm standing here right now with two special guests. We have Gina's Trent and Icy. Now, how are you guys enjoying the match? Icy, I know you really enjoyed that opening ceremony.
พวกนี้สังกัดน่าจะให้อยู่ต่อแต่เป็นตัวเล็กจะกลับบ้านหมดแล้ว
เขาอยู่ต่อกันยันพวกนี้เหมือนวันนี้เพราะมัน after party อะ
I mean, you can hear it, right? What about you, Trent?
I mean, yeah, the opening ceremony was absolutely crazy. I was upstairs and I could just feel the whole building shaking. It was insane.
Yeah, it's a party here for sure. Now, you both played against Team Heretics and EDG in the past. How would you compare and contrast their styles?
I think both teams have insane aimers. Like, this can go either way, I'm not gonna lie. I had EDG going all the way, I had them winning this, but I think Heretics can pull this back and make it in 5 maps.
What about you, Trent?
I thought Heretics was gonna win at the beginning, but now seeing how EDG's playing, I gotta go with them.
Oh, well, that seems to be how this map is going as well, right? So I gotta ask you guys, oh my gosh, listen to the crowd. I gotta ask you guys, who's taking this map?
I think if Heretics win the map, they're winning the series. So I'd say Heretics.
ชอบเสื้อไอซี่อยู่
Trent?
I gotta go against you. I'm going EDG.
Oh, we got both of you on the opposite sides. All right, let's see who has it. We're gonna get back into bind.
Crowd is raring to go. You can see already descent in the G2 camp. The players can't make up their minds.
And I think that's indicative of this entire tournament. You know, both last year and this year, actually, you came into Champions with a dominant team. Fnatic of 2023, Gen G this time.
ออกสนามนี่โดนต่อยแน่ผมรู้เลย
ทำไม
เล่นตัวเยอะ
Laid fertile ground for
ไม่แจกสักที
EDG's growth here.
คนหมั่นไส้ละ
For teams to go on mad runs like this, and
คนที่นั่งใกล้สุดมันจะได้หรือวะ
ผมไม่มีวันพี่
any
ตะโกน
point
อย่าง
here,
ดังไม่ให้กูเลย
you still can't tell which way this one's going.
สุดท้ายมันก็ปาไปตรงกลาง
With Icy,
กูไม่ได้ลุ้นเลยคนนั่งหน้า
Heretics can still get back in.
อยู่ข้างหน้าอย่าหวังว่ามันจะเดินมายื่นให้
Are in a better spot to close it out.
All they need is bind.
เอา
All Heretics need is
มัน
a
ไม่ได้
kill, potentially to open up this A site. Right for the taking. Nobody with a spray down, spam shots, no
ดู
connection.
ครับแคบอยู่
No damage done. Inside for the smoke Rians. Beautiful shot.
มันถึงตาพี่เหรียญตื่นแล้วหรือเปล่า
Flank here.
Bench is gonna
ท่านเหรียญกับเบนจี้ตื่นเมื่อไหร่นะ
this angle.
เจอกันแบบ
จบเลย
ห้า
อันนี้จริง
Quite a lot in this spot, but diligent. Cool, calm, and collected from almost the entirety of Heretics. It's a pistol round that's in the palm of their hands.
Yeah, major win for them here. EDG did look a little shaky on their attack side macro, which is a wild thing to be saying, considering that they still got 6 rounds out of it. But I would expect Heretics to be extremely drilled in spots like that. This composition offers you so many ways to play. The executes are incredibly difficult to hold against. Kangkang cannot afford to be giving up first kills like that. He's been the master at putting first kills on his side over the course of this tournament.
Boys, let's go. Guys, let's take control of this map, okay?
You heard that at the end there.
Yeah.
Let's take control of this map.
That's actually what Miniboo was saying when they played against Lev as well. It's all about controlling the tempo, making the play to your pace, and that's almost the same as the pistol. Player going for a jump peek, nearly punished.
ค่าดูอย่างแพง
But maybe a bit of bait there, trying to see if Team Heretics would accelerate, because EDG were stacking with 4 players on B.
Launching smoke.
The defense going to get spread up hard a little bit here. No longer a stack, in truth. Heretics happy to slow it down. No point walking into your own demise.
Heretics, 2 players not buying up in this round as well, so they've got some flexibility. They can afford a couple deaths without it knocking the economy. Yeah. And I'm looking towards Rians to see if he can get the Thrash online. Wood's happy to go and try and take this space. He's just looking for information. He's not worried about dying because he is one of the players with just a ghost. Spots 1, spots 2.
It's that earlier damage. Noses 1 in lamps. Hold on, twisting, turning, and shots to potentially be found. Smoggy looking to try and push back, dismiss, but still alive for now.
All he needs to do is hold Smoggy here, and the Seas will hold Smoggy very permanently to the spot.
Rooted in place. Enough for his team to collapse onto it for the reclear.
And now, this is where I'd be asking Rians to throw the weapon away to somebody else, you know, put it onto Benji or Woot and go hunting with the pistol.
Exactly. This is good alongside a nade here. Woot's trying to get himself round to the corner, and luckily, enough wiggle room. Born down and out. Pistols in their face. Close quarters is where they're going to be thriving. Jumping through, double tap. Players are dropping suddenly. There's chances. But Kangkang's low with the rifle in hand. Steady aim.
อยู่ดีๆก็หายไป 3
ตอนแรกนึกว่าโดนอีกรอบแล้ว
They say 2 out of
ปืน
3
พก
with
มันน่ากลัวจริง
น่ากลัวจัดอะ
EDG do a bit of damage, but it's not going to be catastrophic. And they did manage to get the Thrash online. So even though it looks dangerous, Heretics are in a position here where they could start snowballing away on Bind.
One enemy remaining.
Miniboo's going to look to pick up a judge. That normally implies that you're looking for something pacey. The Thrash making space for the judge double blast pack.
Yeah, holding the nade as well, just in case there is that play happening. Season going to be combined using conjunction. Thrash all the way through, clears the way in the path in through showers.
Judge in hand. Lamb's control there, but it's a satchel and a pivot. They want to go over towards B. Chichu, sole defender, and Mini Boot trying to ruin somebody's day.
I'm not sure that was the game plan off the rip, but an audible call by Boot. See how well it works. 3 players from EDG still sticking over towards A, thinking that this might be a re-hit. They're dead wrong.
Yeah, spots a lot there. Chichu is going to find it hard to try and get the hell out of there, but takes the timing and takes it well. Heretics are the ones who are running out of options.
Yeah, it's very tough for Mini Boot to play the entry when he's got a judge. I think it's time maybe to swap that onto somebody else. Without the blast packs, how are you going to gap close?
45 seconds into the round. No control of A.
If they go for a hookah re-clear straight into the judge, these are the moments that could just lose you the grand finals.
You're going to hear the hearts break of many of these players, or perhaps just sing in unison. Chichu and Kang. That's beautiful work.
It couldn't have gone better for them.
Spectacular.
There's so much danger going for a play like that. And Boo's now has to win a 1v4.
This one part easier, but not the follow-up there. Nobody.
How have they got away with that?
Yeah, quick on the cleanup. That is just insanity. You're brave to be making a clear like that. You are brave.
I mean, especially when the player's got a judge on the other side, but Chichu is so clean with it. These shots, these two.
อีกครั้งมาแล้วพี่เกียร์4แล้วเจ็ด
A
ปุ๊บละตอนนี้
two-headed Hydra, I think Kankan has proven to be over the course of this tournament.
Oh yeah.
With Kankan and Chichu topping the scoreboard in so many of their maps.
Creeping closer to a potential finish. EDG. Top of the scoreboard, in my opinion, are MVP candidates for the grand finals. At least if you're only looking at EDG. For Heretics, it's up to them to see if they can answer back. They need bind.
And their play with the Thrash found no value really in the prior round. They got stopped by that C's nade. So a good read from EDG as well. And now going exploring again. These are the spots where Chichu is going to look to try to challenge, but I think Benji tends to play these a little safer. I don't think he'll just walk into Kankan. But that also means he's not going to clear Kankan.
Prowler spotted. Broken. TP long control.
They have pushed back the defenders on B. But Simon, Chichu, they're yet to call a rotate, so still 3 players. The strong site is A. That's where Boo wants to end.
Oh, they're going to be going straight into the maw.
They have not cleared Kankang. In fact, I don't even think they know Kankang's here. Smoggy to take contact. A Dizzy over the top.
คิดว่าจะมีแบบผ้า
Volley in the
พี่
hands
คิดว่าน่าจะจบ
Smoggy, and as that contact caught, players are falling to firing
น่าจะ
finish.
จบแบบนี้แหละ
Potentially in the A short avenue. Rians has got to answer back. It does so with that shot. Right on target, 2v3. Boo from the side turns into a 2 versus 2, slightly more winnable. Out wide, but accounting for it in the horn is perfection.
ทะลวง
EDG มันไม่ปล่อยข่าวเลยแต่แบบมันไม่รู้จะตีอะไรบ้างวะพี่
เครียดจัดอะ
มันเจอแบบไอ้เหี้ยมันแบบไปจิ้มทุกที่แบบไปหาอะไรหน่อยมันไม่เจอเลยเลย
ไม่มีข่าวให้เลย
Chichu and Simon were going to be in, over towards B.
ตอนเดือนตีก็สึกตีไซส์ที่มี3 คน
โผล่มาคังก็อยู่ตรงเนี้ย
If someone on Team Heretics had managed to take an earlier lurk timing, if Boo had really tried to limit test and walk his way through showers early on, he would have realized that it was empty.
Yeah.
Only nobody who was trying to juggle around so that he could support short and shut down the showers lurk. But Team Heretics, with all of that structure and all of that discipline, don't take risks like that would have paid off in a moment. But you can't find moments much bigger than these.
Momentum shifts to the other side of things here. It's Heretics, despite the replay showing that pressure seems to be washing off the back of these players. You're in a difficult spot. It's 8-8, your economy's ruined. You have some ults to move, at least the orbital strike in your back pocket. But Kangkang's also got that showstopper, and your ideas are getting picked apart. It's not working on the attack so far.
They don't seem to be applying enough pressure early enough to figure out what EDG's setups are. Now I say that, but it's a sample size really of 1, because round 15 was when they had the judge, and I think that in itself caused them the issues. But these are two crucial back-to-back round wins for EDG, because it's probably going to give them a third.
It's time for the course correction, excuse me. You're right. EDG primed and ready to take the lead in this map.
I think the goal for EDG in this round, not just to win, but to try to do it cleanly. If you can save Showstopper, you're probably going to get up to almost all of your other big ultimates.
ข่าวเดียวที่ได้คือไซมอน
The next rifle round. And this is how games slip away from you. Heretics had their chance to snowball in that bonus. Are EDG going for a re-clear of Octagon right now? Close range against the eco weapons?
No way.
Just the Prowler.
Stinger confirms it. You do not want to be opted into that fight. EDG smoked off. Disrupts this high low that they were going for.
We've seen EDG rely on their individual fragging to bail them out of some contact re-clears that
Oh,
look really
Kang.
dangerous. Here's another spot that looks pretty
อย่าบอกนะว่าคนดู
dangerous,
จะ
to
โห
be
ย
honest.
Against the half buy, but the
อย่านะคนดู
You've got
ไม่
three
น่า
spots
ปะไม่น่า
that
ปะ
can be swung from.
แต่ว่าเกาหลีมัน
including
มันไม่น่าแบบ
teleport.
ประเทศอื่นอะ
Oh my goodness, almost adjusting still.
แต่ถ้าเราได้ดูมาเกาหลีมันก็มีนะแต่ผมรู้สึกว่ามันไม่เท่าประเทศอื่น
Eyes set onto the target. Mosh pit up and over. Now with the nade and the TP's caught. Benji! Benji! Can't get the third, but already he's done the damage and now doubled up. Kills collected. It's a swarm and an overwhelming presence from Heretics in through the side into the back of his Showstopper. This is where it should thrive. Up and over. But a shot returned. Bullet to the brain. Nobody with a hell of a task. Gargantuan in nature and a wide swing from Riot.
โอ้ย
Trades
เอ้ย
it
คิว
all in
ตี้เยอะ
place.
จัดปืนพกชนะหมด
What a round for Heretics! They needed that. They maintained the lead somehow against all odds.
แบบนี้ชื่ออะไรพี่แบบ50ป่ะ
Scraps and odds and ends to work with.
ใช่
ใช่ไหม
ใช่
Not even a
50กันไม่
smile
พัก
there
เลย
for the family. They can't bring themselves to believe.
And I can't blame them.
Well, a small moment that I want to point out in that round as well. What a clutch nature for the ends to stick the plant. For the MasterCard Thrifty, they needed that plant to go down, but Boo pressured early.
Triple swing.
อย่าบอกนะ
He might be that lower weaponry, but there's still that danger lurking every corner. And Heretics are making sure that they collect these kills.
Fast flank.
No oversight. It is a fast flank. Prowler's going to be dodged for now as well, but Heretics know that they've got open access.
Really nice from Boo, making sure to monitor as the spike was coming in this direction.
Holding onto it. Wait, they've missed the timing. Boo's still holding. Wait, he's down. Hold on, Woot. Forced to pick up the pieces. Can you forge a path to victory, Chi-Chu, with that rifle? But he's just one man now, dropped down to 5 health. Nade online for Mini Boo. Mosh still available. It's unwinnable.
Yeah, the snake bite too. Every piece of post-plant utility that Heretics could possibly want in a crossfire setup.
Yeah.
Chi-Chu's going to try and valiantly give his life for it, I'm sure.
There it is.
Benji shoots him in the back.
2-round lead for Heretics. Not giving up hope yet.
What a difference that Thrifty has made. What a huge difference it's made. Instead of being in a rifle round where EDG were 9-8 up, we now find the next rifle round where Heretics themselves are 10-8 up.
Nice, boys. Let's go. Nice dealing with the aggression, Wood. Well played.
I do love the way that Miniboo gives very specific praise to his teammates.
Yeah.
You know, he's always got a single focus of something he thinks that they did really well, either as a team, together, really making sure that they keep that at the forefront of their mind. This next round is about to be explosive.
It certainly is.
There are 8 ults online, and almost all of them with these bind compositions are round winning.
Yeah.
You don't really get any that are throwaways.
EDG going to be thinking themselves. I mean, it's them that press the panic button almost. Timeout taken. They do have a lot of ults of themselves, but the trouble is you can overthink it so easily. Heretics could very well just send this full throttle in for the A rush. You have a showstopper to work with. You have an orbital strike. You can clear through most of the map, cleave your way through.
Do you think that's the kind of team Heretics are, though? I think coming out of rounds like this, they tend to be more measured, more cautious.
Waiting for the idea, seeing if EDG have cooked something up.
I think generally speaking, yeah. I think that EDG are more likely to be the team that takes the risk. 10-8 down, even though they're on tournament map here. EDG convert on buying. Things they wouldn't have dared to dream only a few months ago would be realized.
CDG squad, I mean, not only have they broken past their prior limits, at this point, they're dreaming for the whole bloody thing. I mean, this is the culminating moment of the year. Champions 2024, it's the crowning jewel for VCT.
เตรียมตัวเห็นการไล่เวทอันยิ่งใหญ่ได้เลยครับ
Good work maintaining showers control at the start of the round.
สันติกันเยอะ
Might be useful, might be important
ติด
later
จอม
on.
เวท
จอมเวท
Group up over towards B
แป
and
ด
need
คน
to take
น่ะ
the teleport. Simon's going to look to try to re-clear that at the same time as nobody in Shishu go exploring sand. Both of those areas, though, have no Team Heretics players defaulting. Instead, it's B long, it's short. It looks like it's going to be a fake B exec here that's supposed to go then into a real AXQ, relying on that previous control of showers. The thing is, there's no way that EDG are going to buy that this is really B, in my opinion. Just look at the positioning of
แต่มัน
nobody
ไม่
in
ใช่เจ็ต
Shishu. They're just full
อ๋อใช่ใช่ถ้าด่านที่มันไม่เล่นเจ็ต
Simon, though,
มันไม่
is
ค่อยจับ
playing
ด้วยมันไม่ใช่ด่านสไนด์อะในสายตาของข้างๆ
He's
อะ
in spawn,
คิดว่า
waiting for the sound cues. Kang re-exploring. He is isolated, he is alone, but it's only Woot to
เปลี่ยน
deal
ไป
with.
อะ
Here's a Dizzy. Clears his way
เกียร์
through.
5แล้วพี่หงอคง
เกียร์ห้า
หงอคงนะเกียร์ห้า
ข้างๆคือหงอคง
30 seconds. Time is running short.
the fast flank.
And here it is.
การไล่เวทที่ยิ่งใหญ่
Placed onto this. Mini boot. It's a showstopper in his hands. One right decision, one correct guess could completely change the tide of this fight. Woot dismisses the Dizzy with ease once more. Nightfall's dropped, cracking down on his orbital strike, trying to spray them down. Players are dropped on every single angle. Mini boot wins the fight out, and time is barely there to spare. Chichu.
เฮ้ย มาว่ะได้ดูแบบภาพเนี่ย
มินิบูข้างเลยเมื่อกี้
Now they're in the driving seat.
What a game, what a map for Miniboo to come online. 20 kills across 19 rounds. And not just the kill factor, but the manner in which he's doing it. And the kills that he's getting are so important. He gets the kill there to deny Kang as he's trying to put Spike down. Tries to put the Spike down again, swings, kills Smoggy. If he doesn't kill Smoggy, there's 5 seconds left. The round would probably have been over. What a time for Miniboo to wake up in the grand finals.
Now fast tempo play. Slimmy to evacuate, but we'll be able to escape already. That space is given up. Simon, stray shot, finds a mark. You see this smoke, puts the fear of God into you, I think. If you are, Heretics still going to be going for the plant now. Simon trying to get potentially inside that smoke, but no, the plant is not denied.
Team Heretics, they just control no areas on the map.
Yeah. They're corralled and they're going to be pushed into this corner with this flank online, and now they have that knowledge, but it's a thrash committed, one of their own, sprayed down. Nobody's trying to at least turn some heads over towards him, try and play his team into the fight, into the fray once more. Chichu striking where it hurts, but yet shut down in a moment, right when it matters most now. Simon, he's got to do it all. Sheriff in hand, upgrade in front of them, yoinks it, but it's not enough. Up to 12 for Heretics.
This team has dug so deep.
มาว่ะแบบห้าว่ะ
It was even at the half. It looked like you couldn't separate them on this map.
เนี่ยมันสมเป็นรอบชิงหน่อย
Have stormed off into the lead. A 4-round advantage now for a team that's been in these spots before. And actually, as the series got deeper and deeper, their play ended up trickling off. They couldn't match the pressure of the moment at Shanghai.
But this is a different Heretics. They've learned from prior experience.
คือเขาเอาแมป5เพื่อจะได้โชว์ที่ปาร์ตี้ของไทยพี่
I mean, this is for
ใช่
directions.
คือเราจัดอาราขนาด
If
นี้
you
เรา
don't
ต้องอ
go
ยู่แบ
and
บท้าย
clear
พี่
that, you're worried
แบบ
that
ปิดเกม
retaking sun control at all times. Kang.
แต่เมื่อกี้คุณแม่บูนี่คือขอพลังจากสวรรค์แล้วนะ
Oh boy.
แบบลูกรับเต็มๆนะเนี่ยตอนนี้มินิบู
in
เนี่ย
the final round. Kang.
Peak. I couldn't tell if Kang had one of his own or if it was just a rifle in play, but you're not favored there when Benji can just lock it down.
ระแวงในปลายพิษของเพื่อนจะไหลมา
relying on his skill to take him over the line. This pit though continues to be a bit of a bother. Heretics, by the look of it, want to kind of commit to the B site and then just leave hookah.
Plays in front of him, goes for the nose scope, spam
เกิน
down. Also, Chichu
มันกล่าวแบบ
attempt to deny the
ไฮไล
plan.
ท์อะ
online, but at least collects the kill before the trade is online. Up to 12 in that plant. Goes off without a hitch. Heretics can feel it.
They know the Benji's market.
He's going to be holding it. Still with that operator. You can't really get active into this moment, but oh, here in the footsteps. Double back. Simon lights him up. Heads will roll, and it's EDG to just, I mean, trying to stay alive into this map at this point. It's all stacked against them. Avenues accounted for. Positions watched, but luck at a draw there. Util out into the hands. Spamming, praying away down to the 1v1. Simon has gone to it all. A tap and a shot landed.
ไปกันต่อ
It's not over yet for EDG.
Once again, the newest player comes up clutch. The addition of Simon has added so much to their team environment overall. The way in which Kangkang supported.
ครั้งมันเปลี่ยนไป5เป้าแล้วแล้วมันก็เอาท่าไม่ตายแล้วออฟ
อันนี้คือเดียวกับพี่
เดี๋ยวหกนะ
สุดท้ายเลยมีอะไรปล่อยหมดตอนนี้
แล้วต้องหยิบสไนด์แล้วตอนนี้
ท่าไม่ตายแล้ว
National event ever in the grand finals of champs.
วิถ้า OT ที่ขนลุกเลย
But his composure and his aim look clean at the moment. Kangkang does pick up the operator. It was saved. Got no armor to go along with it though.
Potential tool that they could use. Slower play by Heretics, and still they are in the driving seat. Nobody tucks himself close, a bit of stray spam, but nobody finding a mark. He's weaving around them, dancing around them. Eventually found and dropped. Plants it online, but none the wiser. And an alternate hand to Kangkang. Spotting the retreating players, at least hearing it. A pre-fire towards the corner to no avail. Nade rebounds, damage connects, it cancels. Rians, he's out of it. Simon's defusing. What about his block? Simon!
Yo, the block!
All the way.
My God!
Absolutely spectacular.
โอ้ที่บล็อกอะไรอ่ะ
บล็อกคนเลยไปเองเลยเมื่อกี้
Big Ben
What a phenomenal protocol for EDG. The nade up and
เกีย
over
ร์เจ็ด
the
ยัง
top,
ครั้งอ่ะ
cancelling the thrashing and the body block.
ต้นเละพี่
นอกจากจะเป็นนักแข่งวาโลแล้วยังเป็นนักเตะด้วย
มันเตะไฟเป็นลูกบอลเลย
มันก็เตะมาเมื่อกี้
Rattled off his shins.
นักบอลเก่า
He's losing 2 minutes inside this smoke. Why did it take him 15 seconds to die?
Just absurd. The clearance is going to be haunting Heretics. Timeout called for them. I said they were in the driving seat, but they are losing grip of the map.
เครียดเลย
The series
เครียดเลย
finals.
กูกำลังดูอะไรอยู่
What they've got to work with.
น่าจะตั้งใจอ่ะ
They need is one.
Look at what it's doing to the fans down there, and imagine how that's echoed in the players. The fans have the freedom to sit there and allow it to affect them. The players have to shrug it off and move on instantly. Not allow themselves to dwell on it for even a second.
สมมติเป็นคู่ชิงจริง
Neil looks stressed though. If they lose a couple rounds,
ทำได้
it's going to be
ไอ้
overtime.
สโมกไวเปอร์ก็ทำได้นะ
EDG having 4 rounds in a row. Heretics have got to close it out in the next 2, otherwise it could
นี่
be
คือมันเตะสกิลไลน์อัพของทีมโตนไม่ให้ลง
between
หลั
the
ง
two teams, almost a touching distance away. It would be at least a year. Perhaps you may never have an opportunity like this.
โอ้โหคันฟิวจะ จะจบอยู่แล้ว
Brutal moment for it.
ไม่จบที่โอเวอร์ไทม์
โอ้มันเบรกโมเมนตัม EDG คัมแบ็กอะไรเงี้ย
Next 2 rounds. And now even more time.
คิดถึงวันที่บีทโดนเทคเลยจำได้ไหม คิกออฟ
PC issue.
อ๋อหลายชั่วโมงอยู่พี่
Silence coming out.
วันทั้งวัน
คือต้อง
ว่านักกีฬาคือทำอะไรไม่ได้อะต้องนั่งอยู่ตรงเก้าอี้อะ
กี่ชั่วโมงนะ หลายชั่วโมง
And honestly,
หลายชั่วโมงอยู่อะ
got to think about what it
เครียดแทนนักกีฬา
What we've heard
ลุก
from
ไปเยี่ยวอะไรก็ไม่ได้เลย
press conference, but Heretics especially
ไม่ได้พี่
is that they don't allow
ไม่คือ
matches
ถ้ามัน
like
นาน
this
ขนาด
to
นั้น
happen.
เขาไม่ปล่อยหรอวะพี่
The more you
ก็หลาย
attach
ชั่วโมง
speed
อยู่กว่าจะ
into
ปล่อย
it,
อะ
the
คือ
more
ตอนแรกไม่ให้
difficult
ลุ
it
ก
becomes to
แต่พอแก้ไม่ได้ก็แบบยอม
be in the moment and treat it like any other match. You see Benji there, eyes closed, meditating, trying to keep himself in the zone.
Focused. Locked in.
Have you ever tried to stay focused on a task with 10,000 screaming people around you?
Very, very difficult. Tell you that for free.
And the rounds that they're going into, truly ridiculous. Listen,
ไอ้คนหน้าอด
no matter which way this slices, we've got an incredible
แจกอะไรก็ตามแต่ไอ้คนหน้าอดแน่นอน
A different region winning every single one of our trophies throughout the year. That's incredible. First time seeing EMEA in a Champs Final since 2021 as well.
I know, sorely missed.
Yeah, absolutely.
Out of it for a while, but this is a Heretics team, honed and polished over the course of the year as well, which, listen, I remind you, the expectations of this squad were just absolutely at the bottom. People would not expect them to do as well as they did. They got to Madrid, people were describing their performances, potentially that flash in the pan, but not really amounting to too much, but respectable for rookies, respectable that they made a good go of it. Shanghai, the drive and finish to the finals, but just within touching distance of that trophy there. Not that one in particular, but at least another one, much like it.
And remember that this is the first global tournament where they've had their full team. You're talking about Madrid, Shanghai. They played both of those with Paditek, who I'm not sure exactly where he is right now in the crowd, in the audience. I assume he's at the VIP seats, only about 20 meters away from the players. He was once up there, twice up there in fact, on stage, but once in the grand finals with them. He'll be willing them on with all of his heart to close things out here on Bind. While most of the other fans in the audience are hoping EDG can bring it back, win cleanly 4 in a row, and hoist that Champions Trophy.
That's what they're all playing for.
God, take a look at this once more. What a timing for a play like that. We had a body block play on something similar.
ตั้งใจเลยนะเดินไปรับเลย
Where someone was able to headbutt it out the way.
เป็นนักบอลที่เล่นวาโลได้ดี
Shins.
A crew player, I think.
We're seeing such great protocols. If we go on to Abyss, if that's the next map we're looking at, we've seen DRX earlier on in the tournament have that denial of the Astropol post-plant setups.
It's been a lovely tournament for it. Just individuals stepping up in intelligent little ways. Hasn't just been how to take fights, the gunplay, the util. We've seen players
small details.
Shine. Yeah, the small details, minutia.
โอ้ร้านตีเยอะ
Right
นะ
back into it here.
ตีเดือดๆทั้งนั้น
Heretics hoping to make this round a turning point.
And this could be everything. If Heretics lose, Benji is not going to have enough money. Woot barely with enough. Depending on plant money as well. Heretics need this round to go their way. Otherwise, we could be looking at overtime.
Big odds online on the Heretics side. Lots of tools to work with to get it over the line.
It looks like they're trying to disguise Kang here. So they're playing him with the Viper Orb. You're not going to expect this.
No offer. Heretics might have taken it. Hook, line, sinker. It's 4 players. Creeping closer, waiting for re-exploration. Orb in their face. Kang will have to respect this to some degree. Doesn't know if they've crossed up. Boombot not broken. Orb once more. Renewed. Refreshed. Snakebite to answer. Hard committed onto the corner. Showstopper right from behind.
Oh my god.
Kang skewers them in place. Up and over with a Souljuice cut. EDG making a go of things. 35 seconds. The plant is down. Nade and Molly down at the feet. Dropping Boo in place. And Woot can do naught but watch on in horror. That's another round.
เอาแล้วไงเอาแล้วไง
ห้ามไม่ตายจริงเลยนะ
ห้ามไม่ตาย
บอกท่าไม่ตาย
ห้ามไม่ตายของจริง
เกียร์6เลยก็ห้ามไม่ตาย
They're on the EDG train. Heretics might have just lost control of Bind. What a skewering from Kang.
โอ้แล้วคู่หูเพื่อนรักไปด้วย
It's being made, man, all over the place.
We've talked so much about how Kang's actually dropped the operator in this run here. He's picked it back up a little bit. Against Leviathan, he pulled it out 20% of rounds instead of his usual 11, 10. You're seeing him pull it out again here. When the pressure's on, he's got a skill that few others in the world can match.
No one's really possessing it. Ice cold. Heretics relegated down to essentially a bargain bin buy. Don't get me wrong, there's still that danger, but it's all on the line and they're all grouped up. This is very much looking like an all-in play and approach. Horns is not broken. Nade and spam right through the box.
ไม่ตดมาใครชนะได้ไหมแบบนี้แต่ขอว่าถามได้ไหม
in place.
อยากเห็นมันเดือดๆวะ
Seeking to answer back.
This is where Kang should be looking to pick up the rifle. He does. They have Thrasher tried to clear the pit. There's still many chances for EDG to take it to overtime.
Flank control, watch for, and like you said, the Thrasher's going to be clearing and cleaving the way through. Path potentially. Here, lying in wait, Thrasher's there alongside a sees his players need to be defended. Woot steps up to the challenge, but drops inside. Overtime inside. EDG are hungry for it, trying to will it forward. Defuse the nade. And a shot sideline.
คัง แต่แพ้ว่ะโดนไลน์อัพ
ไม่มีใครเป็นนักบอลตาดีมันลืม
โอ้แบบ5ว่ะเดี๋ยวก็จะปิดหล่อๆแล้ว
They will it forward. We are going to abyss.
What an incredible contrast that is to the previous time where Chishu was able to body block the molly. This time, Boo makes all the difference. Fires it from the same spot. It wasn't blocked. And Simon tries to do what he can, but melts away, incinerated, immolated. And the Red Bull clutch carries Heretics forwards.
Feeling good, thoughts and prayers across the board, but we are going
พลังของพระเจ้า ขอให้ลูกได้บัฟ
อีคังคือมันท่าไม่ตายจริง เกียร์6
โอ้ยมันว่ะสมเป็นไฟนอลอ่ะพี่
มันจัด
จริง
ไอ้คังบอกจะเอา100 คิวของจริงละไม่สนละ
หูแล้วอาบิดเนี่ยมันเข้าไปอีก
มัน92 ตัวแล้วพี่คังตีแมปอะ
มาละ
story of that game to me. It was so many of these scrappy rounds from Team Heretics,
Can we mic
winning
off?
eco after eco just to stay alive in this finals.
Yeah, time after time, we see, as you're saying, Heretics really trying to cling on everything that they have, winning those very important rounds. The timeouts are coming in the most important times, but we have to highlight Mini Boo just having the best utility that you can as a duelist when it comes to this ecos. On the other side, EDG also got a lot of rounds that they were not supposed to, but my biggest point of concern is those retakes that we were seeing at the end of it. EDG was not really able to win them.
I mean, speaking of retakes, though, I saw also at the start of the game, Team Heretics wasn't doing their fair share of that as well. One of the first attempts at A through lamps was abysmal. Like, you don't even have to go in there, and I know that Sideshow pointing out on the cast about the placement of the mosh pit, but I have to agree with Mimi about how that last round was a big story about how the entire game went. It was sloppy, it was back and forth, you couldn't predict it until the very end, just because it's just individuals shining at specific moments.
Yeah, and speaking of individuals, Mini Boo, though, what a time for him to come alive. We heard it from his coach, Neil. He is not just the frags. He brings so much to this team.
Yeah, and we also heard it in the PMI. He wants to feel like he can be the best duelist out there. There's so many conversations about other players out there, especially in his own team. But he wants to be part of the conversation. He wants to get this trophy to prove it to himself.
He absolutely does. And I mean, facing Kong Kong on the other side, I think he has to. We haven't seen as many of those star moments from Mini Boo this tournament. I think a lot of it has come down to being very much a system player.
มันจะเปิดท่าไม่ตายเลยหรือวะ
But the games where he is still playing that hyper aggressive style.
ต้องเริ่มใหม่ครับพี่ต้องเริ่มใหม่
เริ่มใหม่
winning a lot of those
กลับไปเกียร์หนึ่งทุกครั้งที่เริ่มใหม่
ไปไงมันกดเกียร์6
But the game
บว
is
กอัน
getting
ติมันเก็บ
sloppy.
เอ
Like
ปิด
you
เกม
talked about this match still. It is really important to have him playing like this.
I was gonna say, when you get into these really sloppy fights, I noticed from the side of Team Heretics, they would be fumbling around with their abilities. Like, some people would be taking out ability, like Dizzy coming out or Molly's coming out from Boo, and the only person that's really on point with how they're able to handle that chaos when situations get really messy.
ทำไมรู้สึกว่าเลสมันไม่มีประสิทธิภาพเหมือนเมื่อก่อน
He has to be as raised.
ก็อย่าง
As
แง่
we head
แม่ง
onto
โดน
Abyss,
เดิน
though, I am worried for EDG. That is not the way you want to lose on Bind, and you saw it on the faces of those players. They were annoyed, they were angry. Of course you would be in that situation.
It's heartbreaking because you can tell that the pressure is getting to both of the teams. Both of them losing the advantages, losing the ecos, not being able to think through. They already knew that they have a very strong post plan, that they have to deny those positions and they have to do it faster. And moving on to Abyss, it becomes even a bigger concern.
Well, to tack onto that point, it's all about that resilience. It's about, as we talked about, the ecos happening earlier. If you lose a bad round because a Molly gets blocked or because you get ecoed by sheriffs, being able to bounce back and get that next round right after and mentally reset is so important. And we're seeing that from both teams throughout, and we're going into map 5. That's good to have.
No player on that stage has made it to one of these stages before. None of them have made it to the top 4 of an international event in Valorant until they made it here. Sure, there were the earlier moments for Team Heretics when they were playing in Shanghai, when they were losing in that final. But now it's Champions, it's another level, and they have to be thinking back to those second place finishes, using that as motivation to come back and really lock in for this final map here.
You can use it as motivation, but again, is the ghost on your back thinking, I already made it to that map number 5. I was here in this position, and the pressure took the best out of me. We're saying they do not want to come second again, but they're clinging to the situation right now. They should be very comfortable about Abyss. I think that the loss that they had against Leviathan yesterday has to do also with the composition and how we're trying to deal with it. But it is not something that we're going to see from EDG.
Yeah, honestly, it feels like deja vu almost. It was Heretics that was on the receiving end of it. They looked boomed on that last map in Shanghai, and also in the previous grand finals they were in as well this year. But EDG, they've never even played a best of 5 on the global stage. I just want to make sure that they're not going to be boomed going to this map.
Well, boomed is definitely not what you want. When I look at these teams, though, and I look at how the games have been progressing so far throughout, starting from that Haven, even especially in that Lotus, how these big team brawls happen. Pound for pound, these guys are toe-to-toe with each other, and it's difficult to predict how things go, and it does come down to these clutch moments. So what I look for in this next map is that endurance race is about how they're able to stay collected and which team is able to build momentum, a string of 4 or 5 rounds in a row instead of just back-to-back or 2 rounds at a time, switching it off.
I mean, we've questioned the stamina of Team Heretics as we take a look at the agent select. Mimi, we know what this comp does. EDG surely will have some answers as well.
Absolutely. I mean, both these comps play a very similar style. For me, a lot of this is going to come down to the mid control. I feel like both these teams, when we saw them play, especially against Leviathan, struggled with how that Harbor comp was taking space in that area of the map. I think providing pressure there is so important to winning on your mid round on Abyss.
Yeah, and when we talk about the pressure, we acknowledge Benji's playing on the Cypher, but EDG does not have that Sentinel. We need to see the value coming out because I think that for EDG, this double controller suits them so well. They're trying to replicate a little bit of what they do on Lotus.
When they can slice up the map like this and force the fights, which they have been really good at,
เวลาของ
that's
สม็อก
when
กี้
things
เหรอ
get worrying for Team Heretics, especially at that B defense getting split on from middle. That's what I look for Team Heretics.
Well, this is it. No more room for mistakes. It all comes down to one final map, and the winner will be our 2024 champions. Give it up one last time. Show some love. Here's Bren and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Excited to get into this one. It's the crowning moment for one of these teams, but on the other side, it will be bitter.
ไอช็อตเมื่อกี้นี่แม่งเป็นท็อป 10 อนิเมะ sad
Their
ending
stories, EDG getting crucified by their fans early this year, failing to live up to expectations. They rebuilt, keep the door open here at Champs for Chinese teams international. They've shown, they've proved that China can compete for trophies. Earned that respect on par with any other region. But Heretics, they are the China Slayers. We saw that at Shanghai.
แม่งทั้งประเทศอ่ะ ประเทศไทยทั้งประเทศดูอยู่ตอนนี้
They've learned so much from the great ones of Shanghai. You can see it in the way they play, in their tenacity, rather than the manner in which they fell over in that prior grand final.
I mean, there's a certain resilience now about this Heretics team. They know that they are capable of lifting a
เก
trophy.
มกำลังโตครับ
It's all about learning from those moments, and they appear to have done just that, bringing us here to Abyss, a defining map in our grand finals.
Look at how EDG takes space on this map. It's all about the smokes. They smoked over towards B and A main, normally where you would see defenders put the smokes, just so that they could take control. And that recon dart also gives them priority onto angles.
Priority.
อุ้ย
was paying
มิ
off.
บู
Minibu
คุณดุ้ง
has to activate the dash. Drop down to 1 HP.
Benji gonna get challenged here.
He's holding the slightest of off angles here with a knife. Activates the cage. He's going to be hiding in this one. Here's that timing and strikes right where it hurts. Kang removed. Chewing up these players as well, but he's just got to try and survive with the flash in his face through the backside control. He can lay claim and lay waste. Chichu is doing exactly that.
เกือบจะหลับแต่กลับมาได้
Cracked wide open. Rotation.
ว่าทรงโดนจะจัด EDG เมื่อกี้ทั้งคนติดแท็บทั้งคังตาย สรุปมันรอด
But he's dropped instead.
That's way too aggressive for nobody. It's just giving away the advantage.
Oh, but he's there. Minibu. The return of the fire. The return of the shot.
ทำไมที่ขวามันยากนะนัดเดียวก็ตายแล้วเมื่อกี้ซ้ายก็ตายแล้วสมองกี้รู้เลย
Chichu's post-line position is ridiculous.
จะไม่รู้ว่าโล
Somehow Minibu and Benji are reading into it. They're slowly clearing this.
Slowly clearing, but damage needs to be done. Benji fishing. Doesn't count for Simon. Once more, this rookies in a team closes out a round, a necessary one.
It's a bit messy for EDG, but you can see the
เนี่ย
game
ทรงโดน
plan
จะ
working fairly well.
ไม่มีคนติดแท็บ
Oh, what a time into a court inside. Astral plane there.
เดินเข้าไปเจอคนนั่งทำสมาธิ
Completely caught off guard. That's the same kind of timing that Boo himself likes to take on the lurks. Surprised he got caught by that one. Look at that, smokes being thrown. Astra smoke on B main, Omen smoke on A main. Makes it very, very difficult for Team Heretics to contest these lines early on. And then when they hit the sites, they can still use the Astra stars as util, like stuns in certain areas. You can stun nade, stun shock. You'll still have enough smokes. The weakness of the composition, of course, is that they don't really have that flat wall. They had to adapt to over the course of the last time they played it.
Well, Benji makes a good go of things. Chichu saved by
ปลุ
the
กมันก็สไนด์เลย เราจัดเลย
ใจพี่ไอตัวนี้มันแบบสไนเมนเลยถ้าเล่นเจ็ตอะ แบบมันเก็บตังค์เพื่อซื้ออะ
Take some space.
ลักษณะมันขึ้นชื่อในปีก่อนๆเลยตัง
Who himself looking to potentially take that timing, but no. Instead, the stack over towards A, which the gamble will be incorrect.
EDG a fairly
ดีนะเขาไม่อยู่
opening here on Abyss the first couple rounds, dodging those thrifties that were nightmarish on Lotus and Bind actually. Both teams
all the time, right? Weapons dropped off. Chichu doesn't want to risk
เวต้าจะมีอันติแล้ว
going down here. Hands it off over to where Simon goes for the plan as well. He's going to be close. Big ult there. Cosmic Divide. One away now. Chichu can go hunting.
The Cosmic Divide is massively impactful on this site as well. Actually, on both sides. Throwing it down to be able to get cheap.
ไปแล้วจู
ไปดีกว่าจู
Yeah, make the percentage play.
They want to make sure that they deny that.
Me too.
I think it is the right play in that moment, actually.
แต่
Yeah, you don't deny
แต่
any
นี้ยังดู
situations.
มีดูสู้ G2 ไม่ไปตั้งแต่ต้นเลย
ที่ดูไปตัวแหลม
กูไปเลย
มึงอย่ามายุ่งกูนะ
ไม่ต้องวงต้องวาง
Given EDG full site control. Pretty unfortunate. Kind of callous though to send Dizzy in there as well.
อันนี้ผ่านการคำนวณแล้วไงเรียบร้อย
need for that.
ว่าเรานี้ไม่ได้แล้ว
มันไม่คุ้มอยู่แล้วเรามีแล้ว
No retrieving that here. Bottom of the pit.
Yeah, the real game begins now though.
Yeah, mini boot rifle in hand. Alongside Woot. It's a double up, I believe. Hilo set up, and they're going to try and catch this corner with a recall star. Struck that two alongside that flash. This is a little bit precarious. Players going to be trying to meet their match. Hold him beside there. Kang seeking to dash into play, but already dealt with. Dart into one of the players. Woot is tucked.
โอ้ยมันส่งของกันมันว่ะ
Here, but he's able to escape in kind.
Yeah, well escaped actually. He was under a huge amount of util pressure there. I like the idea from Heretics. They doubled up on the ult orb, thinking that Shishu was going to play around for it.
Right there.
Uncertainty though, but orb's going to be picked up. Knife is broken. Mini boot is low enough still. Trying to at least remove one of the heads of these players. EDG do not like what they've seen. Still, they don't have control of the map anywhere else. They're grouped up here for very much an all-in over towards B.
I think Miniboo's got to be hitting those. If people are walking into his crosshair, you have to be good for it. This is the final map of the grand finals of champs. You cannot let free kills escape.
Boo. Great timing on the swing. A little bit labor with the follow-up. Unable to achieve second kill that he was hoping for. Stars. Rejuvenating. Miniboo. Talk about heating up. And he will turn up.
Back with a vengeance. An impossible task for Smoggy here. We're seeing quite a bit of EDG trying to sneak through along this back pillar route. The more damage he does, the better it is. But he's not going to be able to get even the plant down. Well, I mean, he'll go for it for the money, of course, but not to extend the round.
To the tail end. Not the worst scenario.
Yeah, it means though that he has to keep the Guardian. Oh,
โคตรคุ้มอ่ะ ในการที่
Yeah, this is what I was pointing out though. Kang looking to try to jump into B along that cliffside. It's a little unusual. Great shots from Miniboo. He needs to be playing well. He was fantastic on Bind. Really stepped up for them. One of the biggest reasons why Team Heretics were able to deny EDG the trophy, at least
มูลค่าเมื่อกี้ประมาณ 4,000 อ่ะ 4,400 โทรฟี่
Team Heretics, though, had a huge defensive anti-strat to try to deny Chishu the ult orb. Well, now he has it. Now he has the Cosmic Divide. What is Team Heretics' game plan around it? We're seeing teams try to put smokes down so that they can walk through the Cosmic Divide. That's normally what teams try to run.
EDG trying to ensure that map control is still potentially theirs, or through.
วันนั้นแม่หวานมาก
Getting cheeky, shot dart gets rid of the cam, so it's exactly the intent. Remove the question marks, or at least create them on the side of Heretics. Make them re-explore.
And this area of the mid is so important if the attackers are able to take it. It cuts off those defensive rotates.
อุ้ยไอ้สโมกี้ไหลเนียนอยู่เนี่ย
Primes and ready. Good pounce being double held, and while the Dizzy gets that acknowledgement, connecting shots here for Smoggy. Realizes his back is open. The paranoia has to be let loose. Unleashed that up and over top. Spam potential might be there. Woot will just lock that one down. Crouched up, finds the angle, but an open B side as a result of it.
หันไปทีตายไปแล้วมินิบู
Find that spacing and already through the back of the side.
ในบี
Not get punished though. Flash up and over towards the top. It's gone 1-for-1 with the kills, and Simon, goodness me, Benji, able to respond. Flatlines him, brings it to that 1v2 to clutch. They'd love to win. Nobody offers up the kill anyway. 7 bullets remaining. Chichu knows to play his life.
And as he backs up, this is going to be a tough situation for Benji.
Definitely is. On top of it, tap to force out the first round of this. Position to be played. Cam catches it. Chichu catches a bullet straight to the dome.
มันกลับแบบว่าจังหวะไม่ตั้งตัว
Oh, pulls off the almost impossible.
2 years ago, this guy was here as an influencer. He was invited to come and attend Champs to kind of introduce his Fortnite following to the game that he'd started to play. Did he rely?
So good. You're very good. You're a very good player. I'm proud to play with you.
Did he rely on his following and his clout to get him into a big team? Did he surround himself with stars in Valorant? No. He grinded tier 2. He got himself onto a rookie squad. He wanted to prove himself, same as anybody else. My God, he has been.
Yeah, hard work has followed this Heretics squad all throughout this year. Polishing their play.
ไม่เอาดีกว่าปล่อยดีกว่ากินแปลกๆแบบนี้
Edge to this Heretics squad. You can feel it now with all the experience that they have got themselves in. Shocks close to cleared away once more, but it's Trip. Lay it down at the feet. Cosmic Divide will ensure that they don't get spammed down. That's precarious. Kang drifting off to the edge there, but the plant should go down without any problems. Simon lays it down onto the floor. 5v5 still, and the flank is being watched ever so slightly. Still, there's that uncertainty. You can see heads on a swivel. Maybe scared of the punish.
Yeah, the star not being laid down here on the spike, actually. Whoa, they did not expect Kang.
Kang's laying claim towards the back of the side. Nowhere clearing. Miniboo has to strike. Spraying down. Survival is necessary.
Chichu.
Enough for the fire from behind. Rian's now sticking. Pull is late. Half already. And up onto the flank. Chichu has bought him an opportunity. And no one can stand against
มาจากทุกที่ทุกแหล่ง ขนาดมีมินิบูไปเลิกแล้วนะ
from either side, shutting things down, showing you the power of this composition that EDG has brought out on Abyss. Chichu was so far away, properly baiting his team, but in a way to play for that post-plant clutch factor.
พี่เห็นคังเกียร์หนึ่งป่ะ
EDG
ยิงยังไม่ค่อยจับเท่าไหร่เกียร์หนึ่งอยู่เดี๋ยวรอเกียร์สองก่อน
อันนี้เกียร์หนึ่ง
ใช่เกียร์หนึ่งมันจะยังแบบพ่นๆนิดนึง
ลูกปลาดิอันนี้คือปลาลัดพริกเห็นไหมเห็นปลาป่ะในกล้อง
นี่คังเกียร์สอง
มาแล้ว
เปลี่ยนเป้าแล้ว
Might be unaccounted. Storm in his hands, flash in his face.
They definitely seen him in this spot.
มันคือยังไงมันเปลี่ยนทุกรอบเลยวะ
มันเป็นสูตรมันเลยแบบว่าเปลี่ยนแบบให้ตาโฟกัสอยู่ตลอดเวลา
If it was only Miniboo on
แต่
his
แบบ
own,
มันมีมันคนเดียวที่ทำได้อะทำปุ๊บกลาง
หลุดเลยอะ
ไอ้ที่ทำแบบเก่งกันดิไอ้ปั๊บเปลี่ยนทีเดียวแบบเป็นไงยิงไป
หลุ
นู่น
ดเลยอะ
To get himself out.
มีมันคนเดียวทำได้
Full 5-player hit. Dart up and over.
อีกลาดปลา
Peace of mind towards the back of the site. The plan. Nothing to deny it here from Heretics, but up onto the flank, Miniboo has to be the playmaker. Smoke's fading. Kang hard committed. No one to play off of him.
ได้แผ่นตลอดเลยวะ
Looking to take these angles. It is risky. A play like this, forcing them out into the open, updraft dash and away, but somehow missed the mark.
เจอสเต็ปเล่นเสา
They contain the flank, but the flood is now through. Heretics out through the back now. Smokes and Stars placed down, trying to divide and conquer in through the map, but Chichu again. It's a 3-piece into the round and Simon to end. 4 rounds now for EDG.
It's looking even better than the last time we saw them on Abyss, in my opinion. EDG had already demonstrated that with this new composition of theirs, they've got a lot of nice execute ideas. They've got good post-plant ideas too. But what they're adding in here is the macro concept of that little pressure towards mid that we've seen on other rounds, the post-plant flank, the awareness. And it's scary if a team like EDG is getting better on a map as the tournament goes on. Oh yeah. When it's the decider. And Heretics, they have struggled a little bit here, but I think a lot of that they put down to playing against the Harbor that Leviathan had brought out. The thing is, Lev were using the Harbor to go and take mid control, and that's kind of what EDG are looking to do in some of these situations as well. How would the Heretics respond?
Absolutely. EDG themselves as well had to adapt over the course of a series on this map. On this, they came up with the right answers. Uber has an ult in the back pocket. This is Team Heretics with the timeout. They have to stop the bleeding.
T H win นี่คือเขาเชียร์ทีมไทยใช่ไหม
Grand Finals, the last map of your year.
Incredible that you've even managed to stretch the year to this length, though. These are our last two teams remaining. And you might have been able to see it coming a little, based on Team Heretics' upsurge at the start of the year and their Shanghai performances. EDG have come out of the blue. You know them from previous years, but this one would be a surprise.
I think even for the most die-hard of fans, nobody was expecting this. EDG missing a beat. It's just that here.
It's so tough to deny this space from them. They're just ready to execute in any round because you can't take away.
พี่เอฟเชียร์ใครตอนนี้พี่เอฟให้ EDG ครับเชียร์ EDG ผมอยากเห็นระฆังได้แชมป์
Playing in Benji.
ชอบความไฮของมัน
Benji in through the back once more. Shock darts, laying down the damage, laying down the bullets, but it's just a bit delayed. Rians can't quite deny that one. And now the Thrash trying to play them back in. It's still sprayed down off to the side, collecting these kills. Dissecting the map. Heretics are trying to flood their way back in once more, but Stars are laying down. Darts revealing all. Post-plan util for days on EDG's side. It comes down and then a shot's being hit. Woo with the defuse. Once more to pull in sight.
ไอคนดีฟิวก็สวนตายด้วย
มันสวนก่อนตายพี่
งงเลยไอคนดีฟิว
มึงเอากูเหรอกูเอามึงก่อน
กูไม่ยอม
Who is left to scramble?
อย่าทำว่ากูเป็นคนโดนฟรีอะกระสวน
แม่งสวนเขารู้ตะโมกันหมดเลย
เฮ้ยเอาแล้วว่ะมันไหลวะ
ไหลจริงพี่ เราอาจจะไม่ใกล้เราล้างมันวะ
What to do against EDG?
มันอาจจะจบก่อนไหม
It's so difficult to anchor onto the site. Everybody's coming in immediately after Kangkang. Kangkang's being supported by recon darts, flashes, stuns from the Astra as well. And if you can't anchor, well, can you try to retake against this? It's very difficult. The post-plant power is super good from EDG's composition.
Flood defending, good luck. Map is ginormous. The economy is booming for EDG. It's a 3-round lead. Looking to keep it going, looking to maintain it all the way through.
I think this is a nice adjustment from Boo, this smoke that he's put down over towards B. Because it tries to keep EDG back a little bit. They've been aiming to take that space themselves. But if they're worried about somebody pushing forwards and playing inside the smoke, it will stall them out a little. But I don't think that's going to be the key difference to Heretics winning the map. It's just a small piece of the puzzle.
They come up with answers outside of a round like this where the money is knocked.
And I think they need a fundamental change, because otherwise EDG looks super comfortable.
Just going to give them B main, A main control the whole time, as you were already talking about.
And mid as well, though.
Yeah, you're letting them just explore every single option.
Yeah. Here they smoke off mid. Now whether or not they're going there, or whether that's just to pull people towards the center of the map for the defenders, remains to be seen. But you see that Heretics, they are just sat back pretty passively. And okay, this one's an eco, but it's reminiscent of how they've played the majority of their defense half so far. I need to see them more aggressive on defense here, I think.
Nice pushback, Dash is active. In through, there's a slightest of timings, but Rian, the shot just missing. Defense in order here. Simon just pushing back the invaders onto the site. It is theirs. Rian's ult just popped off. It's a winnable scenario, and the kill is collected. Spike needs to go down. 4 seconds, nobody. Will he be able to stick it? Denied! From the break, Heretics found their answer.
There's no way again! reminiscent of Haven that EDG are losing these rounds to the clock. Heretics throwing that utility in perfectly, but even seeing that as a win condition, as an opportunity,
that takes
to me is ludicrously good. I didn't think there was much they could do there to stop that from going down. But with such little time, Rien's found that denial. And the flush was within, what, 0.3 of a second?
So close.
What a MasterCard thrifty.
Heretics are right back at it. It's an off in the hands of Mini-Boo. Not the adjustment that we were perhaps looking for, but they have changed the defensive setup, but mid is open as a result of it. Just a one trip to watch. It's still a weak point.
The trip is desperately important here. Do they see it? Yes, and before they run into it too.
Broken. Mid compromised, pings are already out. EDG looking to maybe set their sights over towards A.
You have to pull people back from the site to monitor these connectors now. And you probably have to go for a re-clear, but that's difficult with Mini-Boo opping.
How do you clear through the fog of war? Smokes at their back, Benji Fishy. Here's the dash, knows his time is now. That's a mosh pit that he just kicks right into their face, and they weren't perhaps expecting that. Still, Spike dropped down to the feet. The side opened up overwards, at least B main. 3 versus 3 though, this is rapid by Heretics, looking to shore this one up. Potential for the flood, but an off retake, as you mentioned, is never ideal. Whips it around him, but he dropped. 2v2.
Here.
Not willing to give up that operator just yet, Kang. Down into the bridge, almost takes the timing straight past the Dizzy. He's causing all sorts of problems, mischief right now, and he just needs to buy time for Simon. Striking right where it hurts, dropping these players.
เซมอนมันยังตื่นเลยวะ
EDG still here to play and still here to win
a
trophy.
They're not creeping closer, they're galloping towards it at the moment. They've knocked Heretics down onto another eco round. This one, that mid-pressure once more, the macro, it's looking lovely. Nobody's calling is excellent here on the attack side. Even with Mini-Boo hitting the quick scope, EDG still get themselves into a spot where they're able to convert. Perhaps if they in that round, if Boo had been able to win his fight as a site anchor, maybe it could have been doable, but he's 1-8 right now. The IGL struggling to get a grasp on the game and a grasp on his gun.
Just not seeing it. Tag up 2. Trip's gonna be broken. Boo under all that pressure. The heat is turned up. Boo can only do so much. It's 1 kill before the fire is returned.
And this time the adjustment from Heretics was that double push. I said I wanted to see them get aggressive on defense. The problem is the map is so big. It just takes so long for Mini-Boo and Woot to pull off this flank.
By the time they get into this fight, time, as you said, already ticks off. Could be missing the mark on some of this one here. Smuggy's got a lot to watch for here, but same could be said for Heretics. Dizzy though, spots it out still, he's expecting it! And lay claims to their life! 7-3. At this point, EDG are not being stopped by anything at all.
Heretics need a game plan adjustment. They've got to figure out a solution here if they want any hope. If bind is to mean anything, they need to figure an answer, because EDG's composition, which is pretty unique, we do not see other teams running this kind of comp. It's just been unstoppable on their attack side.
Force the issue for Heretics here. As you said, they have to come up with the right answers. It's the second timeout burnt. Final map here of our grand finals. It's all on the line and more. It's your entire year.
เกียร์ทำไมปล่อยให้ EDG ได้วางตลอด
As I said prior,
มันไม่ค่อยได้ข่าวครับที่ EDG บางทีเล่นจังหวะแรกแล้วแบบว่าไม่ปล่อยให้ได้ข่าวอะพอมันเข้ามันก็มันตีไซส์ที่คนที่แบบว่าไม่ได้อยู่เยอะด้วยแล้วแบบโพซิชั่นก็ไม่ได้อยู่ในจุดที่แบบยิงได้มันปิดหมดเลยมันก็เลยต้องเล่นรีเทคเดี๋ยวไม่มีโอกาสได้สู้ในไซส์โดนของเดี๋ยวลองสังเกตดูได้สู้ในไซส์ก็โดนลุมบวกเสียความมั่นใจด้วยมั้งโดนเข้าไซส์แล้วพิกออฟไปคน2 คนตลอดเลย
I think this round is everything here. It's the difference between a 9-3 or possibly a 7-5.
อันนี้ทำเอาแล้วน่าจะได้แบบว่า
The ults favor them.
แรงขึ้นมาหน่อย แรงสู้แต่ไม่รู้ว่าโค้ชจะบอก
all across the map.
I was watching EDG the last time they played Abyss. Smoggy actually ulted onto B rafters as part of their exec. So don't put it beyond EDG to do something absolutely nuts here with it all on the line.
เนี่ยมันมาหาข่าวแล้วพอมันรู้ว่าแบบ
has the thrash, leaving Simon spike in hand.
They've seen this trick before up in mid. I'm surprised they're not
แฟน
sending
เย
a
อะครับ
shot
เป
to
เปอร์เล็ก
try to clear it.
ตอนนี้เยอะที่สุดในโลกก็น่าจะ EDG
That's easy enough over the top. Don't have to open
เพราะว่าจีนก็ไปครึ่งโลกแล้ว
Setting up a big split, which we've not seen very
จีน
much
ก็
of.
ไป
Nobody
แล้วอ่ะ
mid, nobody to
คือ
try to
สง
punish.
สัยคนทั้งโลกแม่ง 30%
trying to pull these
จีน
players
คือ
aside to
60%
capitalize, but no, the call is
เผลอ
cancelled
เยอะกว่า
anyway.
นั้น
They're going to take this one in the direction of A. Bodies are still lining up. Reinforcements arriving here in the footsteps. It's a rumble and a scattered fight indeed. Skirmish to be taken. EDG. A striking right round. Nobody's detained. But honestly, again, the scaling is required. Touch to the side and the weapons right out. Ready to strike. Boo is locked in place. And Mini Boo left with it all to do.
เนี่ยเห็นนะ
It's just not possible.
จุดทรงแล้วเทียส
พอสหมดแล้วด้วยอ่ะ
มันส่งพอไปแล้วอ่ะ
He'll make a good go, but that is just
แล้วบอกแล้วมีการมาพูดนะบอกว่าแก่ขึ้นอีเฟกต์น้อยลง
team is firing all cylinders. EDG can feel it. They are empowered.
Taking all of that mid control, setting themselves up. No resistance from Heretics. When two players
เป็น
went
กู
to
นี่
go
หน้า
and
ข่าวไปแล้วเมื่อกี้
explore,
โดน
I don't think they were expected to see 4 EDG there. They thought that was setting up for an A split. They thought they caught the timing and were starting to rotate. They don't have enough information around the map. They're not playing aggressively enough on the defense side, and they're allowing EDG to run over them.
It scraps with the bye. Final round of the first half of our final map of Champs 2024.
And this drone is going to spot an open site. No defenders, no anchors. Nobody to even break the drone and threaten like there could be anybody there.
Key's been left in the door. Spike exchanges of the hands. You hear these footsteps and have a tap as well, seeing what the reaction is, and maybe counter spam. Push back posture. Boo can't stand against it. Cosmic Divide though is ready, lying in wait.
The protocols are so good from EDG to get the plant down. They're not getting caught by this.
Benji though, up onto the cross, that was up through mid. Kang was trying to be that delayed pressure, presence, potential. It's all going to be removed now, and you can try and flood these players right back in. G2, spammable angle, finally removed. Front of the site is theirs, and here is the ult. Cosmic Divide has to be used, Simon. What is that?
ไซมอน
Hunter's Fury, off and around.
หลับไหลมาหลายแมปแล้วมันบอกแบบนี้ผมขอนะครับ
Wingman onto the defuse, Miniboo sticking already. Hold the line, cross fires. In order, in action.
แต่ต้องยอมว่ะอันเตอัตตานี่แม่งโซสตรองกัน
To that final. Lease on life, a 4th round potentially theirs. It is theirs indeed. First half of Abyss.
พี่ว่าคัมแบ็กไหม
พี่ว่ายากพี่พูดเลย EDG ทีเด็ดกันคืออะไรรู้ป่ะ
ถ้า
ขัง
คั
แม่
ม
งจะออฟรัว
สไนมีสไนในมือคือมันจบแล้วอ่ะ
ๆแม่งออฟรัวๆแน่นอน
ไซมันบอกไม่อยากอาทิตย์ละขอยิงบ้างนะเพื่อน
very good เฮ้ยโหเดี๋ยว congratulation เลยเราก็รีบเกิน 84ไม่ไกลนะบอกว่า
Potentially looking at one of the most important pistol rounds of these players' careers. 10 of them on the stage. One trophy to work towards in the middle of the stage. And listen, doesn't get harder than this for Heretics.
Backs are up against the wall. They've been in tough spots before.
ให้มันเปลี่ยนโชว์เลยเนี่ย
Losing positions in grand finals before. But they need to find it within them to dig deep. Because otherwise, Kang is literally going to be that close to the trophy. Kang is also only 3 kills away from breaking the global kill record in BO5s. Which, if you remember back, we've had players within touching distance. I think even matched it actually at Madrid.
ผมว่าน่ามีอยู่อะ
คิดว่าเยอะเลยแหละเพราะว่าพอเข้าเกมไฟนอลปุ๊บแบบมีเวลาตั้ง 2-3 วัน
way EDG on this tournament run.
ปัญหาคือไม่ได้ตั๋วเข้างานเนี่ยจะหายังไง
They weren't content with just sitting at that third place,
น่าจะ
second
ฉุกละหุก
place.
กัน
This
นะ
is a team. Know that trophy is in striking distance. The first trophy lift for China.
เป็นเจ็ตที่ไม่ซื้อเชลีแต่ซื้อเกาะ
Taking that contact, taking point. Backs himself down now.
ปกติค้างด่าจะไม่เชิญลีดนะพี่
ใช่ไม่รู้ทำไมมันเล่นอย่างงี้
Venture from Kang as well, taking that peak.
มันเปลี่ยนเป้าด้วยนี่เกียร์ 3แล้วตอน
เปลี่
นี้
ยนเมื่อกี้มันเปลี่ยนระหว่างฮาร์ฟ
Throwing that recon dart out.
เกียร์ 3 แล้ว
Nobody not looking to save it in case there's some kind of exec on his site. Heretics also looking to explore mid. Both teams realizing that this part of the map super important. Simon's going to be asked a lot of.
Yeah, with the jiggle, gets the info though, and he's going to be backing away. Pings it out, concedes the space, puts the warning sign onto the minimap.
I like this though. Team Heretics, they're pushing back those players, and they're also denying that mid connector. Now if Simon wants to rotate, he's got to go all the way through spawn, and same can be said for Kang and Smoggy. That puts, hold on, nobody in Chishu on an island, but nobody. What are you doing? Giving away your position here.
Yeah, I mean, firing the dart.
He gets away with it.
Knew that the play was being made here, and they've lost control of mid into the process. Oh my god!
เฮ้ย nobody เอาดี
Oh goodness me!
เกินไปเปล่า
จบแล้วพี่
นี่ทรงคนจะโดนนะเมื่อกี้คือโดนสแกนนี่เตรียม
มันไม่คนรอดอ่ะ
ควรรับกรรมเลย
ตำแหน่งมันตายชัดๆอะ
แต่แบบแม่งเอาไป 3
In the captain's seat, pushing out onto assistant coach. And he's just made one hell of a play here in round 13.
This year, it's been a year of first for VCT.
แล้วมันโดนสแกนปุ๊บมันพีคเลยใช่ไหมไม่รอเด้ง
In the hometown territory of EDG themselves. But they are well on course to make history for
แต่เสียง
themselves.
ดังๆเลยเตรียมให้ตอน
Can't a place amongst the elites.
แต่เสียงดัง
Could get overwhelmed here.
Definitely could. Plenty of bodies here. Tap goes the Guardian. Well, bullet spread. Fall and prey to it still. Nobody seeking to redeem. Chance of that. Reinforcements are Riot, but his head peeking out. Shot darts. Delay. Hopefully allow him that retreat, which he does. So, 3v4. Plant is down. Heretics have that extra money to work with, but they'd love the round even more. Flash. Dodged. Now the drone. Broken, cleared. Kang's through.
เฮ้ยคังมันคังแล้ว
In play. Benji has to make one of himself.
อะไรที่แบบสะโขบ
The
เข้า
piece
ได้
of perfection from EDG.
อะไรที่สโคปได้หมด
And we are reaching the apex.
ครั้ง100 ตัวแล้ว
EDG get up to double digits. 3 rounds away. They were 3 rounds away on Bind from being able to win this tournament. But at that point, they were not in the driver's seat. It would have taken 3 cleanly to get to overtime and then to win. Here, Heretics are 6 away from even tying the game up.
EDG.
The energy in the Inspire Arena is reaching
ถ้า
a
สนาม
crescendo.
มันเชียร์ขนาดนั้นถ้าอยู่บนสนามมันสั่นแล้วเป็นเฮติกอ่ะ
It's up to Heretics to put a stop to it.
เสียงมันเข้ามาไม่มีวนแบบถ้าคนตะโกนเนี้ย
เข้าดิ มันหันกันหลายแบบแล้วเนี่ย
Investment with the buy. Heretics have the rifles to play around with.
ก็เมื่อวานไงที่ไอ้นั่นยกขึ้นมายกมือให้คนดูเยี่ยมทำดีคิงไงคิง
On this map, Booze lurks, often super important, but he's a player that hasn't particularly been able to get online in this final map. On the defense side, brutalized, currently 3-13. as many assists as he has kills. Horrible way to end. But Heretics are going to hope that they can revive on attack. This a fake. Boo calls Rien's over.
ไซมอนไม่มาตื่นแบบสำคัญ
Keep these players rooted to the spot. Maybe weaken A just a little. Smoggy already thought it was a fake, actually. He started rotating away when it was only the drone.
Yeah, I think he was dodging out the sideline as well when he was tagged by the drone. He didn't want to get spammed from that spot, but you're right. It could have been a bait and switch to fake out.
And I mean, look at the way that Simon's pathing too. They're reading into this.
Oh, yeah.
It's so similar to what nobody himself does to fake.
30 seconds
The Util is primed and ready. Into the hands of these players on either side here. It's a pull to meet that one with the Dizzy. Pound for pound, bodies are going to drop and fall, but it's Hardy. It's perfect once more. Nobody and Simon, they combine their might. They drop these Heretics players dead. Time against them once more. Boo needs to get this kill and will do just that. Defending, punched up. Rians rounded about. Kill guy.
คัน
Unbelievable!
มันทำอะไรกันดีไปหมดแล้ว
Kankan goes and does it. Not only clutching the round, getting EDG
ทำอะไรก็ดูดีไปหมด
Those kills also break the kill record in a BO5 at a global
ภาพมัน
event.
ชัดขึ้นเรื่อยๆแล้วอ่ะ
He
พี่
knows he's the protagonist.
มันชันแล้ว
He
พี่ตอนเนี้ย
knows that this is
ทาง
his
เกียร์4นะครับ
story.
จอดแดงนะครับ
เกียร์สี่
We are 2 rounds away from a brand new
แม่งเล่น
region.
แบบจบ
2
รายการ
years
มามันเล่น
later,
ไปประมาณ 10 เป้า
Valorant, in case you missed the
เปลี่ยนไปเป็น
memo.
มา
And to them lifting a
เล่นได้
trophy.
ไงวะเปลี่ยนเป้าเรื่อย
Heretics are going to go for the Cosby
ๆมีอีก
divide
ท่านห
play.
นึ่ง
Looking
ที่
for the plant, looking to
นี่
try
เหมือน
to play
ท่าน
the
พิมมี่
post.
เปลี่ยนเซนส์เรื่อยๆเล่นได้ไงวะ
In a moment like this, up and over, Chichu weaving in and out, needs to stay alive in this time, but already being swarmed, Dizzy up and around in his face. Kills are collected at least, with Chichu dropped as a chance.
อุ้ย Heretics มัน
already down by
มันรัดแล้วอะ
Heretics. The ults are good for here, but up through heaven as well, plenty more bodies left to meet them. Spamming away, Mini Boo! Sheriff in hand. He's done enough surely for them. No rifle picked up, but the damage done with those 2 players dropped. He's got to be feeling good about it. Players retreat, EDG realizing. Let's give this one up. Let's play for it in a
โอ้ย
future
เลยติง
round.
เครื่องร้อนด้วย
Every round is going to feel like a mountain to climb for Heretics. They need so many of them.
เครื่องร้อนจริง
Hugely important, but they're not going to have an ultimate like that to work with every day of the week. It's another MasterCard Thrifty. We've seen so many of them. So many of them in this Grand Finals. But you can't rely on them. You cannot have that be the only kind of situation in which you're winning. Cast caution to the wind. Go for it when you have rifles online as well.
Round by round, but okay, focus.
Focus is called for by Miniboo.
God, this is a wild setup. Going for the flash.
Hold up.
For Kankan to peek immediately by the look of things. Now, are they doing enough contact instead? Waiting.
Timing.
Yeah, waiting to see if there's a Dizzy, a recon.
That gives them precisely the right timing. So paranoia probably to accompany this, and yes it is. Cleans its way through the dart though. Responds and Heretics push back. The offensive play of EDG.
Yeah, Kankan there as well, rattling out either information or commands.
With Heretics winning their Thrifty, pendulum does swing in terms of that momentum. The economy as well on the side now of Heretics. Have money to work with, but the issue is the buffer in terms of rounds is not exactly theirs. It's a high-low from EDG. A big test here for Chichu and nobody. Rotating around though, they've given up the positions that they were once holding. Smoke activated, nobody's inside it. Trying to get ahead of the curve and ahead of most of these players as well, but barrels out, instant trade, Woot is good for it. Star up and over, Chichu trying to stun, trying to stay alive, but against that, it's an onslaught. It's overwhelming. Simon back in the fray in the fight, but dropped at a moment's notice like that. This is Heretics again with an open answer to this B site.
That Mosh lineup is really good for being able to deal with the way that Chishu wants to anchor the site. He only had a Sheriff in hand. We've seen nobody go for plays like that where he tucks inside a smoke, and to be honest, even on the pistol round most recently, it did actually pay off for him. He got out, got 3. This time, 1 for 1, and that trading from Heretics that they rely on comes through. They actually need those weapons. Kills like that, really important. Look at Smoggy's credits. Got nothing to work with. He, at the very least, needed to save a gun. And Kang backs off.
Bit of wandering, bit of wading into the side towards the tail end. They do collect that kill. Keep it as a consolation prize. The benefit for Heretics here is they're generating these ults. Perpetual motion machine. You can definitely keep it rolling.
You can to some degree, yeah. They've got Hunter's Fury online for the next one. Nobody also has that to respond with. And the other big thing to keep in the back of your head here is that Chishu actually has a Cosmic Divide for retake.
This could be the day I die for you.
Who needs an opening ceremony? Get these guys out here next time.
And if that's, if that doesn't speak volumes of the state of mind of these Heretics players, that's the difference for them. Heretics now, once more with a tempo. They might have been looking to strike that dart. Lands up towards heaven.
This is all a fake. You see the spike going in the opposite direction here.
Yeah, sails over. And
it's a really convincing fake, though.
Of course, it's got 3 players behind it. Kang activates the dash to no avail. He's not going to be getting any action anytime soon.
One of the problems with this round. Hello, the spike's coming back over to this side of the map.
What is the call?
What is going on here? Boo's changing his mind, perhaps. One of the weird things is that Heretics like to play offside post plants. They love them. You can't really do that this round. You're just going to end up locked away. That Cosmic Divide up in your face is going to be very difficult to play around. So on-site aggressive post plants have to be called here for Heretics. And it worries me that Boo is so far away.
The reveal. What a mistake. Stack of players now coming. Dart. It's going to be Cloudburst. Cannot defend. Kang away from that angle. Still heaven untouched. And Chichu around the back as well. Good with the aim, but still damage not enough done. Hunter's Fury, if nobody is let loose, it's ripped out into place and the kill is collected but used in kind by Rians. It's not an ult that they're going to have here. And EDG, they can pounce on this. They can claim that 12.
They can back off sight. Chishu fell in the midst of all of this. No Cosmic Divide available.
But still, potentially
NG แม่งเหมือนคนเมาเร็ว
their own trips into the backside controller. Paranoia sweeps his way through and cuts out those angles. Dart up and over. Swing from Benji. Boo provides the finishing cover. And the firing line is there. Simon can only do so much. The position like this.
มาแล้วใกล้เข้ามาเรื่อย
7 rounds for Heretics.
We might see a comeback.
You're going to make this happen if you're going to try and deny history being made.
ใกล้เข้ามาเรื่อย
To be on that basis, 1 round at a time.
A jump scare there for nobody, I think, as he expected everybody on Heretics, I'm sure, to be playing offside post plants.
เราดีโคด้วยดิ
ๆเราอีโคเป็นเราที่เสี่ยวกว่าเราปกติ
EDG are taking attack time out here to talk
เพราะว่ามันชอบเล่นเลยที่แบบว่า
คิดไม่ถึงอะ
I was trying to drop you the bomb for so long and I kept dropping my gun.
Well, I mean, I guess that'll happen when the nerves are coming out.
10,000 screaming fans surrounding you.
And these players can't afford to think about how big the match is, but we get the pleasure of doing so. I did want to touch on Kang again, because you were talking about him as being the main character of this arc. When he first started playing Valorant, he was just a boy with a dream. He really was so young. And throughout his meteoric rise in China, to his explosive entry onto the global stage, and then these scarring defeats earlier this year, I feel like he's been adapting, persevering. He's also grown into the one man who could actually fulfill that young boy's dream. There's only one Kang. You see it in the fact that he's set the record here in this match, performing in every single map.
Oh, yeah. It's poetic, I think. This matchup here, Heretics. They got brothers in arm, quite literally brothers in arm. Mini Boo and Boo aiming for that trophy, trying to take a stab at it. And Kang himself has been carrying the namesake of his brother this entire time. All for that trophy lift that both of these teams are going to be hoping, praying for. A play made, dash forwards, Kang. It's lighter weaponry to work with. Benji Fishy has to hold back the line. Overwhelmed and swarmed. Too many bodies. The Blade Storm is unleashed. Kang trying to make the most
ไป
of
โยน
this.
ปืนให้เพื่อน
Right there behind them. They've lost control of the flank. Heretics have to keep a watchful eye onto this one, but options available if they want to flip the map.
Concealment.
Low enough. One bullet will do him in. Kang
Aims to do the most, and an open sightline head is found.
Nice
Out for the side once more, Boo. Swings, perfect timing, but leaps into the fray and wasn't expecting that. Smokey.
มันห้ามไปนะ
Rians potentially accounted for, maybe heard the footsteps, maybe
นั่นไง
not, I'm not too sure still.
อีโค
Gets
นี่
the
แหละ
job done. Time is ticking, Wood to do it all. Thrash in hand.
วูดปล่อยฟ้า
You can see to deny, you can see to delay. Up and over the TP.
นั่นไงนั่นไงลาวนี่แหละ
The circle streak. It's milliseconds. Smokey.
ไม่ทัน
ปล่อยเป็นเซลล์เดียวอ่ะ
120 milliseconds away from taking EDG to tournament point.
ใกล้เข้ามาเรื่อย
A sloppy post plant gets the job done and denies that round.
I'm speechless. Wood's no stranger to coming down to the wire.
Do you think he was confident about the internal clock there?
I don't know. It's a nail biter.
ๆอุ้ยว่ะ Absolute cinema.
4 rounds in a row now for Heretics and the Red Bull clutch. They
โอ้ใจมันมาแล้ว
can't even believe it.
ดูบอลเองเพื่อน
Control
ให้บู
is
นี่นิ่งสุด
shifting.
แหละบูเขามีสติว่าเขาจะไม่
EDG
ออก
series.
อาการจนกว่างานจะจบไปให้น้องๆเฮไป
What is that? Is that an arena dipped in red, I see? Is that a tech pause once more?
Another quick one by the sounds of it, is what I'm being told. But my God, we were talking earlier about how some of these pauses in the action had come at spots where it was an imbalanced situation anyway. Oh yeah, can't even remember what happened was. I think it was Sunset. One team vastly in control.
ไม่นี่ไม่ดีนี่เทคพอนี่
Now
พอชม
here,
ป่ะพอเทค
cut the tension. The people in the arena don't
ใจ
know
เฮ
whether
ติ
to
กำลังมาเลย
snap
อะดิ
cheers or to chew the ends of their
โดนอย่าง
fingers
งี้
off.
มันไอ้นี่เปล่า
Because it's so real, the possibility of this comeback. EDG were fully in control, and now they're having to avoid letting it all go away from them.
มันยืนจนคอมพังเลย
ผมว่าใช่มันยืนมันเฮกันจนแบบมันสายหลุดกันหมดแล้วอะ
ใช่แบบจอดำอ่ะสายจอเพื่อนอย่างเงี้ยปลั๊กหลุด
Like you said, the comeback is very much on. It's very much real. You cannot let moments like this define you. To let your chances slip away. Mini boot. It's a rapid play from Heretics. He's going to be leading the charge once more. Blade Storm, dash to the side. Evacuation, caught on either side. Up and over though. The high ground perch and potentially the danger zone. Dizzy up and over the top. Connections abound. Heretics are dropping them all in their place. It's Rians. Watchful eye onto all the angles. He dominates them onto the side. Simon to respond, but it's only the one. Ult is available in the back pocket. But do you choose to use it? Do you choose to commit? Heads available, ready to be popped. But it's all Rians and Woot. Side by side. He slapped them down.
เอารู้ว่าอย่างนี้ดูไม่ออกละ
The Turkish brothers in arms.
อีก2วินมันไกลจัง
Playing
วะ
next to the Lithuanian brothers in blood. Heretics. They've just come out with another blinder, and they've taken the final kill, denying a crucial gun away from EDG. Chishu has no money to play with. They could try to scrap together a buy, but it would be an ugly looking thing. 5 in a row.
5 in a row. And I was so ready to tell you the story of heartbreak for Heretics. A squad that has got so close in the past with rookies on this team. Honed and polished over the course of the year. And it was looking like they were going to be denied that chance at a trophy. But fate wrangled, twisted out of the hands of these EDG players. The pressure shifted onto them, and Kang forced to step up to the moment. Dash to avoid. And shot fired. Kang, he's much just when he gets going.
มาแล้วโอ้ยตัวยิงกาอากาศนี่คือแบบโอ้โห
The angel of death has descended on Heretics.
หลอกให้ตายใจ
What did we just watch with Guardian in hand?
กดยามาอีกสิ
ไอตัวสองเวอร์จริง
เวอร์ทีวี
On Lotus, they ended it on a thrifty.
นักยิงเป้าบิน
Here, Kang once more breaks another record with that pop-off. He's now got the most kills in any BO5 in competitive Valorant in VCT. Globals, regionals, anything. This guy's farming.
He's the main
เอาแล้วมันเอาท่าไม่ตายมาเล่นแล้ว
มาแล้วท่าไม่ตาย
ท่าไม่ตาย
มันกลับปิดแล้วพี่
ครบละตอนนี้
The tension just breaks with
เมื่อ
that
กี้มันเปลี่ยน
4
2 เป้าติดเลยละ มันเกม4ไป 5-6 เลยพี่
เปิดติให้
มัน 5-6 ไปใน2ราวอ่ะ
It's still there. Come so close.
แล้วก็งัดท่าไม่ตาย
5-6 ปุ๊บเปิดติเลยจบละ
Touching distance of the trophy. EDG steal it right back. Kang in hand. The signature weapon of this man right here. Been highlighting him. Been gassing him. He's going to be under that pressure, but still delivers. One shot found.
อุ้ยอะไรวะเนี่ย
And a chisel slowly etching away the potential for EDG to make history for China. A trophy lift in sight. Rians with the plan. Cosmic Divide providing that safety. But it fades away. And a reset called for. Player disadvantage still here. Plenty of targets. Open and shut. Simon with the ult. Paranoia sweeps. This is it. Attempt to deny. Quick scope in blaze. EDG. It's up to Boo to push them back and away. TP's up and over. No kill to be found. It's one man. What can he do? Against the EDG.
เชี่ยแม่งแชมป์
Squat.
โหข้าแม่งแชมป์จริง
After 4 years of hard work, of blood and sweat, today might finally see that time for the tears that Kang's been holding back. He said he wouldn't cry until he'd won a championship.
ได้ยืนสมใจแล้วคัง
Win today.
เชี่ยคนลุก
He sealed, signed, and delivered the game for them at the end there on Abyss. His tears on the other side, his 2 back-to-back grand finals fall away from Heretics.
สงสารเบนจี้ว่ะ
Fashion. But the bitter taste of defeat in Shanghai swept away, cleansed from the palate. One sweet sip of success from that champs trophy will make all the pain worthwhile for EDG.
สองรอบแล้วนี่สงสารเลย
Tale of heartbreak is open on the faces of the Heretics players.
ไม่ได้ว่ะ
Walk away from another finals.
ของทีมไม่โคตรโหดเลย
realizing that they
แต่แม่ง
came
โหด
so
จริง
close to that
ต้องให้มัน
glory.
เลย
Right, literally that touching distance. Today, fortunately for them, not to be their day. Instead, it's EDG, a trophy lying in wait.
It's theirs. China has the hunger. Viewership records are nothing compared to the appetite for trophies, I can tell you that.
สมองกี้ยิ้มกว้างเลย
And
แต่
it
คน
can
ไม่ค่อย
never
ยิ้ม
be sated, that appetite. The high that they're feeling now, I'm sure is just going to drive EDG back to the climb, ever chasing. And this is a squad that knows what it is to chase. But what a year they've had. This team is mostly rookies to make 2 grand finals. Other teams would kill to be in spots that they have found themselves in this year.
Respect.
Bitter for them to swallow. They'll be thinking about this moment for quite some time. Respect shown between these 2 teams. EDG, though, are the stars of our show.
세상이 아닙니다. 2024년
แต่มันสมเป็นคู่ชิงเลยโคตรมันเลย
It's vindicating, it's validating. But Kang and the rest of his squad have finally lifted the trophy. Not just for EDG, for the region as a whole.
สมองกี้แบบกั้นไว้ไม่ไหว
And as I
ปล่อย
said
โฮเลย
prior, 2 years late to the party of VCT. They were playing catch-up. People thought it might never arrive. But I'll tell you right now, EDG have arrived and they are here to stay.
Gankang was talking about holding back tears at previous events, but there's no sign of that on his face today. Smoggy overwhelmed in the moment, as you'd expect. But this squad, they look like, for the most part, they are relishing the moment.
Oh yeah, it's got to be cathartic.
Surrounded by fans, traveled from far and wide to see history made. It was history for EDG to even get here to play in this arena. They've never made top 4 before.
No.
They'd certainly never lifted a trophy.
Never lifted a trophy.
แต่ถ้วยอ่ะขอฐานรองกลับด้วยได้ไหม
Said they never made top 4 before. And they weren't content with stopping at that point. They broke past their limits all throughout this tournament. But the trophy was the sole goal, and they knew that they were capable of lifting it.
An unbelievable game that we had, ending here on Abyss, with so many players from EDG stepping up. Simon too deserves talking about. This guy turning up to his first ever international event. He lifts the Champions Trophy.
It's an unbelievable story. One that most players dream of. But for him, it's a reality. For EDG, it's a reality. No longer that distant dream of wondering when they will be able to contest, hold a candle to the rest of the regions.
China are here. For some esports, there's a before and an after. When certain regions, Korea, China, whichever it might be, get involved, it's very possible that we have been living in the before.
Oh yeah.
We may end up looking back on this years from now as a turning point. With the viewership, the player base, the size that it is in China, EDG could just be the first. But what a first they've been to not only open the door, which is what Kankang said all along. Their job was to open the door for the whole region. They booted it open, slammed it down, crushed Heretics underneath the other side.
They carved the path out wide in the open, as you've already said. They made plays, they adapted, they overcome as well difficulties that this squad has had after Shanghai. Any hurdle that faced them. A lot of teams would drift into despair. Not EDG. They rebuilt, they were reborn from the ashes after crashing out. And now, we'll send it down to the floor for the Verizon post-match interview. Let's hear from the winners themselves. EDG, your 2024 champions.
Welcome back, everyone. Now, joining us tonight will be Valorant Studio Head Anna Donlin and Global Head of Valorant Esports Leo Faria to help us congratulate our champions, EDG! 네, 우승팀 시상에는 애나 던런 발로란트 스튜디오 헤드, 레오 파리아 발로란트 e스포츠 글로벌 총괄님께서 수고해 주시겠습니다.
รอปีหน้าทีมไทยอยู่ด้วยสิ
Congratulations, EDG. Guys, let's hear from the champions.
ทานเตอร์เหมือนพี่น้องกันเลย
I'm gonna go to you first. You joined the team just a month ago, and now here you are as the world champion. Not everybody gets to do that. Not everybody can do that. So how does it feel to be the champion of the world? 사이먼 선수 불과 한 달 전에 팀에 합류해서 한 달 뒤 이렇게 세계 챔피언이 됐습니다. 아무나 이렇게 챔피언이 될 수 있는 건 아니잖아요. 지금 기분이 어떤지 물어보고 싶네요.
赛梦选手，你在1个月之前其实才刚刚加入到 EDG， 你就站在这里获得了世界冠军的头衔，不是所有人都有机会能够做到这样，也不是所有人都能做到这样。那现在站在这里，你的心情怎么样呢？
很激动，也很开心。然后我能站到这里，也是因为他们，就每个人的努力，对。
I'm really happy and
excited. I'm here because all of the effort from my teammates.
너무 행복하고요. 그리고 사실 이렇게 챔피언이 될 수 있었던 공은 옆에 있는 선수들에게 모두 돌리겠다고 얘기했습니다. 이어서 스모기 선수 만나볼게요. 눈물이 멈추지 않는 것 같은데요. 눈물 뒤에는 어떤 의미가 있는지 물어보겠습니다. 스모기, I see tears. It's an emotional night for you. Tell us what's behind the tears.
Smoky 选手，我们可以看到你非常激动地流下了泪水，这对你来说一定是一个思绪万千的夜晚。能不能告诉我们，在这眼泪的背后代表着什么呢？
我觉得我们太他妈不容易了。
เสียงสะอื้นมาก
从伊斯坦布尔到现在，我觉得这条路走得太难了。然后我觉得团队里的所有人为了这个梦想都特别努力。我很感谢EDG的所有人。
It is really not easy for us from Istanbul, to now to here. It's freaking hard for everyone, and it's because all of the effort from all of my teammates, and I thank every one of them.
진짜 이스탄불부터 여기까지 오기 쉽지 않았거든요. 스모기 선수 말로 존나 힘들었다고 합니다. 근데 팀원들이 한 명 한 명 너무나도 잘해줬고 너무너무 고마운 마음이고 이 팀원들 덕분에 여기까지 올라올 수 있었다고 얘기를 했습니다. 옆에 있는 캉캉 선수 만나보도록 할게요. 눈물은 흐르지 않네요. 사람들이 정말 챔피언은 그냥 태어나는 게 아니다, 만들어진다라고 얘기를 하잖아요. 캉캉 선수를 챔피언으로 만들어준 것, 그 빛나는 요소는 뭐였는지도 묻고 싶습니다. 캉캉, no tears from you? But they say the heroes are not born, they're made. So what was it that made you into a world champion besides the trophy itself?
康康今天没有眼泪哦，没有哭哦。他们都说，其实冠军不是凭空而生的，而是锻造出来的。那你觉得是什么成就你成为了冠军呢？
我觉得这个东西有很多吧，像我的兄弟们、我的家人、我身后的无数个人，我支持我的粉丝们，还有以及 VCT CN 所有的队伍，他们都在我们背后，我们为什么不能拿这个冠军？
A lot, my brothers, my families, my friends, and of course, all of the fans behind us, and finally, of course, all of the teams from VCT TN, all of the supporters behind our back. Why can't we get this championship?
Okay, one more sentence. 现在世界聚焦于 CNFPS.
And now, the whole world gonna focus VCT CNFPS.
정말 많은 것들이 있었다고 합니다. 형도 그렇고요, 가족들도 있었고요, 그리고 이 팀원들도 있었고, 그리고 무엇보다 중요한 거, 이렇게 중국 리그를 응원해주시는 분들, 중국에 있는 모든 팀들, 그 모두가 하나가 되었기 때문에 이런 사람들의 응원과 그리고 관심이 있었기 때문에 어떻게 EDG가 우승을 안 할 수 있지 않을까 싶다고 얘기를 하고요. 거기다가 한마디 더 붙이겠다고 했습니다. 이제 전 세계가 중국의 FPS를 집중해서 볼 것이다 라고 얘기를 했습니다. 이어서 노바디 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 이젠 그냥 노바디가 아니에요. 세계 챔피언입니다. 지금 이 순간 어떤 생각이 떠오를까요? Nobody? You're not a nobody. You're a world champion. What's on your mind right now?
Nobody 选手，虽然你的 ID 是 Nobody， 但你绝不是一个无名小卒。现在你是世界冠军了，有什么感受呢？
我从未想过这一天来得如此之快。我现在只希望今天晚上我睡觉，明天醒来，这不是一场梦。
I never think this day will come that early for us. I just hope today I go to sleep and tomorrow I get up. I hope this is not a dream.
이렇게 빨리 우승이란 순간이 올 줄 몰랐다고 얘기를 하고 오늘 일단 너무 피곤하기 때문에 좀 잠을 푹 자고 내일 일어나면 이게 꿈이 아니기를 바란다고 그 정도로 믿기지 않는다고 얘기했습니다. 이어서 치추 선수 만나보도록 할게요. 오늘 굉장히 많은 것들이 일어났고 또 특히나 우승이라는 타이틀을 거머쥐면서 가족분들도 굉장히 자랑스러울 것 같습니다. 지금 이 순간 세계 정상에 서서 세상에게 어떤 이야기를 들려주고 싶을까요? 치추? A lot has happened tonight. You guys are the world champions. You made your family very proud. So while you're at the top of the world, what would you like to say to the world?
球球选手，今天你们获得了世界冠军，你让你的家人们都为你感到了骄傲。那今天站在这里，成为世界之巅的那个人，有没有什么话想要对全世界说的呢？
我觉得这个现在亚洲已经有不少队伍拿冠军了。我
ลงทีมก่อนนะแชทเดี๋ยวมาขึ้นมาเล่นวาโลประมาณ20 ทุ่มเจอกันครับขอบคุณทุกคนที่มาดูนะครับสนุกมากๆเลยนะครับผม